love Israel? Israel number one. No politic here. Why you no love Israel? Oh, you hate it? I'm Israel high. 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 You have forgotten to say I'm Israel high? Do you love Israel? You must love Hamas. You are Hamas. I'm Israel high. 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 Oh, Israel not number one for you. Oh, anti-Semitism. Israel, small nation. Israel, tiny nation surrounded by scary Muslims. Ah, you are anti-Semitism. You are Hamas. You are Hamas. No politics here. Say Israel number one. Tweet Israel number one. No politics here. 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 No politics here.
Say you condemn Hamas. Say I'm Israel. Hi. Say you condemn October 7th. You are Hamas.
More politics here. More politics here. More politics here. More politics here. More politics here.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Monday News Day, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. Monday News Day, folks. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live. It is a beautiful day here in sunny Los Angeles, California. I'm live. I'm alive. Kaya's not around right now because she's getting a little walkie poo. That's right. My mom is walking her at the moment. It's 77 degrees and it's sunny here in Los Angeles, California. We got a lot to talk about, obviously. And I will get to all of that in a brief moment. But before I get to all of that, this is the time for my personal news. That's right. What has happened in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'm going to do. It is 8/11/2025, 11:05 a.m. Pacific time. 77 degrees and sunny here in California, Los Angeles. It's a beautiful day out, even though there are some horrifying things happening in the world, in the universe. We are going to cover it all. So first and foremost, it was my mother's birthday yesterday, and that's precisely the reason why I did not stream. I spent time with family, and most of that time, as a matter of fact, was just sleeping. I spent most of that time yesterday sleeping, and then the rest of it with family. But I will get to that in a second. I heard you didn't have enough forks. Yeah, I sent a text message to Cutie. I was like, this is the reason why you got to bring my forks back, you demon. But in any case, folks, where was I? Personal news-wise, I was in Chicago. I came back. I licked the bean in Chicago. Did I get COVID-25 from the bean? I don't think so. I think I survived it. Allah korusun. Okay. I think God has protected me, even though I licked the bean. I tempted fate, but hopefully I'm fine. I came back from Chicago, and let me tell you, okay, the process of coming back from Chicago was not the greatest. United Airlines is what I was flying back with, and yeah, here it is. Here is me licking the bean. For those of you who don't believe it, this is something you have to do in order to become a Chicagoan, okay? But basically, after that, we ended the broadcast. And one of the things that March and I came to the conclusion of is that I got hella motion in Chi City, in Chirac. Like, I would say almost as much motion in Chicago as I do in Los Angeles, perhaps even more motion in Chi City, in Chirac, than I do in New York. It's crazy. Like, the amount of times I get stopped randomly off stream, on stream, it is crazy, dude. You do it in more places than you think, man. Thought you said you weren't streaming today? I didn't say that. But lots of HasanAbi heads in Chicago. But in any case, yeah, it was a great experience. Every time I go to Chicago, I fall in love with it more, I will admit. I mean, I still am on the New York is a better city agenda for sure, but every single time I visit, I believe in the Midwest more and more. Like, Midwestern socialism grows in my heart. It's the same as LA, except people can actually travel in the city less than 5 hours to see you. No, I'm talking about like randomly. I'm walking down the street and there's like people that go crazy. But what was I going to say? Oh, so lick the bean, get on the plane, pack our stuff, get on the plane. Plane is, of course, delayed. Expected. Plane is delayed by like 2 hours. So we just sit around. We find the lounge. We have to pay for it. We just like sit around in the lounge, eat some of the worst food of all time. Finally get on the plane. The plane doesn't even have in-flight entertainment. I basically half raw dog the flight. Plane doesn't have in-flight entertainment. I don't have anything downloaded. I'm raw dogging it. I was like, all right, I guess I got to raw dog it. That, or I have to read the books that people gave me at the DSA convention. And let me tell you, I was not starting the zines or zines or whatever you call it. So, bro, why do you never get pics on these trips? L influencer. I know. So, I had nothing locked down on my phone with the exception of K-pop Demon Hunter. And it was amazing. For the record, I watched K-pop Demon Hunter. And let me tell you, that movie is fantastic. I'm not even a big K-pop guy, but it was awesome. It made me tear up. At times. The plane was so old, it did not have in-flight entertainment. Like, it didn't have a TV screen, and it also had outlets that weren't working. Like, I had to basically hold it up. I had to hold up the outlet on the side so I could keep charging the phone so I could watch K-pop Demon Hunter. And it was awesome. What is this? Your idol, Saja Boys, K-pop Demon Hunters? What? What the hell is this?
Keeping you in check, keeping you obsessed. Play me on repeat, could I'll be in your head. Anytime it hurts, play another verse. I can be your sanctuary. No, I'm the only one right now. I will love you more when it all burns down. More than power, more than gold. Yeah, you gave me your heart, now I'm here for your soul. I'm the only one who loves yourself.
I think Soda Pop is better, by the way. For the Saja Boys, Soda Pop is a better song than this.
Listen, cause I'm reaching to the choir. Can I get the mic a little higher? Give me your desire. I can be the star you rely on. There's heat and you can't look away. Don't you know I'm here to save you? Now we running wild. Yeah, I'm all you need. I would be your idol.
Please, this man is deploying the National Guard in D.C. I know. I mean, what are we supposed to do? You know what I mean? It's just like every now and again, you got to make fun of the fascists while they're doing the fascism. You know what I mean? Like, what are we supposed to do? Just not have fun at all? No fun allowed? It's just, it's over, you know? You can have a little bit of gallows humor if you're experiencing it currently. Anyway, so he's a demon taking souls. This is fantastically perfect to cover.
Oh, pitching on a thank you to a talk your idol. Thank you for the pain, cause it got me going viral.
Okay, so in any case, yeah, watch Demon Hunter. It was great. Definitely liked it. Then yesterday I spent most of the day just sleeping. Didn't do anything else. I get what you're saying, and I hate feeling so libbed up, but it's hard having fun when the country is disintegrating in front of our eyes. Okay, but you're on Twitch, okay? You know, we're gonna do serious stuff and we're gonna do not so serious stuff. This is my job. My job is to guide you through all of the awfulness that is happening on a day-to-day basis and make it as palatable as possible. And it is normal to sometimes do this kind of thing. I don't know why I'm explaining this. All right, let's move on. So, as I was saying, slept most of the day, woke up, and I had my mother's birthday. I have my cousin visiting with her husband and her daughter and her son. I had not seen them. I had never seen her daughter, as a matter of fact. Her daughter's 10. The son's 14, and it was cool getting to see these relatives that are not like distant relatives, mind you. They're just like, they haven't really come to America in a minute, and I can't go to Turkey, and plus they're not even like living in Turkey anyway. Did the daughter know who you are? Yes. So it was cool though. It was cool. It is crazy that how fast, and this is from my personal anecdotal experience in my own family, but the girls in our family develop way faster. Like their processing power develops way faster than the dudes do in the family. Like no disrespect to my male cousins, but it is crazy how much smarter the girls are. I hope they never actually see this because it's messed up to say, but I don't know what it is. Is that like a universal experience? I don't know what's happening. Yeah, we can tell you're a dipshit. What do you mean? Like, I don't know what it is. I don't know. Like, this little one's 10 years old and she's like, speaks multiple languages, has interests, is tapped into what's going on the internet. And I was just like, bro, you're 10. I was barely out of the Goo Goo Gaga phase when I was 10. What do you mean? What do you mean you have a broad range of interests and you do like gymnastics and stuff and also simultaneously speak multiple languages and are just like you're 10. Stop. Go back to Goo Goo Gaga right now. You know what I mean? Like this doesn't make any sense to me at all. Is that a gold-plated Labubu? So you had the destroyer in the marketplace of ideas? Yeah. Bro, when I was 10, I didn't have shit going on. Like if you were to ask me what was happening on the planet, I'd be like, what do you mean? What is a planet? Like I was on that, playing with Pokemon cards and shit, and that was it. That was all I cared about, you know? Teach her Marxism right now, bro. She's gonna teach me Marxism in a couple of years. What are you talking about? It is pretty crazy though, because like I kind of saw a version of this. I guess there is a universality to this because like there were literally like 10 and 12-year-old girls that came up to me at the school supply drive that we were doing, that we attended in the South Side, and it was like they were fans, which blew my mind. Like I feel like 10, 12-year-old boys are just like straight up beaming Andrew Tate into their fucking prefrontal cortex before it develops. Meanwhile, you got 10 and 12-year-old girls just like watching the HasanAbi broadcast. Children know too much nowadays is correct though. They need to know less. They need to know less. They learn less now, okay? Everybody, stop learning. You're 10. But my 10-year-old is interested in hockey, Roblox, yeah. We're always on Nazi watch and Pokemon cards, yeah. Now you have to stop spamming the F word every broadcast? No, for sure. So, right-wing HasanAbi, everyone stop learning and listen to Donald J. Trump. Yes. That drive was at the high school I went to. It was crazy to see you in the hood, and we really appreciate the positive spotlight. Bro, I'm of two minds on this, okay? On the one hand, it was shocking how different it is than the way people perceive it and the way people promote, like, South Side of Chicago. But on the other hand, I kind of want to maintain the appearances that it's, like, a terrifying place to be at because I don't want people to gentrify it because seemingly there is a sense of community there. And also on top of that, there's like affordable housing there. You know what I mean? You don't want, on the one hand, I want to be like, you guys are so dumb for thinking that like the South Side is this like terrifying place. I mean, sure, there's problems, but like very clearly there is a community there. Very clearly there is like a social fabric that is in a state of there's a permanent social fabric that is like repaired by the people that live there. But then also at the same time, like if white people and capital owners in general caught wind of that, I feel like they would just go in there and start building fucking Whole Foods down the block. And the private equity would just chop down what remains of like these affordable houses that exist there. And it would turn into yet another playground for speculative, for traders and VCs and BlackRock. And, you know, that's why I'm saying you have to like sometimes take out your gun and just shoot it in the air a couple times. And that's like rent control, you know? Like it makes sense. it makes sense to do that every now and then. You know what I mean? Like that's literally just like doing a little bit of that is like community defense almost, where you're just like, hey, don't come here. Yeah, it's just that's basically rent control and avoiding gentrification. We'll do the I fell in love with my psychiatrist part 2 later today. You could improve your Aussie accent if you use a rising inflection at the end of sentences instead of during. Okay, got it. Honestly, one of my most favorite HasanAbi takes. Yeah. Most people talk shit about Chicago, live in like Idaho, and have never left their tiny 2,000 people town. Yeah. So, anyway, as I was saying, fantastic experience. I had a great time. I have a great time. I had a great time in Chicago. And that's it. That's all I got. Philly is way worse than Chicago. Like, you would get killed if you went to Philly. Bro, people say this, but like, that's not the case. Okay? Please stop saying Chirac, please, bro. That's how you lose that motion in Chicago. Okay, I'm memeing when I say that. I'm like making a joke about people saying that. Anyway. Also, I've been to Philly many times. Did you see what happened in Diamond Street in Philly? No. So, what is this? 2 million views, how to keep rent low?
Hey, man, can I ask you a question?
Sorry, I don't have any money.
Do you rent or do you own?
Kaya place. What?
Wow. Where you live,
Thank you.
Do you rent or do you own it?
I rent. Why? What do you...
Well, maybe you should help me out because I'm all that's keeping your property value in check. Like, things are good now, right? But if I go, it's gonna get much better. It's either me or a Whole Foods. You don't look like you're making artisanal bread money.
You know something? You're right. People like me, we need people like you. Here's $10. Go get yourself some spray cans.
Thanks, man. And with the rest of this money, man, I'll get drunk enough to take a shit on your stoop.
My man.
Yeah.
It's true. It's true. It's just like rent control. It's rent control. It's rent control. It's rent control. You got to do it. You got to do it. I think a lot of people don't appreciate this, but like low key, that's a big defense. Did you meet any Chicago Palestinians? Hell yeah. There were so many. There's hella Palestinians in Chicago. Anyway, what was I saying? Stavi is stealing your stories? What's
the
his
Turkish military literally...
There ain't no way he's talking about the pink slip.
They have a rule that if you're a top, if you're gay, you can be in the Turkish military. If you guys, if you get your they don't let you in the Turkish military. They do research and they're like, prove you get your ass. Because people lie about getting their, like, I don't know if this, my friend, I don't know if it's true or not, said you have to send like a video of you getting I feel like that's not the true. Army. Yeah. I don't know. Could
you imagine me like I'm this close to getting in the Turkish military and then they ask me some history questions and they're like, wait, you know contact balls, tongue and
you would be a borderline.
They'd be like, you're out of here.
Yeah.
Wow, Stavi won't even name me, bro. Stavi won't even name me. He said my friend. Anyway, the best, most popular bakery in Philly is Palestinian. You should check it out next time you're in the city, for sure. I'm friends with 2 progressive Chicago City Council members, and they can connect you with the rest of the progressive caucus. Okay. All right. Anyway, Chicago was wonderful, and then yesterday, I did the family thing. It was great, and I'm glad I took one day off. Yeah, Chris DiStefano knows who I am. Of course, I've been on his podcast before, but. Gays also do rent control. Cookie cutter suburbans are kept out of the neighborhood. No, dude. Gays are the opposite, because cookie cutter suburbans, like post gay marriage legalization, cookie cutter suburbans actually latch on to the gays. They don't fuck with trans people, but they love, especially white gays. Like, they are fans of white gays. Like, they see it as like a rare Pokemon. For them, it's like a rare Pokemon. They see like a white gay in the neighborhood. They're like, oh my God, this is so great. You know? Gay men raise rent. That's how it goes. W nephew, Jason in New York City saying free Palestine. Oh shit, W nephew.
Free Palestine, brother. What up? Free. Much love. Free Palestine.
Hell yeah!
It's so funny. Gays beautify the neighborhood by having the best gardens. Evidence that I have the best garden on the block. Okay. They see the gays in the neighborhood like Greg and Terry on American Dad. Finish the TikTok about the psychiatrist. Okay, calm down. I'm gonna do that later. Okay, I'm not gonna do that right now. It's Monday News Day. We got. I didn't stream yesterday. There's a lot happening in the world. Obviously, we're gonna be talking about all that stuff, and then we'll get to the TikTok lady. Anyway. Oh my God. The meme that I have dreamed of is literally happening. The White House is partnering with PragerU. The conservative biased education company is already making AI content in a series launched with the Trump admin. Oh my God, PragerU is going to be a substitute for PBS. Oh my God. Every single thing. Everybody stop making jokes now. Okay? Everybody stop making jokes. I'm going to stop making jokes. No more jokes allowed. Everything that I jokingly say ends up becoming the inevitable reality. I'm gonna stop manifesting. I feel like this is bad. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for this. Comedy is illegal. Okay. I'm back in LA. Israel kills Al Jazeera journalist. Claims they're Hamas. As iOS occupation intensifies, the world demands change. But is it enough? You're too good for LA, love? I don't know what that means. Are you going downtown for the protest tomorrow? Yeah, I believe I will be attending that. What was I going to say? Are you going to talk about UK arresting almost 500 people for protesting yesterday? It's not in your title. Wanted to check. I talked about it yesterday, but we'll talk about it as well. TRUMPxPUTIN summit. I was not live yesterday. I was live on Saturday, and I talked about the arrest on Saturday. Tariff terror. Dem answers on the side fall short. Tariff terror. TrueAnon on the broadcast to talk Epstein. TV/Hasan. On the talk Epstein. Okay. Was just in a car accident watching the stream in ER. That's crazy. Do we have a blast off meme, chatters? Do you see that people are creating your icon under the Palestinian flag? I have not seen it, but I guess there's a technical problems that are being experienced at the moment. But this is W Place, right? I saw that. I saw that on I saw this on Twitter. Do we have a GG's to Obergefell decision? Oh, nice. That's great. Do we have a blast off meme? Because I feel like we should. And everyone is just like sending me whatever they want me to cover rather than sending me a blast off meme. What's going on? I posted a blast off meme in Orc City. Okay. No. Use this for blast off. What is this? Okay. I'll use that one. All right. Let's do it. Make your own meme, bucko. Every day of my life is a meme. All right, let's do it. We're blasting off, ladies and gentlemen. Let the people know. Let the people know. Are you going to cover Trump in D.C.? Yes. Yes. Trump trying to push for the federal, for the National Guard to federalize the police force of D.C. and Trump trying to use like the Department of Homeland Security agents to do like regular crime prevention in the streets of DC is something that I'm going to talk about. I have talked about it already. I briefly covered it, but I will continue talking about it. First reply being Aiden owns you is crazy. That's not that crazy. He has many botters that actively, I mean, this is the most they can do. Is Kaya a bear? Yes. Kaya is a bear. Kaya down. Thieves target Tennessee National Guard facility, stealing night vision goggles and more. Seems like an inside job per article. Oh, this morning I also did the Thomas Bilio podcast. And he's like a big like entrepreneur guy. And I thought the conversation was going to be about like my, you know, like how my business operates or whatever. And it turned into like just like a long 2-hour convo, 2-hour back and forth about like DSA, socialism in America, that kind of thing. So it was interesting. Minus 20K. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Also, there's HasanAbi heads everywhere, including the editing team of institutions such as that. F-Dove, my goat geolocating this. What is this? The Israeli-Ukrainian terrorist tauntingly shared footage from his location in Gaza, inviting internet geoguessers to identify the spot in an area they have recently flattened. That's crazy. Genuine question. Why are we not going to watch the new Jubilee? I don't even know what the new Jubilee is, but we have a blanket ban on Jubilee in general. Camları kapat ne olur. Anyway. For a rally. Okay. Any days for Ireland visits? No. Hasan, why do you propagate hate? You fucking... I think this is the F slur. Mug slime. Thank you for not propagating hate. Thank you for being not hateful, chatter. It seems like your worldview is great. I'm just trolling. Love you, chat. Okay, well, you can do that from afar for a week. All right. Woke of the day, not even an hour in. That's not woke of the day. That is probably the hate of the day. Hater of the day. My sister says she sees supporting Trump as a red flag. That's a good red flag. Among many others. I heard you got a Chicago handshake. How'd you like it? How did you like it, Law? Nice welcome from my city. It's horrible. And I do personally think that that it's like Chicago people that personally present that as like a Chicago thing. Like they are doing an own goal there. Like there should be, in my opinion, if I'm a dude from Chicago, born and raised, I'm trying to stay away from Malort and any associations that Malort might have with my city. Okay. I'm actively telling people like, nah, I don't know what you're talking about. That Malort stuff, that's not us. Like that's like Michigan. Michigan lied and said Chicago made Malort its like national drink or whatever. It's like city drink. That's what I'm doing. You know, it grows on you. No, like a fungus, maybe like a parasite. It's like a citywide trauma bond. Yeah, it doesn't make no sense whatsoever. I don't understand it. It's nasty. It's the nastiest business. But yeah, how do you say so confident and calm despite everything fucking sucking? I don't know. I have seen the world for what it is in the 34 years that I've been alive, and I've seen a lot of death, a lot of destruction, a lot of pain. And you just got to keep pushing no matter what. And you got to keep believing that good change can happen. It's not going to happen overnight, but it can happen. And you just got to do everything in your power to push for it. It's because of the Zins, huh? Yeah, sure. He says in the most monotone voice ever. I mean, it is what it is. That's just my voice. Anyway, let's continue. So, Trump pauses the China tariffs again. It's so cool that he's just destroying China. He's destroying and then saving China over and over again. But it's very clearly a technique to dominate China in the marketplace of tariffs and the marketplace of ideas in general. You know, it's clear. Excellent 5D chess move, sir. Sir, it seems like it seems like you're really destroying China by basically tariffing everybody else but China. Everybody but China. Anyway, let's continue. Let's get started. Yeah, Fox News is like doing more Sydney Sweeney content because they feel like this is for the first time ever. They don't have to talk about like Epstein files or a million different awful things that Donald Trump has done. And I do think that liberals have also broadly moved on from the Sydney Sweeney shit, especially because like Republicans tried to make a much larger deal out of it. So they're just like actively trying to do the culture war stuff, but I don't think it's going to work. There's always going to be limited success regardless. But the amount of success that they can get out of farming this like culture war shit is smaller and smaller. So it is what it is. Okay, so simultaneously pardoning Maxwell is a bad move. Yeah. I did cover Mo Salah. All right. So Trump is deploying National Guard to D.C. and also placing the police under federal control. All of this started because of Big Balls. Big Balls was beaten up by a group of rowdy teenagers, according to the police. There were two teenagers, one 15-year-old I think teenage boy, and then another teenage girl. We don't know the exact details of what took place at this incident. Initially, they were like saying Big Balls heroically stopped a carjacking from taking place, but then like you look further into the situation and it doesn't seem like that was going on. It seems like they made it seem at first as though like Big Balls was stopping a carjacking that was taking place of a random woman. It turns out he was with his girlfriend potentially, I think. I just don't know the exact details of it, but it is Big Balls. We know that it is Big Balls. Big Balls was a victim of being attacked, a victim of an ass beating that he took from two teenagers, one boy and one girl. We know that those are the two suspects. It was the night of Big Balls. Many of you are laughing. Big Balls got his ass beat in D.C. by a teenage girl and a teenage boy, and you're laughing. And now Donald Trump is using. What are we doing, man? I can't believe these are the words that are coming out of my mouth when I'm describing like a potential federal takeover of law enforcement in the nation's capital. And like the fucking inflection point of this is Big Balls getting beat up by a 15-year-old girl and a 15-year-old boy. What the fuck is happening in this world, man? That's it. That's his name. His name is Big Balls. That is how we know him. That is how people have tweeted about the incident. None of this makes sense. Big Balls, for those of you who don't know, was one of the Doge employees, one of the barely adult Doge employees that was tasked with gutting the regulatory agencies. Oh, God damn. Anyway, here is Donald Trump taking the initiative.
Trump walking up to the podium. Let's listen.
I've been up here a lot. I've never seen a crowd like this. I think we need a ballroom, and that's happening. It's going to be a beautiful ballroom. This is really a lot of people, most I've ever seen in this room. And we're here for a very serious purpose. Very serious.
Big Balls was beaten up. Very serious purpose. That's the very serious purpose we have here. We will never allow Big Balls to be beaten up ever again. He got beat up, but we won't let it happen again.
This purpose, something's out of control, but we're going to put it in control very quickly like we did on the southern border. I'm announcing a historic action to rescue our nation's capital from crime, bloodshed, bedlam.
Yeah, by the way, D.C. and many other American cities, of course, are experiencing the lowest level of crime. D.C. specifically, I think in like 3 decades, lowest level of crime. So, like, Donald Trump saying that this is like crime is out of control is just a relitigation of shit that is not happening. Once again, invent a problem that doesn't actually exist or a trend that is going in the positive direction, act as though it's actually in the negative direction, lie about it. No one is going to check you anyway. And then what do? You have to fix this problem that you keep claiming is going on. Okay? This is virtually everything that this administration has done. Literally, every time this administration identifies an issue that's taking place, it is basically a direct reversal of the reality. Okay? Reality on the ground, immigrants are not actually contributing to crime in meaningful ways. As a matter of fact, undocumented migrants are responsible for much lower rates of crime per capita than natural-born U.S. citizens are. Donald Trump keeps claiming consistently that migrants are actually rapists, drug dealer, murderers, and they're doing tremendous amounts of crime. They're beheading people, hundreds of thousands of Americans a day or whatever the fuck. No one actually checks them. And then when he comes into power, he's like, well, we got to do some sort of immigration enforcement. Lo and behold, it turns out we're not actually apprehending these rapist, drug dealer beheaders. We're just apprehending regular ass people that have been fucking working at the goddamn fields to make a fucking penny to give back to their families. That's why they're doing these Home Depot raids, as a matter of fact. Is that where the MS-13 decapitators are at? That's what they're waiting at? They're waiting at the Home Depots? In Hollywood, there's a Home Depot. There's a bunch of day laborers that are undocumented migrants that are waiting there. You think they're fucking waiting for, what kind of day labor are they waiting for? A decapitation and an assassination contract? Is that why? They're waiting outside a Home Depot for someone to roll up and be like, hey, man, can you please decapitate my enemies? Is that what's going on? No, of course not. It's fucking stupid because that's not a real problem. Donald Trump invented the problem. Well, Donald Trump didn't single-handedly invent the problem, but he just ran on this being a real issue. And of course, because it's not a real problem at all, you have to fucking turn around and invent a solution, a real violent solution for a problem that doesn't exist. Same goes for crime in D.C. Is there crime in D.C.? Certainly. D.C. is also a majority black. I mean, it's a very black city, okay? This is part of the reason why Donald Trump wants to do tremendous enforcement in D.C. There's also, obviously, a housing crisis in D.C. as there is everywhere else. So there's homelessness there, too. And he wants to just, like, do violent seizures and violent apprehensions in D.C. And in an effort to make sure that this kind of attitude sticks, you got to just, like, point to one instance of crime to say this is out of control. We got to fucking stop it. And it turns out it's 2 teenagers that jumped Big Balls. That is the reason. Yeah, of course, violent crime is at a 30-year low in D.C., but don't let real information get in the way of creating a comfortable narrative, right? A violent, reactionary, right-wing narrative. Of course, Too many newsrooms are just parroting the Trump admin's claims about crime and reporting on what's happening in D.C. as the National Guard is deployed into a crime crackdown. Violent crime in D.C. is 30-year low. Total violent crime for 2024 in the District of Columbia is down 35% from 2023 and is at its lowest as it's been in over 30 years, according to data collected by the Metropolitan Police Department and announced by the United States Attorney Matthew M. Graves. A breakdown of data is available here. In addition to overall violent crime reduction, homicides are down 32%, robberies are down 39%, armed carjackings are down 53%, assaults with a dangerous weapon are down 27% when compared to 2023 levels, with the district reporting the fewest assaults with dangerous weapons and burglaries in over 30 years. That's where we're at. It's like, crime is out of control. Look at how many black people are around. That's basically what it is. Do not let actual information, the truth, empirical evidence, and all the other gay woke shit like that get in the way of crafting a fucking right-wing narrative that justifies the military coming in and I guess like doing violent seizures and violent crime tackling. Okay, fake stats are woke, they're gay, it's made up. That's basically what it is. Okay, it's also, we're in a permanent state of like, what are you gonna fucking do about it with this administration? So they don't even care. They don't even care about this.
And squalor and worse. This is Liberation Day in D.C. and we're going to take our capital back. We're taking it back under the authorities vested in me as the President of the United States. I'm officially invoking Section...
What changed reduced crime so substantially? Crime rates increased dramatically due to COVID instability, and then it's normalizing once again. That's what's the major factor here. That's it. That's all it is. Crime has been on a consistent downtrend for decades at this point. What these guys mean when they talk about crime, what they mean is visible poverty, okay, homelessness, and storefronts closing down, shit like that, which is a direct product of bad policy. And the only way to tackle that issue is by doing good policy that actually improves the material circumstances of working class Americans. But obviously they won't do that because that's fucking extra woke and extra gay, extra socialist, right? So they have to do like violent apprehension, which is fascist. It's on the exact opposite front. Not to get all blue and on, but this feels like a practice run for eventually declaring martial law nationwide. Oh, for sure. Abso-freaking-lutely. That's not even, I don't think that's blue and on at all. It's very obvious that this man wants to federalize the National Guard in every state he possibly can, specifically blue states. Red states will obviously implement the National Guard at the Trump's behest regardless. And he wants to violently and forcibly go through this process and take control over every single fucking country. It's interesting because like there is no sophisticated false flag operation or a psyop that they're implementing. They're basically just saying there's no need for it anymore. You can just have Donald Trump say there's a lot of crime happening in this area, so we have to literally use the military to stop it. And people will go, okay, I guess we do. Like there's no need for any sort of, there's no false flag operation. There's no like, CIA comes in and like it does some kind of like intervention or whatever. The president just says it. There's no pushback from the media ecosystem. So obviously whatever he says goes. And before you know it, you're like, I guess we just have military on the streets. Great.
740 of the District of Columbia Home Rule Act. You know what that is? And placing the D.C. Metropolitan Police Department under direct federal control, and you'll be meeting the people that will be directly involved with that. Very good people, but they're tough, and they know what's happening, and they've done it before. In addition...
yeah, the fact that the victim was big balls, it makes it even crazier. Like maybe that's the fucking false flag. Who knows, right? I don't think so though, but it does make for an insane story. It makes for quite a stupid story. You know, Our big, beautiful balls was attacked in a carjacking by teenagers. We will put an end to teenage crime by force. We will make the military shoot the teens.
Deploying the National Guard to help reestablish law, order, and public safety in Washington, D.C., and they're going to be allowed to do their job properly. And you people are victims of it, too. You know, you're reporters, and I understand a lot of you tend to be on the liberal side, but you don't want to get mugged and raped and shot and killed. And you all know people and friends of yours that happened. And so you can be any...
I think one of the craziest things to say in DC of all places is that, like, you don't want to be mugged and raped and shot and killed. And it's like, dog, you're a rapist, okay? You have a literal, another rapist to your left that you made the Secretary of State. In DC of all places, if someone is likely to be raped, it is probably by the rapist in charge of the government, okay? What an insane thing to just add on to the equation. It's like when we do it, when we do the rapes, it's different. It's legalized. It's cool. Ghislaine Maxwell, free Ghislaine.
Anything you want, but you want to have safety in the streets. You want to be able to leave your apartment or your house where you live and feel safe and go into a store to buy a newspaper or buy something. And you don't have that now. The murder rate in Washington...
D.C. Violent crime in D.C. 2024 to 2025 year-to-date comparison. They just slam it right next to him saying this. Homicide down 12%. Sexual abuse down 49%. Assault with a dangerous weapon down 20%. Robbery down 28%. That's the woke D.C. Met Police. D.C. Met Police is lying because they're woke. Believe me, folks, they're lying. They're lying to the American public about how the crime is down. It's up. It's up. Why do I know it's up? Because I said so. We are going to fire the statistics guy at DC Metropolitan Police, and we're going to put whatever numbers we say is happening. That's right. These are not accurate numbers. These are inaccurate fake news numbers. We're going to fire the person who came up with the numbers and make sure that it is reflective of the reality.
Today is higher than that of Bogota, Colombia.
Are you saying his bar charts are fake? First of all, he doesn't have a bar chart. He's just making shit up. Okay? He's just making shit up. Why is he making this shit up? Because he wants to utilize the National Guard as a police force that is beholden to him and him only. And it's a testing ground. DC is a testing ground because it's like not a real state. It's a District of Columbia, and it doesn't have like the same tools at its disposal. So Donald Trump is basically using the DC, the big balls beat up, as an inflection point to try to test some kind of like federal law enforcement, because there's already a tremendous amount of federal law enforcement agents in DC to begin with. Yeah. There's no chart yet. Okay. I'm sure eventually there will be a chart that they will point to that will, create a neat little narrative, right? Oh, there. Okay. This is funny. Oh, here it is, dude. DC police commander suspended, accused of changing crime statistics. Police union says directive to change offense classification comes from command staff. This is from July 18th, 2025. A DC police commander is under investigation for allegedly making changes to crime statistics in his district. The Met Police Department confirmed Michael Pulliam was placed on paid administrative leave in mid-May. That happened just a week after Pulliam filed an equal employment opportunity complaint against the assistant chief, and the police union accused the department of deliberately falsifying crime data, according to 3 law enforcement sources familiar with the complaint. The union claims police supervisors in the department manipulate crime data to make it appear like violent crime has fallen considerably compared to last year. Pulliam, the former commander of the 3rd District of Patrol's Adam Morgan in Columbia Heights, was placed on leave with pay, and he was told he was under the investigation for questionable changes to crime data. 5 law enforcement sources familiar with the investigation told News 4. That came about a week after he filed a complaint against Executive Assistant Chief of Police Andre Wright, according to 3 law enforcement sources familiar with the complaint. Only union in the country? Yeah. Yeah, they have a dispute They have like a separate dispute, and I guess like this is what they're saying. Union officials said there's a larger trend of manipulating crime statistics. When our members respond to the scene of a felony offense, when there's a victim reporting that the felony occurred, inevitably there will be a lieutenant or captain that will show up on scene and direct those members to take a report for a lesser offense. Fraternal Order of Police Chairman Greg Pemberton said. So instead of taking a report for a shooting or a stabbing or carjacking, they will order that officer to take a report for theft or an injured person to the hospital or felony assault, which is not the same type of classification. Wouldn't that also increase other crime rates, though, if that was the case? Like the lesser crimes that take place, but crime is down across the board. So how does that make sense? Are they just lying? If that was the case, then certain types of crimes that are lower offenses than, like, you know, aggravated assault with a violent firearm as opposed to like a misdemeanor, that would increase, but they're all decreasing. Because this is different than like, oh, massaging the numbers. The police department's command staff is focusing on two categories in order to get the numbers to fall, Pemberton said: armed with a dangerous weapon and injured person to the hospital. When management officials are directing officers to take reports of felony assault, if they're going back to the police databases and changing offenses to felony assault's not a category of crime that's listed in the department's daily crime stats. It's also not something that's a requirement of the FBI's Uniform Crime Reporting Program. So by changing criminal offenses, for example, ADW bat or ADW assault with a deadly weapon gun to a felony assault, that would avoid both the MPD and FBI reporting as a part of the felony offense. Here's the chart they were passing out. Oh, so they do have a chart. White House handouts passed out to reporters ahead of President Trump's news conference on DC crime. This is the chart. Washington, D.C. will be liberated today. Crime, savagery, filth, and scum will disappear. I will make our capital great again. Holy fuck, he is so insane. The days of ruthlessly killing or hurting innocent people are over. I quickly fixed the border. 0 illegals in the last 3 months. D.C. is next. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Criminals removed from D.C. streets this weekend. And then it's just like photos of 3 guys. Arrested for possession of controlled substance, oxycodone, and hashish. Arrested for carrying a pistol without a license. The firearm was recovered. Charged with possession of a firearm, possession of unregistered ammunition, possession with intent to distribute narcotics, and carrying a pistol without a license. Arrested for DUI. Arrested on a warrant out of Georgia. Weapons and narcotics seized during the operation this weekend. Wait, what? Narcotics seized during the operation this weekend? What the fuck? This is like shit you buy at a storefront. Bro, this is like a 10th grader made in Microsoft Word. I mean, yeah. Yeah, from immigrant crime to black crime, the conversation quickly shifted to a more comfortable territory that Americans know and Americans love talking about. One could even say that immigrant crime was an extension of like black and brown crime. You know, POCs, they're doing crimes, and now we're back to the age-old hits. These violent black criminals must be kept at bay through lethal law enforcement, that kind of thing.
Mexico City, some of the places that you hear about as being the worst places on earth, much higher. This is much higher. The number of car thefts has doubled over the past 5 years, and the number of carjackings has more than tripled. Murders in 2023 reached the highest rate probably ever. They say 25 years, but they don't know what that means because it just goes back 25 years. Can't be worse. Our capital city has been overtaken by violent gangs and bloodthirsty criminals, roving mobs of wild youth, drugged out maniacs and homeless people. And we're not going to let it happen anymore. We're not going to take it. Yeah, just like we did on our southern border. Nobody comes through our southern border anymore. 3 months in a row, we had 0. I don't know if that's right, but the people that do the work, it's a very liberal group of people, actually, and they actually said 0 for the last 3 months. Nobody thought a thing like that was possible. And, you know, when you say take a look at numbers, I just saw some
Don't get me wrong, like America's rooted in racism, but isn't this like incompetent fascism? If people are mad at ICE, I feel like target black people radicalize most Americans more. No, this is incompetent fascism. There's no other way that these guys can actually implement fascism. They're incompetent. This is just, I mean, American fascism also doesn't have any sort of like significant institutional hurdles. American fascism does not have any sort of like serious left-wing pushback. So in the absence of like serious left-wing pushback, you can be incompetent and fascist in this way in broad daylight. And there is seemingly no investment or interest from the left flank, the Democratic Party, which is not a real left party anyway. It's a center-right party in and of itself. But there is no institutional opposition within the duopoly. So they could just be as fucking stupid as possible with very little pushback. They already have captured the attention and the investment of some of the power brokers that control flows of information. On the one hand, you have the Fourth Estate, mainstream news and mainstream press owned by billionaires. Donald Trump goes to them and says, hey, play ball and I will help you. Some of them actually do play ball. Others that actually have any sort of like ideological opposition, because there's no real investment in like covering things truthfully, but there are, I guess, like different interests that some billionaires might have over others. And the ones that actually do cover things that make Trump look bad, for example, Donald Trump will go and sue in the court system. He's been doing it nonstop. And guess what? Lo and behold, there are a fuck ton of law firms that actually offered pro bono legal counsel, free of charge legal counsel to this administration early on. And then beyond that, there's mainstream or non-mainstream resources of information like independent media. Independent media is obviously a little bit trickier to deal with, but you can have a lot of these also incredibly powerful, wealthy billionaires basically tweak the algorithm to the best of their ability to create an unlimited flow of right-wing reactionary propaganda, as you've seen in the ways that it unfolded on Twitter, and the secondary impact that that had on all of these other platforms as well. That's why there's so much neo-Nazi sentiment flying wild. And here we are. This is it. This is where we're at. We're getting value-tained.
Some charts. These are different cities throughout the world. Red is, okay, the red is a place called Washington, D.C. Look at these. Baghdad we doubled up on Baghdad. Panama City, Brasilia, San Jose, Costa Rica, Bogota, Colombia, heavy drugs. Mexico City, I mentioned, Lima, Peru, all double and triple what they are. So do you want to live in places like that? I don't think so. I don't think so. And I think the people in this room, if you wrote correctly, you'd see, look at the kind of numbers we have. D.C., 41 per 100,000, number one that we can find anywhere in the world. Other cities are pretty bad, but they're not as bad as that. Is that where you want to live? The reporters of the world? Juvenile offenders and crimes against persons, as they say. It's getting worse. Not getting better, it's getting worse. And we had a recent indication. There was a story about a man who was just left. He quit because he was asked to do phony numbers on crime. And we're going to look into that. I think Pam is going to be looking into that. But he was asked by the city, I guess, that we don't want to show the real numbers. Let me do numbers so it looks like it's going down. Not going down. And under Biden, it was a disaster. And nobody did anything about it. We're going to do things about it like you wouldn't believe. It's time for dramatic action. We're going to do the same thing over here. It's going to be a very safe city very soon. We're not looking to just take years, because a lot of people die in years. And we've got incredible people in this country, except we have to allow them to do their job. And that we will deliver like nobody's ever delivered before. I actually think it's easy. You know, if you're competent, it's easy. If you're incompetent, it's impossible. But I'm very competent. Last week, my administration surged surged 500 federal agents into the district, including from the FBI, ATF, DEA, Park Police, the U.S. Marshal Service, the Secret Service, and the Department of Homeland Security. You know, a lot of nations, they don't have anything like that. They got some police, and they're rough police. They don't have DEA, ATF, FBI, Park Police, the U.S. Marshal Service, Secret Service, Department of Homeland Security. They got some police, but they're rough police, and they do their job. They don't have crime. We're not going to have crime either. They made dozens of arrests, and that's what starts to happen. Again, cashless bail. Watch what we do with that. Today, we're formally declaring a public safety emergency. This is an emergency. This is a tragic emergency. And it's embarrassing for me to be up here. You know, I'm going to see Putin. I'm going to Russia on Friday. I don't like being up here talking about how unsafe and how dirty and disgusting this once beautiful capital was, with graffiti all over the walls. It's another part of it, by the way, because we're talking about safety, but we're also talking about beautification. We have the most beautiful, potentially, capital in the world. We always had. But people come from Iowa, they come from Indiana, they come and then they get...
This is a great question. Where is it? Someone said, after the second time, how can people still believe what he's saying? Where did it go? I can't find it. After he got elected the second time, it's actually hard for me to listen to him talk. All the confidence and charisma is gone. How are still people falling for this? It's because of what he's saying. If you noticed, what he's saying is something that many right-wing politicians have said since the inception of the American state. The notion that, like, black and brown people are scary and they're ruining our big, beautiful cities. It's just a more modernized version of it. So you don't really need a lot of charisma when there is already, centuries of delicately crafted anti-black propaganda, anti-brown person, like these guys are different than us, type of propaganda that he can just like rely on. It's not just Fox News. This is far before Fox News. That's why I say like anti-blackness is fundamental. It's foundational to American societal development. So all he's basically doing is relitigating that same exact fear that many Americans have, and that's all they need to hear. They see it as him truth telling. Do you understand? And it's also like a bunch of other boomer problems as well. I mean, if you notice, he's like talking about the beautification of the city by like tackling graffiti. Like no one under the age of 35 is going to look at that and be like, wow, I'm glad that they're tackling graffiti. Like that's not a significant problem facing any American, not even 35, under the age of 45. Who gives a fuck if there's graffiti everywhere? Are you kidding me? Make affordable housing happen, okay? People can't live in homes, and you're talking about like people vandalizing the beautiful city with graffiti. No one cares. I don't care. Graffiti is so not an issue that I would say that like in the millennial generation and onward, people literally commission graffiti artists to do like murals and shit. It's over. Like that's not a real point of contention at all for many people. The reason why he's doing that is because he's an old dipshit and he is commanding the attention of other old dipshits who do care about that sort of thing and think like, oh my God, it's riddled with crime. Yeah, the pull up your pants caucus celebrating is right. That's exactly what's happening here. We're going to make it illegal to have your pants sag. That's right. It's no longer a thing. Because, like, remember, guys, a lot of racialized language in this country is insidious. It's, like, hidden. It's not... It's something that most people tune into but refuse to acknowledge as, like, racialized. You can't just like straight up slam the N-word into your fucking propaganda because people will go, oh, that's a bridge too far for me. But if you hit it from different angles, like saying that they're thugs, saying that there's a lot of crime that they are doing, saying, At different times, there has been different versions of relitigating this same cycle, the same understanding that like black people are violent savages who are constantly doing crime and must be violently put down with a veneer of plausible deniability. Then you can get away with it.
Mugged? Not going to happen. Keep coming, because by the time you get your trip set, it's going to be safe again, and it's going to be clean very quickly. We're going to replace the medians that are falling down all over the roads. We're going to replace the potholes. We're going to put a nice new coat of asphalt over the top. No, we don't have to rip the road out and spend 7 years building a new road because they cut everything. Because some designers said, well, we need a 1/4 of an inch more turn for safety reasons. No. We're going to do it right. We're going to get it done quickly. So today we're declaring public safety emergency in the District of Columbia. And Attorney General Pam Bondi, who's fantastic, is taking command of the Metropolitan Police Department as of this moment. And I'll be making the appropriate notifications to Congress and to the mayor, our new DEA administrator, who's one of the top in the country. He better be Terry. If you're not, I'm going to get rid of you so fast. Terry Cole. Terry, thanks. Very good. We just got him. Most highly recommended person.
Bro, why can't he do something about a real issue instead of making everything worse? What do you mean? That's the whole principle behind reactionary politics. And it's looking at the reasons as to why crime persists. And instead of actually tackling the material inequities at the heart of why crime happens, okay, instead of tackling the root of why these crimes happen, which is, of course, woke, gay, and socialist, the solution to these issues. So you can't do that. You have to continue. You have to continue with more and more violent and apprehensive law enforcement policies. It's just law and order. That's what you got to do. More law and order. More law and order. Which, of course, exacerbates the inequalities anyway. It doesn't actually solve the problem at all. It maybe like sweeps it away from the public eye for a little bit.
And you'll be designated as the interim federal commissioner of the Metropolitan Police Department, okay? And you run them tough. They're good. You have a lot of good people. You have people that shouldn't be there. You also have people that shouldn't be there. They got in there because of woke. But you have a lot of great police, and those people are the ones that want to help you.
Pamela, it was more than an hour.
You got people in there because of woke. Incredible, man. Incredible. You got people in there because of woke that shouldn't be in there. I mean, what do you say to that? What do you say to that? That's the president, man. Let's continue, I guess.
This news conference, and it's been going on, answering a bunch of questions.
Yeah, and this is significant because what he announced today is a federal takeover of D.C. police and deploying the National Guard. I mean, this is, as far as I know, unprecedented to hear it.
National Guard and potentially other U.S. military troops down the road.
Exactly, and he made it clear that this could just be the beginning, that it might not just be D.C., and I think that that is significant as well. And, of course, this is an extraordinary move by the president. I want to bring in our Brian Todd here. Brian, we're already getting reaction from D.C. council members.
We are, Pamela and Wolf. This coming into CNN from Council Member Charles Allen of the 6th Ward in D.C. His post is, quote, the president taking over local control of MPD and putting the U.S. military onto the streets of D.C. under the guise of public safety is wrong. It's an extreme, outrageous, and dangerous move for our city and the safety of all of our residents. He's the first city council member to react to this whole thing. None of them had reacted really last week to this in any real measure. This is the first time a city council member has reacted.
Is it blue and on to think this is another Epstein distraction? No, I think this isn't an Epstein distraction necessarily. I think this is just like another part of the broader plan. I don't think it's even blue and on to suggest that this is like the ultimate goal, which is to to violently take over any sort of crime enforcement and give it directly to the hands of a much more servile federal law enforcement that is beholden to Donald Trump first and foremost. It's just like they don't want any sort of localized control. They don't want any sort of like blue cities making decisions that would protect their own citizens, protect their own local constituents. They want basically all control to be in the hands of the administrative state, and they want to engage in a fascist takeover of cities. I think that's what it is. Like, they see the kind of language coming from Zoran Mamdani, for example. And it's like, oh, you do this to DC first, and you have a successful strategy that you've implemented in terms of like a brown shirt fascist takeover over the Capitol. Then you can do it in New York City too. It's I mean, it started not with DC, but it started with like Los Angeles. Los Angeles was the blueprint. Act as though crime is completely out of control and forcibly federalize the National Guard against the demands or the interests of the state governance itself, and use that as a threatening military presence to violently stop any sort of pushback from the local citizens. Portland is another example as well. Portland and Trump 1 was a perfect example of this. And I think like it's DC, LA, it will be New York tomorrow, I think. That's what I think is going on. And if there's no pushback whatsoever, if there's no mobilization against this sort of thing, and if there's no like institutional setbacks presented by the party that is supposed to be at odds with this sort of thing, then we'll just have a complete fascist takeover with very little hurdles implemented in the direction of making sure that America remains a democracy.
And come out strongly on this. We're also reaching out to Mayor Muriel Bowser's office and the office of the Metropolitan Washington Police Department for their response. We started to reach out to them while this news conference was going.
What's interesting is like there were reasonable grounds for something similar to have been done under the Democratic leadership of Joe Biden with states like Texas, where Governor Greg Abbott was literally going against the interests of the federal government, going against the interests of the administrative state, going against the demands being made at the federal level for how to deal with migration into the country. And yet no such incident took place when there was actually a reason for Biden to do this. You understand? Like, Biden should have done this. This is something that I said Biden should have done. And of course, at the time, many people were like, well, don't you think that that would be a dangerous precedent to set? No, because if a state is deciding that they're just going to violate the aspects of the federal government that have full control over, like immigration, for example, and they're just going to seemingly decide on their own what to do, and then they're going to do human trafficking, which is what Greg Abbott and Ron DeSantis famously did when Biden was president, then you have to punish them. Otherwise, if you don't fucking punish them, they're just going to continue doing it. And what I was demanding at that point was actually doing law and order, not like a fake made up crime, or not like a normal part of existing in a city that already has like local forms of policing to deal with these sorts of things like carjackings and the like, but instead like a state directly violating orders from the federal government. And Biden didn't do it, and Republicans still ended up doing it anyway. So this is the point we're at. It's like Democrats being like, oh, well, we got to protect the institutions, the sanctity of our institutions. If we like violate something, if we actually violate previous norms like this, then Republicans will violate them when they come into power. And it's like, okay, but they already are going to do it, and they have done it, and they're going to continue doing it anyway. You have to, at some point, you have to fight fire with fire and actually actively push back. Republicans have never looked for permission from the Democrats to do something. They just do it. They know what they can get away with, and they rely on their base and the appetite that their base has for like unlimited violence against known villains, okay, well-established villains, marginalized demographics and things like that, and they will do anything they want to do. Yeah, so why do you believe Democrats will push back? What point did I say they are pushing back? I'm saying that they're not, and I wish they would.
Going on. No word back from them yet. The mayor has been fairly muted in her comments on this. She did speak out yesterday in an interview, but did not openly criticize the president for this. It's an extraordinary move. We have to point out, never before in American history has a U.S. president taken over control of the Metropolitan Washington, D.C. Police Department. How is this going to work on the streets? How is it going to work from a command and control standpoint? That is a huge, huge question. And of course, his threat to do this in other cities, we'll see how that plays out. I think you got to see how it really plays out here first.
Right, and we should also note that he talked about moving the homeless population in D.C., right. Thousands of people far away without offering those specifics.
He didn't say where they were going. I want to bring in our senior White House reporter, Kevin Liptak. Kevin, you've been monitoring this very, very closely. What jumps out at you?
Yeah, and I think the president's steps here to federalize the D.C. police force certainly very significant. What we didn't hear from the president was how long that would last. You know, the statute that he's using, the D.C. Home Rule Act, allows for initial federalization for 48 hours before notifying Congress. He said that he was doing that. So beyond that, we don't know exactly how long it would last. The other thing that stuck out was the president raising open the possibility that he would use active duty troops as part of this effort, saying that they would be ready as needed to join the federal or National Guard to help support law enforcement in the city. And you really did hear the president paint quite a dystopian picture of Washington, D.C., saying that it was overtaken by violent gangs, by bloodthirsty criminals, using this imagery that doesn't necessarily comport with a lot of people's experience in this city, but also with what the actual numbers show. You know, statistics do show that violent crime in Washington is falling since reaching a peak in 2023. The president's aides dispute some of those figures. You heard the president come out saying that some of those statistics might have been cooked, but really when you look at the numbers, what the president is painting is an image that doesn't necessarily match up with what the figures show, but also with what a lot of people's experience in the city is. And so a significant step by the president certainly today.
All right, Kevin Liptak at the White House for us. Kevin, thank you very, very much.
I think one of the craziest aspects of this is that, like, this violent seizure, okay, this ridiculous seizure of local law enforcement in the hands of, like, federal law enforcement apparatus is precisely what the Republicans presented as a real danger that the Democrats were implementing when they fucking were not, okay? Black bagging people for thought crimes. Republicans are doing it. Democrats never did that shit, okay? Like mass censorship at the behest of the State Department. They constantly pointed to like the Biden administration saying like, oh, with COVID vaccines, like you got to be more careful with what kind of information you're disseminating. They were fucking fearful of that shit. Nowadays, you literally get arrested. You know what I mean? Like it's insane. It's insane that like every single thing that Republicans claim that they care about, that they complained about, that the Democrats might potentially do when they were not doing, okay? When a Republican president is doing it, they're all fucking celebrating it, okay? Black bagging people for thought crimes, literally happening in this goddamn fucking administration. No issues whatsoever. The idea that like, the idea that like, oh, there's a pedophilic elite that are being protected by the administration in charge. Okay, look at Donald Trump. He's going to give a fucking pardon to Ghislaine Maxwell, or at least like lenient sentencing to Ghislaine Maxwell. It's already started in exchange for a false confession, presenting her as the singular person that can, reveal information about an investigation that the administration is suppressing. Like that's literally what the Trump administration is doing. Everything that like Republican voters have cried about that like Democrats are going to do, or they claim that Democrats were doing, the Trump administration is doing actively. Even things that are like undeniable, you know what I mean? And that's where we're at. That's where here we are. You know, it's happening in real time. And it seems like the Republicans love it. They're like, oh, this is great. This is exactly what we voted for. That's what they keep saying over and over and over again. Great. You know, oh, they don't care about the Constitution. Okay, what is the Constitution? It's like, I'll wipe my ass with the Constitution if my president says it's fucking bullshit. It's fucking bullshit, baby. Let's go.
You know,
Chief Pamela Smith is the chief of the Metropolitan Police Department, and its 3,100 members work under her direction.
however, as most have heard from the president's press conference, that he has prerogatives in D.C. unlike anywhere else in the country, including his authority given by our home rule charter to require the mayor, to require me to supply services of the Metropolitan Police Department. And he also has control and the ability to deploy the National Guard. But let me be clear, as our home rule charter is also clear, and the president's executive order restates.
Yeah, the only thing here is that per DC Home Rule Act, presidential control can't last beyond 30 days unless Congress authorizes an extension. Trump has to provide written justification to Congress to extend control beyond 48 hours. And Dave Weigel asks, does any Republican not vote to extend it? Especially on this issue, Republicans will absolutely extend it. Here's another fucking lie. These guys constantly talk about the debt, the deficit, the deficit, the deficit. Donald Trump will explode the deficit by offering fat fucking tax cuts to the wealthiest people in American society at a time when they're like experiencing unprecedented levels of wealth growth, where 99% of the public is actually suffering with no adjustments and no solutions to the fucking growing cost of living crisis, this affordability crisis that every American is experiencing, which is what he actually ran on, by the way, tackling that issue. Meanwhile, the only thing he's implemented is actually going to inevitably down the line increase prices for every single American because he slapped on a fat fucking sales tax, which is a regressive tax, which hurts the working poor way harder in the form of universal tariffs, okay, with no trade to protect whatsoever. In the process of market volatility that took place whenever he says, I'm going to do the tariffs, and then he says, I'm not going to do the tariffs, the only people that actually made out like bandits were the wealthiest people who played the market in accordance to Donald Trump's wishy-washy politics. And not only that, but instead of cutting back on like military spending, what we're doing is increasing military spending, which was yet another fucking lie. There is trillions of dollars the Pentagon cannot even account for at this point. Never actually passed a fucking audit. Doesn't really matter. We just got to keep dumping more money into that endeavor. And now we have to. Now we will use the military as a law enforcement mechanism in direct violation of the Constitution, but it doesn't fucking matter because Trump can just turn around and say, well, there's crime happening. It's really scary. We got to use the military. That's it. That's it. All the while, there is another federal law enforcement mechanism that is straight up operating without any sort of constitutional limitations under the Department of Homeland Security. And the Trump administration is using that as his own personal Gestapo force. And we gave 17 billion, or not 17, 175 billion total in the next decade to make sure that we fund this federal law enforcement agency so they can do black bagging, kidnapping operations in the middle of the fucking street with no constitutional scrutiny whatsoever, with no limitations whatsoever. They operate outside of the bounds of the Constitution at the direct behest of the president. You make these decisions if you feel like you're never going to lose an election or if there's no election ever going to take place whatsoever. Make no mistake. That's why I keep saying, perhaps jokingly, that like, who knows if we'll have another fucking election, you know? These guys are moving. These guys are moving like they don't care if Democrats ever actually come back to power because either they believe that the Democrats won't do anything with this newfound consolidation of power at the White House, or they'll never actually reach the White House ever again. Meanwhile, you still have what's up with the new IDubbbz drama? I don't know, man. Why would I know anything about the new IDubbbz drama? Brother, there is a fucking fascist takeover taking place in broad daylight in the fucking federal government at the Capitol, and you're like, what about IDubbbz? That's amazing.
Chief Pamela Smith is the chief of the Metropolitan Police Department, and its 3,100 members work under her direction. The Home Rule Charter requires the mayor to provide the services of MPD during special conditions of an emergency, and we will follow the law. Though there's a question about—
It's your fault you cover YouTuber drama so much. Yeah, you're right. Here, I'll get people to forcibly lock in
the subjectivity of that declaration. In fact, the chief has already provided a high-level liaison.
Anyway, let's continue. Breaking: Hegseth announces mobilization of the National Guard in Trump ordered crackdown on DC crime.
Pete, could you say something about the military, if you would?
Well, Mr. President, it's an honor to be here. And at your direction this morning, we've mobilized the D.C. National Guard. It'll be operationalized by the Secretary of the Army, Dan Driscoll, through the D.C. Guard. You will see them flowing into the streets of Washington in the coming week. At your direction as well, sir, there are other units we are prepared to bring in. Other National Guard units, other specialized units. They will be strong, they will be tough, and they will stand with their law enforcement partners. This is nothing new for DOD. As the president noted, at the border, we've got 10,000 troops down there who've been operating in defense cooperation areas, defense zones, where there's zero illegal crossings because of troops on strikers scanning the border. We've been protecting other people's borders for 20 years. It's about time we protect our own, and we're working with ICE and CBP. In Los Angeles, we did the same thing. Working with the California National Guard, working with ICE officers. ICE officers deserve to do their job and not be attacked. We will work alongside all DC police and federal law enforcement to ensure this city is safe, this city is beautiful. And as I always say about President Trump to the troops, he has their back. And my message to the National Guard and federal law enforcement in Washington is, we have your back as well. Be tough, be strong, we're right behind you. Thank you, Mr. President.
I'm going to ask Pam. Good. If we could keep the first questions perhaps to this subject, and then we'll go on to a few others. Please.
Mr. President, thank you so much. Can you talk about—
Remember when Hegseth was told to stay home during J6 because he has Nazi tattoos, and even his command knew they were a red flag? Certainly nothing of concern now that he's doing martial law in the same city we are in hell. Yeah, I mean, that was like a big part of the reason why he became the Secretary of Defense. Because Donald Trump heard that story and was like, that's exactly the kind of guy that we need to have running the military. That's real, by the way. That's a real story. Pete Hegseth is a part of the National Guard, okay, at the time. And because he has like a Templar tattoos and like Crusader tattoos and shit, they're like, hey, you can't be a part of the security detail. You have Templar tattoos. That's insane. So he takes that personally. And he wrote an entire fucking book about it. And now, you know, now he's at the tippy top. It's just tattoos, Hasan. Yeah, exactly. No, it's just us. Yeah, when people have like fucking swastikas and shit, it's just a tattoo, bro. It's not like the actual tattoo. It's what the tattoo is, the meaning behind it, you know?
how personal of an issue this is? So we talked about flying over the Washington Monument and seeing pride of what DC is, and do you believe that the status of the city, the cleanliness, the way that crime is low, is a direct reflection on how the country is run?
Yeah, I do. I think the Capitol, look, everyone comes here. They're all coming. All the leaders, they're all wanting to come. And I say it, I've said it again, but I'm really just quoting.
For years and years, I have warned about this. I said over and over again that if the opposition party that was in charge at the time does not create a counter messaging campaign that is dedicated to calling into question the right-wing hysteria and the right-wing panic surrounding the crime wave, then this is the only thing that people will remember, and they will be infinitely more susceptible to this kind of hysteria when the Republicans inevitably come back in charge and they actually do the violations, they actually do the crimes to stop a fucking crime wave that they have whipped up And of course, they didn't do that. Instead, they fell mercy to the right-wing reactionary sentiments surrounding big crime in big blue cities. And they themselves were like, we got to do something about it. More apprehension is a necessity. More violent enforcement is a necessity. And here we are. You can trace this with even the pro-Palestinian student encampments and the pro-Palestinian movement that took place after October 7, and the ways in which the Democrat-run government actively tried to suppress these movements and fell mercy to the media hysteria that was whipped around the notion that these fucking insanely peaceful student protests that were on the right side of history were actually barbaric, monstrous anti-Semites, even though it was a lot of these protest movements are also led by Jewish students themselves. Okay. There were 3,500 arrests of student protesters under the Biden administration. What do you think happens when Trump comes into office? Of course, he's going to escalate the problem. Of course, he's going to push it even further. That's it. Part of that is because the Democrats also don't mind this kind of fascist takeover. That is the reality, okay, for a lot of these issues, especially when it comes to Israel. Democrats would rather have Americans shut the fuck up than to actually listen to the reasonable voices coming from their own constituencies, the reasonable voices demanding positive change in this direction, because it is a utterly immoral circumstance that they've created. A genocide that is unfolding with American weapons, with American protection, and with American legal cover. But this is simply one issue that is a glaringly obvious issue, okay, that I'm using to show that this is an emblematic problem within the Democratic Party's infrastructure as well. Okay? The idea that like they bear no responsibility for the shit that Trump administration is doing when they literally set up the grounds, they set up the environment that the Trump administration is taking advantage of, it's important to address. It is important to address.
Other leaders from NATO, from the Middle East, King of Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE. I was over there. We brought back $5.1 trillion of investment into our country. But a month and a half ago, I was at NATO. We had a great thing. They agreed to put up 5% instead of 2%. 2% they didn't pay, 5% is already paid. We had a great meeting, and they all said the same thing. They said our country was dead. They thought our country was gone. 1 year ago, they said your country was dead. And now you have the hottest country anywhere in the world. We do. We're the hottest country in the world right now.
Still the hottest.
The tariffs have helped. It's given us not only the money, it's billions, trillions of dollars of money, but it gives us great power.
It's also crazy because it's like so, like the promotion of this is so objectively stupid, like dumber than ever before. Even previous Republican administrations would probably try to massage the narrative a little bit. Like they wouldn't just be like, it's woke, it's gay, we are so hot, we're hot, hot, hot. We're doing the crimes. We're stopping the crimes because crime is woke. You know, there is no, like, discourse is unwinding as well. It's just another, I think it's another aspect of like the anti-intellectualist wave that we are seeing, where people are just like, where people are basically saying like, no, it's more truthful and more honest that you don't even make like a reasonable effort to shelter the public. You don't even make a reasonable effort to try and propagandize your position. You just say it's woke and that's it. Oh, we're cutting $800 billion in Medicaid. Why? Because Mexicans are getting that Medicaid. It's not true, but it doesn't matter. As long as people fucking believe it, who cares, right? And as long as there's no counter messaging on this agenda, as long as there's no counter messaging from the Democrats that are just like fully grabbing onto these different aspects, and one might even say there's too much unwinding of the systems to be able to tackle any part of it efficiently, and there is some truth to that, but there is no decent pushback against any of this stuff either.
Power over enemies. We solved 5 wars with Pakistan and India. We just solved one. Azerbaijan and, as you know, and Armenia. A war was raging for 37 years, and the 2 leaders got up and they said, we never thought this would be solved. Russia tried to solve it. They all tried to solve it. It was a very tough situation, but we got it done and got it done. And I said to the 2 men, I said, are you guys friends? And they had a hard time. You know, they've been killing each other for 37 years, right? One was there 5 years, one was there for 22 years. He said, my whole life I've been fighting this war, and you got it solved. But we did many of those. We did in the Congo and Rwanda. That's been going on for 30 years. 8 to 9 million people killed that they know of, but it was raging, and we got that solved. We got a lot of it done. It's a great honor. But you want to have, when they come, the leaders come to our country to sign documents that the war is over or whatever, or for other reasons. They come for trade. And you want them to come through so beautifully. You ride down those roads, everything should be perfect. You shouldn't have medians falling down into the roadway. Median, you know, the metal things that are always, somebody had a great lobbyist, because I've never seen them look good. I've been looking at those things with the little, right? They're always broken and bad, but here they're really bad. And we're going to either put new or fix it. And it's not expensive. It's not really expensive. And we're going to fix our roads a little bit. We're going to clean up our sidewalks. You have countries where every Saturday, the people go out and they wash their sidewalks in front of their stores or their houses. They scrub their sidewalks. So we aren't quite at that level yet.
Oh my God, dude. On the one hand, you're talking about like unprecedented levels of murder taking place, which require the actual military. Okay? The actual fucking military. On the one hand, that's the reason for why they're deploying the military. On the other hand, he's like, well, they're scrubbing the sidewalks. We got to use it. Like, really? You think we need to use the fucking National Guard to stop people from doing graffiti on the sidewalks? Like, how is that in the same fucking, how is that in the same zip code? It's like talking about nuking DC. We got to nuke it. There's too much graffiti. There's violent crime, but then also too much graffiti. We got to nuke DC.
Yet I don't think, Gaddy, we're not quite there yet, but maybe we will. They go out and they scrub. I think it's so beautiful to hear that and to see those stories. But
yeah, what are we going to do? Are we going to get the National Guard to scrub the sidewalks? Because I'm in favor of that. For the record, I think that's a great idea. It's just, I don't think that that's the purpose of the military. I don't think he's going to use the military to do that.
We're going to make it clean. But just to finish with your question, it's a very, very strong reflection of our country. And when they see a bad city,
Okay,
you know,
bye-bye.
my father always used to tell me, I had a wonderful father, very smart. And he used to say, son, when you walk into a restaurant and you see a dirty front door, don't go in. Because if the front door is dirty, the kitchen's dirty also. Same thing with the Capitol. If our Capitol's dirty, our whole country is dirty, and they don't respect us. So it's a very good question, actually.
Okay. This is yet another instance where the Republican administration is pointing to like a real issue, right? But their solution is fucking insane. City beautification is a good initiative. I am in support of that. Our cities are fucking dirty. But the solution to that is increasing public sanitation jobs, good paying unionized jobs. That's what you're supposed to do. That is what every single capital and every single big city has done throughout history. Okay? You look at Japan, you look at any country where there is a major city where there's issues with sanitation, you have, or no issues with sanitation, where the cities are actually cleaner. Look at China. China is a great example of this. Chinese cities are packed with motherfuckers that are constantly keeping the city clean. Okay? That's not what he wants to do. Like, it's a reasonable, it's a problem for sure, but his solution has nothing to do. His solution has nothing to do with the actual issue that he's presenting. It's so fucking dumb.
Sorry. Question for you on the specific issue. Do you expect more cities to follow DC's path if this goes through? So the idea is that Chicago, LA, San Francisco, would they expect similar action what we've seen in DC? And the other question, sir, there's reporting that the administration is going to reclassify marijuana. Would that send mixed messages that if marijuana is okay, some drugs are okay, but we're trying to clean up crime? How do they go hand in hand?
We're only looking at that. That's early, but somebody.
Conservative politics is simple. Either you create a fake crime, or you create like a fake problem, okay, by directly distorting the stats, or just straight up lying about the stats. Immigrant crime panic is one great example of this. Or you point to a real problem that exists, like, I don't know, not having like adequate funding for sanitation, and the consequences of that is just like there's trash everywhere, right? Like, and your solution to both of these, both imagined and real problems, is completely insane and has nothing to do with solving the problem whatsoever, because the solution always is more militant enforcement. There's just more people that we can put in jail. It's not enough that we already have a profoundly violent local law enforcement apparatus, but we need to use an even more violent organization that is not tasked with domestic law enforcement capabilities at all. We got to use them now to just terrify people.
Supported it, which is fine. We're looking at it. Some people like it. Some people hate it. Some people hate the whole concept of marijuana because if it does bad for the children, it does bad for people that are older than children. But we're looking at reclassification, and we'll make a determination over the next few weeks. And that determination hopefully will be the right one. It's a very complicated subject, the subject of marijuana. I've heard great things having to do with medical, and I've had bad things having to do with just about everything else. But medical and, for pain and various things, I've heard some pretty good things. But for other things, I've heard some pretty bad things. The other part of your question, I mean, we're just going to see what happens with it all. We're going to have a tremendous success in what we're doing. Other cities are hopefully watching this. They're all watching, just like everyone's watching.
This is it. This is the real shit. Okay, notice what he says here. This is the real purpose. Other cities, specifically blue cities, better take note of what we're doing here because we're coming for you as well. I live in Los Angeles. I've already experienced a version of this here in my fucking backyard. Okay? Federal government does something. Federal government leads by this insane hysteria of like rapist, criminal, drug dealer, migrants. Okay? Then they implement the federal law enforcement apparatus that works outside of the confines of the Constitution to violently rip families apart. There is a lot of animosity against this decision. People actually mobilize to protest these decisions, to disrupt these operations because the politicians are not doing shit. Okay? And then he sends in the military to stop the mobilization. There is, I will say this. There is a reason why he doesn't do this kind of stuff in red states to the same degree that he does in blue states. Because obviously his base lives there for the most part, and they would get incredibly fucking resentful and incredibly angry at Trump if he were to do these exact same operations. That's why he's like focusing all of his efforts on California and New York. There are plenty of undocumented migrants that live in Texas. There are plenty of undocumented migrants in Florida. The reason why, are people in LA not protesting anymore? No, they are. They have never stopped protesting. And even though I'm an LA resident myself, I was oblivious. I was unfamiliar. There has been an ongoing protest happening outside of the ICE detainment centers, literally nonstop. It's just, it doesn't get any media attention. And not only does it not get any media attention, it doesn't even get social media attention. That's the reason why, like, on TikTok, there's a hashtag LA Music Festival where people constantly talk about, like, how there's a 24/7 music festival happening in Los Angeles. It turns out that is not a music festival at all. They're just talking about ICE protests that have never stopped going on.
Here, they're all watching, and maybe they'll clean up, and maybe they'll do this and get rid of the cashless bail thing and all of the things that caused the problem. I mean, if you go back, this whole thing with cashless bail is a disaster. So many problems came that we never had before. So they're watching us today, and if they don't learn their lesson, if they haven't studied us properly, because we're going to be very successful. I have zero doubt about that. It's going to be. It's a question of will it be really fast, like the border. You know, everyone said, they used to say, Biden used to say, I need legislation. I didn't get any legislation. I called up our people, and we did a great job.
Yeah, look, he's not wrong. Biden said, I need legislation. I didn't need legislation. He's right. He's right. It turns out you don't actually need it. You just need to just kind of do it. That's why I kept saying over and over again throughout the Brandon regime that he should behave in the way that, like, Republicans do, but for good rather than for evil, in the simplest terms. Democrats are too afraid of shaking things up.
Tom Homan was great. As you know, our secretary did a great job. They did a great job. There's no games. They didn't play games. And we're going to have the same thing here. But then I'm going to look at New York in a little while. Let's do this. Let's do this together. Let's see. It's going to go pretty quickly. And if we need to, we're going to do the same thing in Chicago, which is a disaster. We have a mayor there who's totally incompetent. He's an incompetent man. And we have an incompetent governor there. Pritzker's an incompetent. His family threw him out of the business, and he ran for governor. And now I understand he wants to be president. But I noticed he lost a little weight, so maybe he has a chance. You know, you never know what happens. But Pritzker's a gross incompetent guy, thrown out of the family business. But when I look at Chicago and I look at L.A., if we didn't go to L.A. 3 months ago, L.A. would be burning like the part that didn't burn. If he would have allowed the water to come down, which I told him about in my first term, I said, you're going to have problems. Let it come down. We actually sent in our military to have the water come down into L.A. They still didn't want it to come down after the fires. But that was it. We have it coming down. But hopefully L.A. is watching. That mayor also. The city's burning. They lost like 25,000 homes. I went there the day after the fire. You were there. And I saw people standing in front of a burned down home. It was, their homes were incinerated. They weren't like, even the steel was literally, it was all warped and literally disintegrated because of the winds and the flame and the whole thing. It was like a blowtorch. They were standing on this beautiful day, maybe a couple of days after. We gave it a little time because what they had suffered. Almost 25,000 homes. And you see what's happening now. They didn't give their permits. I went to a town hall meeting. I said, we're going to get you the federal permits, which are much harder. Almost immediately, Lee Zeldin is a star. He did an incredible job. They have all their federal permits. They don't have their city permits. And the mayor said to me, we think we could have them in 2 years. I was walking down the street, and I met with firemen and police. And I was saying hello to many people that were standing in front of their homes with yellow tape. You can't go in. You can't go onto the lot. And those people wanted to start rebuilding their homes then and there. And the mayor said, we should be able to get them the permits within 2 years. I said, that's a shame. 2 years? Are you kidding? I'm going to get them the federal permit like almost immediately. 2 years. And she drew it back. Well, maybe 1 year. The place was booing her out of the place. They don't have their permits to build their homes. And now they're talking about putting, this is among the most beautiful areas in the country. Now they're talking about putting low-income housing there. Can you believe this? I love low-income housing. I made money with low-income housing. I built low-income housing. I know more about low-income housing and luxury housing. I know about everything real estate. They want to replace some of those homes with low-income housing. They haven't gotten their permits yet. We've gotten all the federal permits, which are much tougher to get, and it was done almost immediately through Lee Zeldin and Federal Environmental. And I watched the other day, those people are angry. And now, you know, they had they loved that area. They loved the whole big area, different places, but they loved it. It was all luxury stuff and beautiful stuff, and some wasn't that luxury, but the level of love for that neighborhood, their neighborhoods, was incredible. And you know what? I watched people on television, they want to go, they want to leave. They've lost their spirit, they've lost their heart, because the mayor's incompetent, and Gavin Newsom is incompetent. He's got a good line of bullshit, but that's about it. He's incompetent. And you have Los Angeles is, you know, it's amazing. You know, I called, the first thing I did, I got the Olympics to go there. I was the one that got it. And by a rare thing that happened, I'll be the president. I was very upset because I got the Olympics there, and I said I won't be president when it comes, but bad things happened, and illegal things happened, really illegal things happened.
Do I remember the question? Fuck no. Neither does Trump. Neither does anyone in the room. I don't remember the question. When has Trump ever answered a question that was directed?
Turns out one good thing was I'm going to be the president for the Olympics for 2050, for 250, which is going to be fantastic, and also for the World Cup. So we have a lot of good things, and I hope 250 is going to be, the 250th anniversary is going to be the best. But when I looked at those people, and I saw last night on television that they still don't have their permits, it's a disgrace what's happened in Los Angeles.
Thank you. It's a sad state of affairs, but the only thing that we can rely on is the consistent ways in which this administration fucks up everything that they're trying to do, because they're so incompetent, because Trump has designed it on the virtues of loyalty rather than the virtues of competence. So they just keep inevitably failing on things that they try to implement. Like one example is a more competent administration that is tasked with doing a reactionary takeover and violating the Constitution slowly but surely would not have gone after Mahmoud Khalil, right? They would have gone after someone who wasn't a green card recipient with a American citizen wife with a child on the way. They would have gone after a student visa holder who had said things that would at least like come across as violent. You know what I mean? They would have done that, but they're so incompetent. They went after someone who was perhaps the most defensible person, even in the eyes of the broader public. Okay? Not that it matters. The First Amendment is still the First Amendment. Even if someone who had a student visa and they were still saying like, I love Hamas or whatever, that's still constitutionally protected speech. But at least they could have made a better, more compelling argument for broader subsects of American society. But because of their fucking idiotic nature, because of their like bouldering ways in which they're trying to implement fascism, when there are still institutions that remain, albeit in the margins, but they still exist, they were able to basically fail through this process. They're still trying, they're still pushing. Okay. Having said that, it has been somewhat of a failure, not due to Democratic pushback, mind you, but due to their own inability to implement a broader strategy, a broader strategy of like unwinding constitutional protections in a way that like most Americans will not bat an eye at. Okay, having to lie about Khalil proves how flimsy and failure this has been. Exactly. People can obviously debate the deportation of foreign students, though Trump's policy isn't to deport foreign students, only those who criticize or oppose Israel. But lying about what Khalil said shows how weak the case is. Here's what Rubio claimed. Like that's what this is it. This is what I mean. When I say the only thing that we can rely on is the consistent failures and the consistent incompetence of this administrative state that will inevitably set its own setbacks. Why is a guy like that allowed in the United States on a visa? Let's take a look at what Marco Rubio is lying about here.
saying and doing abroad, what he's now doing in the United States, we never would have given him a visa. He was on TV, I think it was yesterday or the day before, arguing that October 7th had to happen, that it had to happen, that it was a necessary evil. Now, he didn't call it an evil. He said it's a necessary thing, it had to happen.
This is just completely made up, you know? And while this might work in garnering some kind of support from your base, I don't think you can just like make this shit up in a legal setting. The hell's he talking about? No, he's just making shit up. That's it. He is just making shit up. That's not what he said. Not only is that not what he said, but even if that was what he said, it still would not be reasonable grounds for deportation, for the record. Make no mistake. Okay? But that's not what he said either.
Why is a guy like that allowed into the United States on a visa? He's not entitled to a visa. So it has nothing to do with what they're saying. It has to do with what they're doing and its implications on the U.S. Student visas are a privilege. They are not a right. If that...
He's not on a student visa. He's a green card holder who was one step removed from full-blown citizenship, for the record. So even that part is wrong. But he has to make it seem like that's the case. It's so stupid. Trump has just announced Attorney General Pamela Bondi is now in charge of the D.C. Metropolitan Police Department. This is what the Nazis did. I mean, yeah, straight up. Trump ordering the National Guard of Washington, D.C. is a good reminder of what Democratic failure looks like. Democratic administrations had years to change the law, so D.C. as a city wasn't a prisoner of Congress and the feds. But it is. But now it is, and you're seeing the outcome. Biden also bragged about how he overturned D.C.'s local criminal justice laws, which earned him zero new support, but did help pave the way for federalization. This was another problem, too.
The China tariff deadline is tonight, but do you plan to extend that?
We'll see what happens. China's been, we've been dealing very nicely with China, as you probably have heard. They have tremendous tariffs that they're paying to the United States.
There's a lot of similarities with Israel and America for understandable reasons. This is another one of them. It's like they only concede to force. That's it. Israel only concedes to force. Israel only backs away when there is a forcible retaliation. America only backs away when there is some semblance of forcible retaliation. European markets actually have tremendous amounts of power in terms of building a broad coalition to forcibly push back against the United States of America, but they have relegated themselves to vassal status, as you have seen, whereas one of the only countries that is actively pushing back against this stuff is China. Look at the way he's dealing with China versus the way he's dealing with the European Union and even the UK. Think about that. Maybe there's a lesson there for the Democrats as well.
Of America, and we'll see what happens. They've been dealing quite nicely. The relationship is very good with President Xi and myself.
You mentioned your upcoming meeting with President Putin. Can
Yeah.
you tell us what
China doesn't talk to Trump. He lies. I'm sure you would know, idiot. I mean, you don't have to know whether or not there's private correspondence between China and the Trump administration. The Chinese government says there's no private correspondence. Trump says there is private correspondence. But regardless of what either state is saying, you can just look at the outcome. The outcome is undeniable, right? Donald Trump has said over and over again, 150% tariffs. He's lowered the tariffs. He's actually extended the tariffs deadline. One must ask the question, why? If China is at a servile state to American interests, and their economy is at the point of collapse, if collapse is imminent, then don't you think that they would be basically running to Donald Trump in the same way that, like, you saw European leaders run to Donald Trump? That's it. That's all you need to look at to make up your own mind on whether or not Donald Trump's posturing is correct or if he's just making shit up. In the process of this conversation, Donald Trump also literally turned around and extended the China tariff truce for another 90 days as of 11:30 this morning. If Donald Trump was destroying China right now and bullying China and China was on the verge of collapse, don't you feel like they would have actually made a public show of conceding? And I guess like giving into whatever insane demands Trump is making currently?
Hope to get out of that and whether you'll consider inviting President Zelensky to join.
So you have to understand, this is a war that should have never happened. This is a war that wouldn't have happened if I were president. It would have never happened. It was the apple of his eye. I got along very well with President Putin. But if you look, under President Bush, they took a lot of territory. Under President Obama, they took a lot of territory. Under Biden, they essentially took the whole thing. You know, it's just a question of time. Under Trump, you know what they took? Nothing. Nothing. I was the one that said, you can't build your pipeline. That was half built. I came in, I stopped the pipeline. It's called Nord Stream 2. Nobody knows that, you know? Nobody ever heard of Nord Stream 2. You might have not even heard it. Biggest pipeline in the world. I stopped it. I was not a friend of Russia, but I got along well with Putin. It's always good to get along with other countries if possible, but that doesn't mean you roll over like Biden did. Biden came in and he immediately approved the pipeline. I couldn't believe it. Then they say Trump wasn't tough on Russia. I wasn't tough. I was the toughest. Putin said, if you're not tough, I would hate like hell to see you. I stopped the biggest economic development job, the biggest job that Russia had ever built. I stopped it. It was dead. And this low IQ president came in and he let them build the pipeline and supply oil and gas all over Europe, you know? So this is really a feel-out meeting a little bit. And President Putin invited me to get involved. He wants to get involved. I believe he wants to get it over with. Now, I've said that a few times, and I've been disappointed because I'd have like a great call with him, and then missiles would be lobbed into Kiev or some other place, and you'd have 60 people laying on a road dying. I said, that's cold, that's cold. But it's a violent war. 5,000 to 7,000 people a week are dying. And you know, there's nobody from here. They're all Russian and Ukrainian people, and some people from the cities, much smaller number, but still, those missiles do damage and they kill a lot.
Oh, yeah, here's the export control, and the tacit recognition that the export controls failed is from Financial Times. Donald Trump said he's considering allowing NVIDIA, now I'm saying NVIDIA to sell a more advanced chip in China after confirming that they negotiated a little deal in which the U.S. will take a 15% fee of the chip maker's artificial intelligence processor sales to the country. At least $1 billion worth of NVIDIA's advanced artificial intelligence processors were shipped to China in 3 months after U.S. President Donald Trump tightened chip export controls, according to Financial Times analysis. Here's what you need to know. A roaring black market. The Financial Times analysis of dozens of sales contracts, company filings, and multiple people with direct knowledge of the deals reveals that NVIDIA's B200 has become the most sought after and widely available chip in a rampant Chinese black market for American semiconductors. The processor is widely used by U.S. powerhouses such as OpenAI, Google, and Meta to train their latest AI systems, but banned for sale in China. In May, multiple Chinese distributors started selling B200s to suppliers of data centers that serve Chinese AI groups, according to documents reviewed by Financial Times. NVIDIA and AMD have reportedly agreed to give the U.S. government 15% of their revenues from chip sales in China. This is being described as an unusual agreement with Trump in order to obtain export licenses for the chips. This was just reported by the Financial Times and will come as a major surprise to investors. Previously announced export control rollbacks came without any incremental tariffs. Chip stocks won't like this tomorrow. To be fair, Biden did the same shit with GPUs. They had the 4090D because the 4090 was banned in China. I mean, I think it's already incredibly stupid to try and fucking ban China from receiving this technology, especially in this day and age when you can't even stop Russia from receiving new shipments of cars. Okay? That's a lot harder to fucking process and ship than a goddamn fleet, a stack of processors, semiconductors. Okay? especially considering that some of the components are literally made in China. So how are you going to stop that? It doesn't make any sense. China has innovated past the block before. There's no reason they won't do it again. That as well, but you know, it's just, I don't think it's something you can do in this day and age. Maybe I'm wrong. We blocked the USSR from getting IBM computers for years. This is partially considered one of the elements that led to the meltdown in Chernobyl. Yeah, but if you compare global trade between the USSR and America to China and America, there is no comparison. The USSR was not responsible for 30% of all manufactured items. You know? Not only was it an entirely different time for global trade, but also there wasn't a complex web of tremendous amounts of trade taking place with the country that we're trying to stop from receiving these items. Yeah, IBM computers weren't being made in the USSR. You know? This is one of the most impactful, one of the most significant differences between modern day China and the USSR. China has made itself an irreplaceable force in global trade, utilizing the endless need for low-cost manufacturing that capital owners had in the Western world to their advantage to make themselves an irreplaceable force around the planet. And what they did with all of the bounties that they got out of it, all the foreign capital that flew in to the country, they actually redistributed back evenly with rapid development, rapid urbanization, building the necessary infrastructure to continue uplifting millions, if not almost 1 billion people out of fucking extreme poverty. And they were able to do so successfully. And in the process, they, again, and I'm going to repeat this one more time, they became an irreplaceable force around the globe. They did not choose to isolate themselves from the rest of the planet for any reason, whether it's ideological or not. And as a matter of fact, they became a force that you just simply cannot push aside. That is part of the reason why Trump's tariffs regime has been somewhat of a spectacular failure. Because if you were to try and decouple trade with some of our most significant partners surrounding China, it's just not going to fucking happen, because they're like, well, they are more important as a trade partner to us than America is. China was set to surpass NVIDIA since they were forced to invest into developing their own chips. China was banned from the ISS, so it built its own. Now it's the most advanced space station in the world, and the ISS is being decommissioned. Yeah. Anytime you try to like actively stop Chinese development, they just either find a workaround and make their own thing, okay, or they just find a workaround in terms of trade and still receive the goods regardless. So technically, yes, it is not that China is not doing anything. Oh, do nothing equals win. It's that they are doing shit. They're doing shit all the time.
A lot of people, but mostly soldiers. And they're young soldiers, although in the case of Ukraine, they're getting much older. They're drafting.
Yeah, Central Planning 2 OP, please nerf paradox is right. The irony, of course, is that if America wanted to beat China, I don't even know if that's like a thing that we can do at this stage, but they would need to be more like China. We would need to be more China to beat China, but we won't. We have tremendous wealth in this country. We have the skeleton of an infrastructure that still works, but we're not fucking doing it. We could build a robust manufacturing base. We could actually automate the fuck out of said robust manufacturing base while still keeping on the labor force without firing them, so that they're doing very little work, but they're still getting paid as though they're doing all of the work with their own hands. And that way we could have a healthy labor first economy. We don't do any of those things. We're just like actively pushing for our own demise.
60-year-olds now. It's a terrible thing to witness, and I think I have an obligation. Look, this is Joe Biden's war. This is not my war. I made a deal with NATO a month ago. You covered it very accurately, actually. We don't pay anything anymore. You know, we're not paying anything. They are buying things from us, and NATO is paying us. I got it raised from 2% of GDP to 5%. And they're paying us for everything that we send. We're not paying. But Biden approved $350 billion. Europe has spent $100 billion. The money that's been spent and the death is incredible. It's the worst thing that's happened, by far the worst that's happened since World War II. So I'm going in to speak to Vladimir Putin. And I'm going to be telling him, you got to end this war. You got to end it. And he wasn't going to mess with me. This war would have never happened. You know, we had a discussion about it one time, and we never had that discussion again. Would have never happened. And when the election was rigged, and then Biden took office, which was barely took office, the auto pen took office, bad things started happening. Bad things, stupid things were said. And it ended up in a war. And you know, and I don't believe this will happen anymore because I have that pretty well covered. This could end up in a third world war. This could have been a third world war. I don't think that's going to happen now. But I thought it was very respectful that the president of Russia is coming to our country as opposed to us going to his country or even a third party place. But I think we'll have constructive conversations. Then after that meeting, immediately, maybe as I'm flying out, maybe as I'm leaving the room, I'll be calling the European leaders who I get along with very well. And, you know, I have a great relationship, I think, with all of them. And I get along with Zelensky, but, you know, I disagree with what he's done. Very, very severely disagree. This is a war that should have never happened, wouldn't have happened. But I'll be speaking to Zelensky. The next meeting will be with Zelensky and Putin, or Zelensky and Putin and me. I'll be there if they need. But I want to have a meeting set up between the two leaders. I was a little bothered by the fact that Zelensky was saying, well, I have to get constitutional approval. I mean,
yeah, this is all Zelensky's fault. Oh, my Lord. Yeah, he looked so good. He looked so good. What was he wearing? What was he wearing? What was Ukraine wearing? He's just like, so rapist mindset on this, where it's like, nope, this was Zelensky's fault, not Putin. I said, Vladimir, stop. And he didn't stop, but also it was still Zelensky. Is he actually blaming Zelensky? Yes. It's maximalist cope. Like, he could, in a way, it makes sense that he's doing this because it's still like kind of takes away the responsibility from America if you were to even present it as such. Because, like, on the one hand, he's like, this is Biden's war. This is Biden's war. Okay. But Zelensky in and of itself is the least responsible party for why Russia invaded Ukraine. Okay. Obviously, the number one party responsible here is Vladimir Putin, which Trump actively refuses to call out. Let's say that's partially because he wants to come to a negotiated settlement and stop the bloodshed, like he claims he does want to stop the bloodshed. Okay. And he's having a hard time with these negotiations because Vladimir Putin seemingly is actively dangling negotiations in front of Donald Trump like a fucking carrot, and he just keeps biting onto that carrot. And a part of that continuation of negotiations is to say, keep shitting on Zelensky, keep shitting on Zelensky, and that's what he keeps doing over and over again. But like, none of this, in my opinion, is reaching closer to a reasonable settlement whatsoever. And ultimately, there is one party that is still more responsible than Zelensky, and that is the previous American administration. If you want to fucking call them out, you can call them out if you want to. You know? Out of all the parties involved, I would say Ukraine is the least responsible for its own invasion. I know that there are Z pushers in here who get mad at me for saying this and say that I've like sold out and I'm actually a NATO, I'm a Brandonist NATOist or whatever. But that is the reality. How the fuck is this Zelensky's fault? Ukraine is invaded by Russia. Russia is the primary responsible party. But even as far as like a continuation and a refusal to push for a ceasefire negotiation when, you know, Ukraine had maximum leverage, I would say Western powers were more responsible in feeding lies to both the Ukrainian public and specifically Zelensky than even Zelensky himself.
He's got approval to go into war and kill everybody, but he needs approval to do a land swap because there'll be some land swapping going on. I know that through Russia and through conversations with everybody to the good, for the good of Ukraine. Good stuff, not bad stuff. Also, some bad stuff for both. So there's good and there's bad. But it's very complex because you have lines that are very uneven. And there'll be some swapping. There'll be some changes in land. And
what land is Russia swapping? I don't even know what he's saying here. What the fuck did Vladimir Putin tell Witkoff that he just thinks, what? Alaska? Is it cope to think this country will change a ton since everyone in their 70 plus dies? No, it is cope. If he is capable of forcibly taking back territory that Russia currently has annexed and occupied, I'm going to be honest, that would be a spectacular development. Do I believe that even for a moment? Fuck no. Because Vladimir Putin's starting point in the negotiations process in this last round of quote-unquote ceasefires was not only the legal annexation, like the legal recognition from the United States for annexing the territories that Russia currently occupies, which is deep into eastern Ukraine, but then also on top of that, additional territories that he was demanding that he hadn't even reached out, that he hadn't even like implemented any sort of like military annexation on. So they had maximalist goals here, which was to say, oh, we'll just keep pushing if you don't give us the additional Ukrainian territory that we demand. So I don't really know where he's getting this information from.
the word that they will use is, they make changes. We're going to change the lines, the battle lines. Russia's occupied a big portion of Ukraine. They've occupied some very prime territory. We're going to try and get some of that territory back for Ukraine. But they've taken some very prime...
He's like, I'm giving Canada to Russia. He's going to be like, in exchange for certain occupied territories, I'm giving Canada to Russia. Canada is now a part of Russia. Russia. That's right. Some prime territory. Russia is now reaching out, becoming the crown jewel on top of the world, wearing the world like a crown. We're giving them Greenland too. Fuck it.
Territory. They've taken largely ocean, in real estate we call it oceanfront property. That's always the most valuable property. If you're in a lake, a river, or an ocean, it's always the best property. Well,
chill, dog. Don't give him any ideas. Bro, I don't even fucking know anymore, okay? I don't even know anymore. What was Putin's reason for the invasion? Just expansion? It's always just expansion. That is the ultimate goal here. If you're asking me what he claimed his reasons were, which, by the way, ironically, I was spelling out the other day, and then LSF took it as me defending Russia, even though it was in the process of me saying this is what they believe and they're wrong. That was a fun little moment for all the fucking dumbass Redditors. Okay. And I saw that same clip circulating on TikTok, and everyone on TikTok was like, dude, he's literally saying this is not what his belief is. This is what their belief is. But on Reddit, of course, no one watches the video, I guess, and just implement whatever their fucking version of events actually is. But yeah, why are you on that sub shaking my head? The moderators locked down the post like 24 hours later and 4K comments later for clickbait. Oh, they locked it down after people had already done their fuck Hasan nonsense. That's crazy. It's so wild. Like, I'll literally explain what Russia's reasoning is and how I don't believe it. And they'll cut out the part where I say, this is what they believe. I don't believe this. And they'll make it seem like I'm saying that, like, this is the Russian reasoning and I'm in agreement with it. Oh, God, it's so fucking stupid. They didn't even cut that out. It's in the clip. That's even funnier. That the OG clip actually, the OG clip literally featured me saying I disagree with this, and yet people were still fantasizing about how fucking pro-Russia I am. Not a single person watched it, I guess. Interesting. The clipping in your past takes is the reason I didn't look to follow you earlier. Yeah. No, that definitely is a thing that many people do, because many people are busy. So they are like, why the fuck would I go and like check out what this guy is actually saying? You just kind of go along with the whims. People have said you were pro-Russia. Are you kidding me? There's an entire like pro-Ukraine network of content creators who literally just keep going along with this narrative over and over and over again. It's kind of crazy. They've literally never corrected the record whatsoever. They just still push it. And it's hilarious because the Russian fucking state has literally directly made fun of me and called me gay. There was straight up an ad by the Russian state. There was like an ad that they made about like, which side do you want to be on, like the masculine side or the gay side? And then they literally put a version of me with like painted nails and like jewelry and shit standing in front of like a luxury car and saying like, oh, don't be like a gay anti-Russia streamer like this guy. Yeah, they gave me a Ferrari, I think. Can you explain the NAFO thing? No, I don't want to even get into that. It's just brain rot. I hate to say it, but that wasn't supposed to be you, dog. Okay. Yeah. Made me looking like Bam Margera, Temu.
Смузи сделаны наши мужчины из мейнстримов.
That's crazy. I wonder who the fuck they were presenting like this. Hasanov. Anyway, yeah, with the painted nails and everything. Okay, how the did I make the goddamn Russian government my op? That's in. Anyway.
A lot of people don't know that Ukraine was largely 1,000 miles of ocean. That's gone. Other than one small area, Odessa. It's a small area. There's just a little bit of water left. So I'm going to go and see the parameters. Now, I may leave and say, good luck, and that'll be the end. I may say this is not going to be settled. I mean, there are those that believe that Putin wanted all of Ukraine. I happen to be one of them, by the way. I think if it weren't for me, he would not be even talking to anybody else right now. But I'm going to meet with him. We're going to see what the parameters are. I'm then going to call up President Zelensky and the European leaders right after the meeting, yeah. And I'm going to tell them what kind of a deal. I'm not going to make a deal. It's not up to me to make a deal. I think a deal should be made for both. I think Russia has to get back into building their country. It's a massive country. I think they have 11 time zones, if you can believe it. It's a massive, it's by far, from the standpoint of land, it's by far the largest.
From the standpoint of land.
They have tremendous potential in Russia to do well. They're not doing well. Their economy is not doing well right now because it's been very well disturbed by this. It doesn't help when the President of the United States tells their largest or second largest oil buyer that we're putting a 50% tariff on you if you buy oil from Russia. That was a big blow. And then they say, gee, he wasn't so tough. Nobody else would have done that. And I haven't stopped there. I mean, look, I was all set to do things far bigger than that, but I got a call that they'd like to meet, and I'm going to see what they want to meet about. I'd like to see a ceasefire. I'd like to see the best deal that could be made for both parties. You know, it takes two to tango, right? So ultimately, I'll have a meeting next week. I had a great relationship with him, considering the fact that I was not nice to him because of the pipeline. I ended the pipeline. I also gave the javelins. Do you ever hear of a javelin? Javelin is called a tank buster. They say that Obama gave them sheets and I gave them javelins. If it weren't for me, all those tanks that were destroyed at the...
Remember when he floated pre-approved? Remember when he floated pre-approved weapon shipments, stopping unless the Ukrainian government comes up with blackmail against his possible opposition in the upcoming election, and then got impeached for it? And then he turned around and said it was a perfect phone call. I remember that was a literal thing that he did. It seems like a lifetime ago. That was one of his impeachments, where he just straight up was like, I'll keep giving you these weapons. Okay, I'll keep giving you these weapons. You just got to find some blackmail. If you don't fucking find some blackmail against the Biden administration, I will literally stop giving you these weapons that Congress had approved. And that's the one thing you can't do as president. You can't stop the flow of weapons to any country whatsoever. And of course, that was part of the reason why he got fucking impeached. I completely forgot he's been impeached twice. Perfect phone call. It's great. It's great. There is no floating of an impeachment nowadays. It's fucking meaningless because he bouldered his way through it. He fucking bouldered his way through it. Teflon Don, no shame whatsoever. I mean, he did fucking January 6th, and he's the president now. You know, your YouTube is down. Wait, what? Really? Doesn't seem like it. Seems to me like it's right there.
First days of the war, because the tanks got stuck in the mud. Some commander made a better... they would have been in Kiev in 4 hours, going down the highway. but a Russian general made a brilliant decision to go through the farmland instead. And they just had torrential rains, and the rains were so bad, and it was mud, and those tanks got stuck in the mud. I don't know who that general is, but knowing Vladimir, he's probably not around any longer because all those tanks.
Dude, he still speaks so fondly of Vladimir Putin as opposed to Zelensky, which is, again, it's weird. It's just weird. You know? It's just weird.
Tanks were stuck in the mud, and they went along with the javelins. I gave them the javelins. You know that, right? I gave them javelins. They gave them sheets. But I'm going to meet with President Putin, and we're going to see what he has in mind. And if it's a fair deal, I'll reveal it to the European Union leaders and to the NATO.
It's not weird. Love finds a way. It's just you that doesn't know true love like Donnie and Vlad. Fair. Putin had Ukraine as the apple of his eye, and Vladimir Putin is the apple of my eye.
Leaders, and also to President Zelensky. I think out of respect, I'll call him first, and then I'll call them after. And I may say, lots of luck, keep fighting, or I may say we can make a deal.
If not,
I will tell you this, I've seen a poll coming out of Ukraine. 88% of the people would like to see a deal made. And if
I don't understand why this motherfucker won't just like say the correct number. Okay? Even when he's right, he's still wrong, which I don't understand. I don't think it's 88%. I think it's like 79%. Why is it that, like, that's already a fucking unimaginably high number of Ukrainians that want to come to a negotiated settlement and do not want to continue fighting. But it's like, even when he says the correct thing, he has to still lie. I don't know why. It's so weird. Just, it's like 79%, isn't it? No, he said 88%. 98% say they want to stop the war. They want to negotiate with Russia.
If you go back 3 years, everybody was gung-ho for war. You know, everybody's gung-ho for war until you have it. It's an amazing thing. I had it with a couple of countries where I couldn't get a deal done with one particular country. And I just couldn't. The guy's great. He's a friend of mine.
Yeah, this is what he's talking about.
Good leader, tough as hell.
73%.
I couldn't get the deal done.
Sorry.
And then he went into war for a short period of time. You know where I'm talking about.
Where is it? What is the number? Oh, it's 69%. Sorry, it's not even 79%. It's 69%.
Being killed all over the place.
That's a sexy number. He could have just said 70%. Only 24% of Ukrainians inside Ukraine want to keep fighting until the war, until victory, whereas nearly 100% of Ukrainians given major platforms of Western media and politics, i.e. useful Ukrainians, favor continuing the war until victory. Listen to Ukrainian voices except when they don't want you to keep dying en masse. For Brussels and Washington, says Mark Ames exiled. It's 69%. 69% of Ukrainians don't want the continuation of the war, even though they think it will still continue. They do not believe that Vladimir Putin is going to come to a negotiated settlement to the end of this war. Instead, they think that it will continue. Does that include giving up parts of Ukraine? I think, yeah. I mean, that's basically what it is.
And he went through 1 week of war, and I was able to get the deal done. He said, this is nasty. Yes, please.
Claims to be not pro-Russian, but then follows Mark Ames. I mean, I know Mark Ames as well. And not only that, but also, one, I don't have to agree with every single thing that every single person that I follow or every single person that I agree with on other issues. Okay? It's important to have a balanced media diet regardless. And as far as analysis goes, I think Mark Ames is on the ball. Yeah, I follow Charlie Kirk too.
Just to follow up on what you were saying there. First of all, Volodymyr Zelensky is not invited on Friday?
He wasn't a part of it. I would say he could go, but he's gone to a lot of meetings. You know, he's been there for three
Like,
and a
I'm
half
literally watching Donald Trump currently. It's
years, nothing happened.
And what is the definition?
I mean, do you want somebody that's been doing this for 3.5 years? What's the definition of a good deal? I'll tell you after I hear what the deal is. Because there could be many definitions. You know, you're talking about a very large and complex situation. Now, I tell you, the war that I just settled with Azerbaijan and with, as you know, and Armenia was almost as complex as this one, having to do with routes,
successful
trade.
meeting on Friday with Vladimir Putin.
Well, we're going to have a meeting with Vladimir Putin, and at the end of that meeting, probably in the first 2 minutes, I'll know exactly whether or not a deal can be.
I don't, dude, I'm gonna be honest. Look, this is like, I'm getting a little BlueAnon here, but everything that I have seen thus far from Donald Trump, specifically on this issue, okay, leads me to believe that he absolutely is incapable of figuring out what Vladimir Putin wants. As a matter of fact, his instincts are so bad that if he were to fire off the hip and then immediately turn around and do the exact opposite of what he thinks Vladimir Putin wants to do, that would probably be more successful in terms of like setting, I don't know, setting hard lines or whatever. I mean, he has all but admitted that. He admitted it himself. He just kept saying, like, we have wonderful calls. We have wonderful phone calls where we're talking about this and that. But then Melania comes in and says, did you see Vladimir hit Kiev again? I say, why? Why, Vladimir? Why? And he's done this 4 times, 5 times, not any longer. And it's like, dude, after the second time, you got to realize that this motherfucker is, you got to try something different, you know? And like, I don't think the solution is to force, I don't know, to deport like Ukrainian men and force them into the fucking front lines or something. Cause like, that's the only other way that you can actually bring Ukraine the necessary manpower that they need to be able to successfully push back against further Russian occupation. Okay. A steady flow of arms is probably not going to solve this problem. And I've said this already, because the reality of the matter is that this conflict is going to end on the conditions set forth by the battle lines. And right now, that heavily favors Russia. That's the reason why Vladimir Putin is consistently saying, oh, I'll negotiate, but except I won't negotiate at all. Why is Estonian blacklisted? What do you mean? You liberals couldn't do it, but then criticize the opposition for not being able to. Wait, what? First of all, assuming that we're liberals in this community is very funny. That's number one. Number two, I criticize Biden so much for this, specifically this. So, no, I think it's warranted for me to criticize Donald Trump as well. Not only that, but also somehow Donald Trump has taken the situation and overpromised and is famously under-delivering as he always does, and in a way that is like also optically speaking ridiculous, like undermining our proxy in this situation consistently while simultaneously getting washed by Vladimir Putin over and over again, only to turn back and like kiss the ring is so stupid. Russia's economy might be in some trouble shortly, so it's possible that forces them to the negotiating table for sanctions relief. I doubt it, though. Ukrainian media confirmed a breakthrough by Russia through Ukrainian lines in Donetsk Oblast. Ukraine may be forced into a deal sooner than they planned. Russians breached near Pokrovsk, cut highway towards Dobropilya in the Donetsk Oblast. The OSINT project warns the wedge could endanger Pokrovsk, Mirnohrad, and Kostianivka, unless Ukrainian reserves regain the roads. Oh, so they're like encircling the rest of this area in the Donetsk region. Euromaidan presses Ukrainian propaganda. Yeah, I know, but even they're fucking reporting on the possible encirclement of Ukrainian forces that remain in this area. So obviously, Euromaidan press reporting on it is like when Radio Free Europe or any number of these different outlets report on something that is bad for Ukraine.
How will you know that?
Because that's what I do. I make deals.
Mr. President,
please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to ask you two questions, one about China, one about Russia, if I could. On China, your administration agreed to send the most advanced or advanced NVIDIA and AMD chips.
No, obsolete. No.
Obsolete chip. Well, and then 15% of the profits.
You mean the 20s? No. This is an old chip that China already has. And I deal with Jensen, who's a great guy, and NVIDIA. The chip that we're talking about, the H20, it's an old chip. China already has it in a different form, different name, but they have it. Or they have a combination of two will make up for it and even then some. Now Jensen's a very brilliant guy, and Jensen also has a new chip, the Blackwell. Do you know what the Blackwell is? The Blackwell is super duper advanced. I wouldn't make a deal with that, although it's possible I'd make a deal, a somewhat enhanced in a negative way Blackwell. In other words,
this guy knows his chips, man. It's a super duper spectacular chip. It's so good. Hot. It's a hot chip. Like the one spicy chip challenge is a hot.
Take 30% to 50% off of it. But that's the latest and the greatest in the world. Nobody has it. They won't have it for 5 years.
Everything is NVIDIA. Everything is Tesla. Everything's computer.
But the H20 is obsolete. It's one of those things. But it still has a market. So I said, listen, I want 20% if I'm going to approve this for you, for the country, for our country, for the U.S. I don't want it myself. Every time I say like 740.
I like that you had to specify that you don't want to tax it for your own pockets. That's insane. I don't want it for myself. I want it for the country. Oh, really? I thought when you were taxing motherfuckers, that meant you get the money. What is happening? That's crazy.
I want, yeah, for the Air Force. So I just wanted. So when I say I want 20, I want for the country. I only care about the country. I don't care about myself. And he said, would you make it 15? So we negotiate a little deal. So he's selling a essentially old chip that Huawei has a similar chip, a chip that does the same thing. And I said, good, if I'm going to give it to you, because they have a, they have a stopper, what we call a stopper, not allowed to do it. It's really known as a restrictive covenant. And I said, if I'm going to do that, I want you to pay us as a country something, because I'm giving you a release. I released them only from the H20. Now, on the Blackwell, I think he's coming to see me again about that. But that will be a unenhanced version of the big one. Like, I don't know if you know it, we will sometimes sell fighter jets to a country, and we'll give them 20% less than we have. Do you know what I mean, right? That's the same.
So on Russia, do you see a time, Mr. President, when there could be normal trade between the U.S. and Russia? Should your meeting go well? Should there be peace?
I do, yeah. Russia has a very valuable piece of land. If Vladimir Putin would go toward business instead of toward war, it's a warring nation. That's what they do. They fight a lot of wars. A friend of mine said Russia's tough because they just keep on fighting. They beat Hitler, so did we, and they beat Napoleon. They've been doing this for a long time. I asked a question to a very, very smart man that some people like and some people
Maybe he's just a
don't
Russophile.
like. Viktor Orban, right? From Hungary, the head of Hungary. And he's in that same area and knows the two countries very well. I said, this was before Biden didn't do anything to get us out of it. He could have gotten us out of that. It would have never happened. I said, so can Russia be beaten by Ukraine? He looked at me like, what a stupid question. He said, Russia's a massive country, and they win their country, and they win their life through wars. They fight wars. That's what they do. He said, China beats you with trade. Russia beats you with war.
Wait,
it was
what?
A very interesting statement. China's not...
Bro, what a fucking admission. It's weird to see. It's weird to see these kinds of admissions. And then he quickly follows up by saying, well, China's not going to beat us with trade. Also, I've put another truce, another pause on the tariffs to China.
Beating us with trade. Not when I'm in charge, but they were beating Biden with trade, but they never beat us with trade. Don't forget, China had to pay $400 billion worth of tariffs when I was last time. That was last time. And if we didn't have COVID, all of this stuff we would be loaded. We're finding hundreds of billions of dollars of cash is pouring into our country now because of tariffs. And all we're doing is we're doing what they do to us. It's so beautiful to see it. They found last month, as you saw, $25 billion of excess cash flow. They're saying, where did it come from? I said, I'll tell you where it came from. It came from a place called tariffs.
A place.
And we're doing very well. We're really doing well. But I expect to have a meeting with Putin that I think it'll be good, but it might be bad. And I'm here for one reason, to get rid of a war that somebody else started. Should have never happened. And if I could end it, great. Complex war, a lot of bad blood, But Zelensky's been there for 3.5 years. So if you put him in a room, now I will say this, ultimately I'm going to put the two of them in a room. I'll be there or won't be there. And I think it'll get solved. Yeah, please be happy.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Excuse me, I'm going to suggest, because do you have any other questions on DC? Because I don't want them to be. Wait. These are incredible people. I don't want them to be standing up here on subjects. Does anybody have a question of them?
Wait, that's crazy. This is the first time Donald Trump has acknowledged that he's making people sit through a fucking press conference about irrelevant shit, for the record. That's strange. That's not like him at all. Normally he loves rambling. Bro, he did this with Tim Apple. He did this with Kid Rock, Tim Apple, Triple H, every single person that fucking comes through. He's like, this is the first time he's like, why don't you ask relevant questions? You got great people standing next to me. Character growth. Yeah. No, it's just he's doing this because he's done answering those questions. He's bored of answering these questions.
And then you guys can leave. Okay. A question, Brian, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. All right.
And by the way, this is only on DC, and then they're going to leave because it's unfair to have them stand up here all day long.
I agree.
Brian.
I've got two questions for you. First, about DC. This is personal for me as well. Last year, I was robbed on the streets by one of these teenage thugs. Had a gun, got away with it. Let's talk about the effort that between law...
That's so stupid. Bro, this is fucked up. It's fucked up. That shouldn't happen, okay? It shouldn't happen. But, like, the way you're presenting this in a fucking press conference is ridiculous, man. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. That's it. That's crazy. It's just... Oh my God.
Enforcement, prosecutors, and judges, because it's a recycling belt. Like, these kids go, they don't fear the police. They know it. If you talk about how we've got to get these judges and put these kids behind bars, adult crimes deserve adult penalties. And my second question,
that's not a question. You didn't ask a question. You just recounted your experience with what you called was a teenage thug with a hard T. What's the question? Mr. President, will you start killing these teenagers that they're robbing me?
You want me to answer it?
Whoever wants to take it.
Okay, it's real. Do you want me to answer it? Go ahead. Here's the problem. Assuming that they're 17 years, older than 17 years old, I can get the case. If they're under 18 years of age, I can only get the case if it's murder, rob one, rape, even if they shoot a gun but don't kill you, I can't get it. So the law has to be changed. As the president said, cashless bail. That has to be changed. All right, then even assuming I get the case, I get jurisdiction, I get a conviction, the DC Council has given the judges the ability to give probation on shootings. And so then it's up to them. All of these things, the Youth Rehabilitation Incarceration Reduction Act, and now they really want to change the way minors are treated as minors, I think, for more reasons than one, if you know what I mean. Like, they are big into this whole, like, well, you know, what is a minor after all type shit. They really want 14-year-olds to be treated as adults, it seems. They want to seal records. So if we work hard, we get a conviction, they want to wipe it out. So that needs all to be changed.
Okay, Mr. Question. Pam, would you answer that also?
Yeah, and just back to that topic. Let's be clear, though. We're going to charge.
Dude, what's crazy is, like, Trump lawyer, okay, Fox News personality. Jeanine Pirro is also a Fox News personality. Quote unquote independent media Rumble personality. That's his top level officials in this admin. How do you not look at this situation and go, okay, I expect them to fuck up over and over again? Like, it is seemingly designed for it's a string of fuck ups that are waiting to happen.
Charge them, and we're going to track every single thing they do throughout every step of the court process and report back to you and let all of you know what's happening to them. Because the people who are prosecuting them, the judges who are trying them, they also need to be held accountable.
Mr. President, you also made a comment. You made a comment in your walk here. This is the most people we've ever seen in this briefing.
I've never seen
ever, right?
Yeah. I've never seen any. Where's Caroline? Where's my superstar? Caroline. Is Caroline in the back? Where's Caroline? Come here, Caroline. Come here, Caroline. Come here. Is she doing a good job, by the way? Come here, Caroline. Is this the largest
What the
fuck? This is definitely the most packed briefing, and I think all of you would agree. I think it's why we need to build a ballroom.
Mr. President, I have a better idea.
All right, Brian, go ahead.
My question is this. You're building the big, beautiful ballroom. Yeah. Could we build a big, beautiful...
Okay, these questions are fucking insane. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Okay, let's see. Let's see what Jeanine Pirro is saying here.
I see too much violent crime being committed by young punks who think that they can get together in gangs and crews and beat the hell out of you or anyone else. They don't care where they are. They can be in DuPont Circle, but they know that we can't touch them. Why? Because the laws are weak.
We are going to touch you. If you're young, we will touch you. And you will say nothing about it. We want to touch the youth. Crazy.
I can't touch you if you're 14, 15, 16, 17 years old and you have a gun. I convict someone of shooting another person with an illegal gun on a public bus in the chest. Intent to kill? I convict him. And you know what the judge gives him? Probation. Says you should go to college. We need to go after the DC Council and their absurd laws. We need to get rid of this concept of, no cash bail. We need to recognize that the people who matter are the law-abiding citizens, and it starts today. But it's not going to end today, because the president is going to do everything we need to do to make sure that these emboldened criminals understand we see you, we're watching you, and we're going to change.
We're watching you. If you're 14 years old, I'm watching you. I'm going to touch you is probably not the thing you want to say, especially around this fucking guy, as the main talking point is the Epstein files. Minors. We are actively following you home.
Change the law to catch you.
Look at Doug, bro. My goat is washed. He still looks handsome. How dare you? Doug Burzum. Bergamaniacs rise up. The saving grace of this admin is Doug's proximity to power. Ay. All right, the rest of this is just like stupid shit.
Briefing room, update technology, more seats.
I don't want to do that. I don't want you to be comfortable.
The day they speak about white kids like this, the U.S. would be in another civil war. Of course, they never have to speak about white kids like this. There's a white kid that did a rape on a minor in Utah, and like he was directly related to a Republican in Utah who single-handedly pushed to change the law, so he actually wouldn't get criminal penalties for it, because that's how it works, you know.
So no, I don't want to make life comfortable. So look. Let's just do this. Let's do this. It's going to be a big thing. We're going to Russia. That's going to be a big deal. What happens. I'll let you know.
Yeah,
what
it wasn't
happens.
even a kid. The kid in this situation, the white teenager I'm talking about, was 18 years old.
You'll be the first to know. I'll be calling the European leaders. I'm going with totally. I mean, we have a.
All right, we're moving on from this. We're going to talk about some serious stuff. Israel. As you guys may be aware of, I've been covering this on my own personal social media profiles, but Israel, of course, is still on an unlimited rampage, unlimited genocide. And as a part of its unlimited genocide, Israel assassinated numerous Al Jazeera journalists, very famous ones, as a matter of fact, yesterday. And then basically said that they were the journalists that they assassinated were Hamas. Okay. Hey, Haas, went into the archive last night and watched your broadcast from October 8th. It was heartbreaking watching that, knowing what has been happening since. Yes, the journalist I'm talking about, of course, is Anas al-Sharif, a very famous Al Jazeera journalist from Al Jazeera Arabic. He was assassinated last night, and he was targeted and killed for doing journalism. We're obviously going to be talking about this. It is insane. Of course, Israel has not stopped. They're still bombing. Israel bombed the home of the Dalul family in Gaza, killing more than 10 people according to the reports and wounding others. Among the residents is prominent journalist Motasem Dalul. Reports say that when neighbors rushed in to pull the victims from the rubble, Israel struck again, a double tap strike, hitting the rescuers. This comes less than 24 hours after an Israeli attack killed 6 journalists in Gaza City, including Anas al-Sharif. They are actively trying to kill the remaining journalists in Gaza. They are openly and deliberately targeting journalists and then claiming, well, this journalist was Hamas. Okay? And the guilt by association, Mohammed El-Kurd also talked about this as well. I tweeted about this as well. Here, I'll show you, because I retweeted that fucking scumbag Eyal Yacobi they took photos with Hamas officials, including Yahya Sinwar. So obviously they're Hamas. They did this in the past as well. There is no justification for killing a non-combatant, especially a journalist, regardless of who they have taken photos with, for the record. Just so you understand, especially because, as I've said over and over again, if the world operated by Israel standards for combat, then you could literally nuke Tel Aviv and claim that it's totally justifiable. Of course, it is not justifiable act, but just understand that the only reason why they can get away with saying this is because of fucking unlimited, unadulterated racism. A.L. Jacoby says, innocent journalist, okay? I said, Zionists justify the murder of journalists by pointing to photos they've taken with political officials of the governing party to imply they're valid military targets in a country, Israel, with mandatory service where people take photos with genocidal war criminals with regular frequency. Yeah. Of course, there's obviously Trey Yingst as well, who has also taken photos with Hamas militants, like literally. This kind of argument is fucking ridiculous in a country, especially where there is literally a mandatory draft, a mandatory military service, as in every single person has been a part of, pretty much every single person has been a part of the Israeli occupying forces currently committing a genocide. Okay? If the rules of war were to be implemented in the way that Israel is conducting itself, then it would be justified to nuke Tel Aviv, considering that every single person in Tel Aviv, every single adult in Tel Aviv has either served in the Israeli occupying force that's currently committing a genocide or have served in the Israeli occupying force in the past. Okay? Not only that, but also every single person responsible for the internal governance and civil society organizations within the Israeli structure, within the Israeli state, would also be active military targets. This is by Israel's own estimation of what is considered a valid military target. Okay? It's fucking ridiculous. They kill entire families. They take down entire city blocks because they say, well, this person was like in charge of, I don't know, keeping the streets clean in the Hamas Politburo. Okay? It is insane. It is completely insane. But of course, they do not do this. This is not a standard that is applied to Israel. It's not a standard applied to anyone but Palestinians, because people do not consider Palestinians to be human beings. That's it. Okay? The instinct of many defenders of the Palestinians is to dispel the connection between the slain Palestinian media workers and their supposed political leanings, as if anywhere in the world these exist in isolation. While it is demanded of us to distance ourselves from the guerrilla fighters struggling against colonialism and occupation, Zionist soldiers, the colonizers and occupiers, can work without much irony or scrutiny in newsrooms and in media watchdog organizations. And it's crazy because one of the guys that does this is the IDF veteran, the Israeli occupying force veteran, who is the embed reporter for the Israeli occupying force for Times of Israel. I forget his name now. His name escapes me. But he routinely will post about, Emmanuel Fabian. Thank you, chatter. Emmanuel Fabian is an Israeli occupying force veteran. He also is the Times of Israel Israeli occupying force correspondent. He routinely is embedded with IDF troops in Gaza. Okay? And Emmanuel Fabian will, without even a fucking shred of irony, routinely post Israel's fucking defenses of murdering technically his colleagues on the other side that are being genocided. Okay? Like Emmanuel Fabian, as a direct consequence of like being embedded with the IOF, is way more of a fucking valid military target than like any of these guys are. What the fuck? And he doesn't even recognize that irony. He does not even recognize that irony. He's like an active combatant. He has been an active combatant, and he's currently a part of the military wing doing propaganda for the army that is currently doing a genocide. And yet he routinely posts Palestinian journalists getting killed and saying, well, these are valid military targets. Take, for example, Axios' political reporting covering Israeli affairs. Barak Ravid, who was, until March 2023, a reservist in the Israeli occupation forces, while working for an international media outlet. Or the editor-in-chief of The Atlantic, Jeffrey Goldberg, who dropped out of his American university to volunteer in the Israeli occupying force during the first Intifada. Then, during the course of his job, a so-called prison counselor at the notorious Ketziot camp lied to cover up for a friend whom he witnessed beating a prisoner. Correspondents entangled with the Israeli army are not challenged on the basis of proximity to the conflict, let alone condemned to die because of their participation in or fondness of the Israeli military apparatus. They do not need to be humanized. This is an inconsistent double standard that is never shown on the Israeli side. Israelis do not have to advocate for their own humanity. It is a given. Palestinians, on the other hand, have to consistently advocate for their humanity, even after they are murdered by the Israeli state that is openly doing a genocide. It's fucking crazy. It's fucking insane. And Israel hasn't stopped. And we're going to continue talking about it. And I'll read you his final message as well.
For the first time, Israel is taking responsibility for a deadly attack on journalists in Gaza, but claiming that one of the Al Jazeera Arabic journalists worked for Hamas.
Like, the Israeli state claims should be a non-starter. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck what the Israeli state claims. They are lying. They're lying. They lie all the time. They have never been truthful. Why do you still, after 22 months of genocide, when the Israeli state is openly saying they are going to permanently occupy the Gaza Strip militarily, why are you still going, well, the genocider army has claimed that the another victim of their genocide is actually not a journalist, but instead a Hamas militant. Okay, if the Israeli state says it, then it's, then I guess it's fine. I guess then it's a legal kill. It's so fucking insane. I don't give a fuck what the Israeli state says, okay? The only time I care about what the Israeli state is saying is to know what the lie is. The only way to understand what the truth is to recognize that the opposite of what the Israeli state is claiming is probably the truth. There's absolutely no reason why the New York Times shouldn't be fact-checking every single claim made by Israeli authorities like it does with Trump here. President Trump said he was taking control of the D.C. police due to out-of-control crime, even though violent crime on the city has fallen. Mainstream journalists and editors insist on platforming Israeli claims for objectivity's sake, but if they truly wanted to be objective reporters, they'd preface every Israel statement by noting Israel's record of disinformation and the absence of independently verifiable evidence, especially when Israel is not only directly at war against all journalists, okay, journalists who are literally correspondents for these international media organizations, for Western press in general. Israel keeps killing the Western press's own correspondents in the fucking Strip, okay? But also, Israel is directly at war with the truth. Israel is not even allowing Western press and Western media to enter the Gaza Strip. That in and of itself is enough for any Western media company worth its salt to immediately apply scrutiny. Why won't they let us in? Why won't they want us to cover the truth? Why won't they let us report truthfully about what's going on the ground? The very fact that the New York Times is still playing this fucking song and dance is insane, okay? It's not unexpected, to be fair. They have done so since the beginning.
Were killed by an airstrike outside of a hospital in Gaza City yesterday. Meanwhile, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is talking about plans to take over Gaza. Deborah Petta is in East Jerusalem. Deborah, good morning.
A very good morning. Well, amid growing condemnation at home and abroad, Prime Minister Netanyahu has defended his new plan to expand the war. The Israeli leader held a rare media conference with the foreign press over the weekend. Prime Minister Netanyahu lashed out at what he called a global campaign.
Dude, this shit is so crazy too. Like, one of the most insane lines of argumentation from the Israeli state now is it's like almost childlike. I mean, this is disgusting, right? This is like blatant Nazi propaganda. It's Holocaust denial. And of course, Benjamin Netanyahu is doing it. That is expected. But one of the most insane things that he's now claiming, which we saw which we saw throw out, like the Israeli state throw out in that Fox News, in that fucking Fox News interview that he had, is that, oh, we're going to let journalists into the Strip, right? They're going to inevitably let journalists into the Strip. It's going to be fucking favorable coverage, obviously. But even in the process, if they accidentally reveal that like the entirety of the Gaza Strip has been destroyed, what is Netanyahu's fucking comments on that? Oh, Hamas booby-trapped it. That's what they're saying. Their argument for why the entire Gaza Strip has been flattened by multiple nuclear arms worth of munitions by the Israeli state is because Hamas booby-trapped every building. That is unironically what they're claiming. That's what they're saying. They're saying Hamas had 8 atomic bombs worth of explosive ordnance that they put into every single building, and they actually blew up the civilian buildings themselves. I'm sorry. If you believe that, you can't fucking breathe without supervision. You know what I mean? You need like someone to consistently tell you to manually breathe. You have to be the dumbest person on the planet. And I don't think you're that dumb. I don't think any human being is that dumb. I think you just are looking for any reason to continue defending Israel's genocide because you like it, but at least you like read the room and you recognize that maybe people are not on board with it any longer. So you're just like actively trying to grab onto any defensible position in an otherwise completely indefensible sequence of horrifying war crimes and an ethnic cleansing campaign and a genocide, a live-streamed Holocaust.
Of lies.
And the international press has bought hook, line, and sinker Hamas statistics, Hamas claims, Hamas forgeries.
But Israel has refused foreign media entry into Gaza. We put this to him.
Firstly,
open your eyes to Hamas's lies.
Why is Israel not allowing foreign journalists into Gaza to report independently?
I've ordered, directed the military to bring in foreign journalists, more foreign journalists, a lot.
It is unclear if this...
You sure that is what booby trap means? Don't they mean that they had to destroy the building so their soldiers wouldn't die in a trap? Yeah, no, that's what they're saying. They're saying Hamas booby trapped every building. That's why they had to level every building so that they could blow up the booby traps. That's what they're saying. Or at least like the booby traps themselves actually exploded the buildings. It doesn't matter. It is just a fucking lie. He has said both. Both are insane. What are you talking about? Do you think this is a consequence of booby trapping? Are you fucking nuts?
Means the media will still only be allowed in under Israeli military control. For 22 months, the burden of documenting the war has fallen on Palestinian journalists inside Gaza. Over 200 have been killed. Just hours after the media briefing, an Al Jazeera crew, including correspondent Anas al-Sharif, was targeted in an Israeli strike in Gaza City. The IDF claims Sharif was the head of a Hamas cell, but just over 2 weeks ago, the New York-based Committee to Protect Journalists said it was gravely worried for his safety.
Who cares what Israel says, man? Just say that they lie all the time. You have to fucking explain that they're lying. What do you mean? This is not journalism. Israel said he was a leader of the Hamas military wing or whatever. Oh, okay. If Israel said so. It's fucking nuts that we still have to play this song and dance. It's been 22 months. They are very open about their genocidal ambition. What is going on? Everyone can fucking see it. It is now officially, I mean, it's been this way for a while, but it's certainly like in broad daylight. It is now more problematic to consistently defend Israel in the eyes of the broader public than it is to run cover for it. Okay? That's it. You are destroying what remains of the limited credibility that you had. You've already actively eroded that confidence that people had in mainstream publications by doing this over and over again. But now you're going to lose the remaining fucking boomers. Okay? You're at that stage where like the fucking 75-year-olds are going to look at this and be like, "What the fuck do you mean?"
They believed Sharif was the target of an Israeli military smear campaign based on unsubstantiated allegations.
Well, Sharif had told the CPJ he feared he was being set up for assassination. He left a will in which his final words are, "Do not forget Gaza and do not forget me in your prayers." Nate?
Deborah, thank you.
في كل ليلة الاحتلال الإسرائيلي يرتكب مجازر من المواطنين
Before he was assassinated by Israeli forces along with 4 Al Jazeera colleagues.
أحد المواطنين
One
ما
of the
زال على
victims is still
قيد
clinging on to life.
وهنا
And the rescue teams are trying
تحاول بإمكانيات بسيطة
with the most basic tools to get him out.
حسبنا الله ونعم الوكيل.
A Palestinian man urged him to continue when he broke down in tears during his coverage.
سحب الجثامين من داخل هذه المدرسة. الآن حزام ناري واستهداف عدد من المدارس لحي مدرسة حمامة بحي الشيخ رضوان. غارة إسرائيلية تستهدف أحد المركبات هنا أمام مجمع الشفاء الطبي. الآن نتقدم إلى هذه المدرسة التي تم فيها المجزرة. القوات الطبية استطاعت أن يصل إلى المكان جثامين أشلاء. الهدف عن مجزرة كبيرة، عشرات من الشهداء هنا في داخل هذه المدرسة.
His own immediate family members were murdered in the process. He hadn't seen his father in 60 days when he was killed in an airstrike.
لم أتمكن من الوصول إلى المنزل نتيجة على هذا القصف المتواصل، وتم دفنه داخل مراكز اللواء.
صباح الخير. صباح الخير.
صباح النور
يا روحي. طبعا اليوم الصباح مختلف شام. على جامع. يلا باي يا بابا. أن نخلع هذه الخوذة ميادة التي أرهقتني طوال هذه الفترة. كان على مدار الوقت يرافقني، والآن نعلن هنا من داخل قطاع غزة ومن داخل مدينة غزة هذا الإعلان ووقف إطلاق النار.
100 طفل كانوا يحفظون القرآن بين أروقة.
Yeah, that's him. As a child, Al Sharif appeared on the Al Jazeera during the 2008 Gaza war.
المسجد المستهدف.
تطورات أن وزارة الصحة الفلسطينية سيما في صفوف الأطفال، ونحن طبعا هذا المشهد هو جزء من المعاناة، جزء من المجاعة التي ما زالت متواصلة ومستمرة في داخل القطاع. نتحدث عن نقص جميع المواد الغذائية في داخل القطاع، نقص حليب الأطفال، أدنى المقومات الصحية.
في هذا الوقت جيش الاحتلال الإسرائيلي يرتكب مجزرة بعد استهداف.
I believe he was 28 years old. The Israeli military just killed him. Look at the photo caption. This is a committee to protect journalists. CPJ calls for Anas al-Sharif's protection in face of Israeli smears. Al Jazeera Arabic's Gaza correspondent Anas al-Sharif has been called a terrorist multiple times by an Israeli army spokesperson after the journalist cried, reporting on starvation in Gaza. Anas al-Sharif was born in 1996. He was 4 when the Second Intifada began in 2000. He was 11 when Israel imposed a blockade in Gaza in 2007. He was 12 during Cast-led in 2008 to 2009. He was 18 during the 2014 assault on Gaza. He was 29 when Israel assassinated him in 2025. Was he targeted? Yes. He was deliberately targeted in a tent with other Al Jazeera journalists and assassinated by the Israeli state. And Israel has openly stated that they
need to keep in mind.
They are killing journalists specifically for covering Israel's war crimes. Do you understand? Stoker has a breakdown on why they did this.
Many of you know
Israel assassinated Anas al-Sharif before the invasion of Gaza City so that it will happen in darkness. Here are some brief notes on Israeli targeting and
that a
decision
group
making.
of journalists was just intentionally targeted with a kinetic strike by the Israeli military in the Al Jazeera journalist tent in Gaza City, because they do their targeting operations based off cell phone signals. So somewhere, someone in the targeting cell was like, all these journalists are here, drop it. And it's hard to do a battle damage assessment based off of this video, but it's clearly, there's no crater, it was not a bomb. It was most likely a precision munition like a Hellfire missile shot from a Q-9 Reaper drone. As you can see, there's no blasted terrain. Okay, so basically, I've been tracking this for a long time. When they go to kill journalists or aid workers, they use precision munitions like this because they want to be able to see the bodies, see on thermal imaging the heat go away out of the bodies so they can confirm that they're dead. You can't do that if you're trying to kill a high-value target with a bomb because it just destroys everything. There's a drone somewhere circling above, making sure all of these guys are dead. This strike was not about leveling Gaza. This one was to kill the prominent journalists reporting the genocide. So, rest in power, y'all. And are there any quote-unquote Western journalists that would like to say anything?
Yeah. Here's the Israeli occupation forces bragging about this assassination. Struck Hamas terrorist Anas al-Sharif, who posed as an Al Jazeera journalist. Al-Sharif was the head of a Hamas terrorist cell and advanced rocket attacks on Israeli civilians and IDF troops. Intelligence and documents from Gaza, including rosters, terrorist training lists, and salary records, prove he was a Hamas operative integrated into Al Jazeera. A press badge isn't a shield for terrorism. Even your own fabricated document about Anas incriminates you 100%. It claims he was wounded in a training explosion in early 2023 and was left incapacitated and unfit for military service with extremely weak hearing in the left ear, weak eyesight, constant migraines, and headaches. In other words, Anas, per your own document, has zero military role during the entire period of the genocide, yet he was murdered so openly for the crime of being a journalist. As you guys know, Israel, this isn't the first journalist that Israel has assassinated. Hossam Shabbat comes to mind, someone who I spoke with frequently in North Gaza, who chose to remain in North Gaza and cover the atrocities that were unfolding when Israel was trying to implement a blackout in North Gaza in some of the worst periods of the ethnic cleansing campaign. And Israel claimed that he was a Palestinian Islamic Jihad sniper, and then they assassinated him. When they did so, a couple of weeks prior to his assassination, we knew that he was under the crosshairs. Yeah. Of course, Ahmed Fouad al-Khatib, Ethan Klein's favorite Palestinian collaborator with the Israeli state and the American government, had actively put a target on the backs of numerous journalists, including Anas al-Sharif. It's not, drama adjacent. This is just something that other Palestinian contributors are talking about as well. This is terrible news. Israel pulled the trigger, but I squarely blame Ahmed Fouad al-Khatib for their deaths. He planted false stories about Anas and is directly responsible for his murder. I also blame the Atlantic and Atlantic Council for giving this rat a platform for his lethal smears. Here's what he said on February 10th. Al Jazeera journalist Anas al-Sharif and cameraman attempted to provoke a security incident at the Netzarim corridor at the behest of Hamas. They tried to put up a drone above the Egyptian and American forces after the withdrawal of Israeli troops to capture footage, but were likely gathering intel and scouting the area for Hamas. He recognizes that these guys are journalists and they're covering the Netzarim corridor, but then says it's for Hamas purpose, which was rumored to want to use the Netzarim corridor as a site for future hostage release to prove it is in full control of Gaza. The American PMCs worked with the Egyptian security personnel to get the drone operator not to fly it overhead, with tensions escalating. The Al Jazeera journalist team sent it up anyway, and the video of the incident has been distributed on social media with laughter, commentary to boast about defying U.S. security contractors and proving that the Netzarim, like most of Gaza, is back under the full control of the resistance. extremely reckless behavior that's going to endanger the ceasefire and create unnecessary risk for the civilians and the fragile calm that is desperately needed. Once again, Israel had never actually wanted to have fragile calm in that area and no area in Gaza. Israel violated that ceasefire openly. Chad, did Hasan cover the National Guard being deployed in DC already? Yes, for the first 2.5 hours of this broadcast. As a matter of fact, I just only switched to Israel news like in the last 40 minutes. Wait, you knew a journalist who was assassinated? Yes. Months ago. Almost half a year ago at this point. Hossam Shabbat. Reminder that this is what he posted when Israel murdered beloved journalist Hossam Shabbat. Al Jazeera's fake journalists and mercenaries are working overtime trying to serve their Islamist overlords and save Hamas from collapse. Never forget that Al Jazeera is the media arm of Hamas. Al Jazeera equals Hamas, but the people of Gaza finally see through both. There's no going back. This is what Ahmed Fuad al-Khatib said when Israel assassinated Hossam Shabbat. 21 years old, by the way. That's who this fucking demon is. Nazi collaborator, piece of shit. Anyway, here is Mohammed Shahada talking to Al Jazeera about all of the lies that Israel has been engaging in.
One thing that you need to keep in mind is Israel has been lying incessantly since the beginning of the genocide. It's been the cornerstone of Israel's genocidal campaign to lie every single day about everything possible and to come up with the most lunatic lies imaginable. Israel lied about massacring the ambulance workers in Rafah. They lied about the GHF massacres. They lied about the Shifa Hospital, the Flower Massacre, the beheaded babies, Hamad Hospital, Hind Rajab, the terror list at the Rantisi Hospital that turned out to be a calendar, the World Central Kitchen workers, babies in ovens, white phosphorus, deliberately starving Gazans, Sinwar surrounding himself with 20 hostages in a tunnel, gassing hostages, the Ahli Hospital, killing women and children with white flags, mass raping Palestinians, non-existent tunnels under graveyards, Nasser Hospital, Hussam Abu Safiya, mass graves, snipers targeting kids in the heads, providing protection to criminal gangs that are looting aid systematically. Israel also lied about wiping out Gaza. They lied about refusing and collapsing the ceasefire, blowing up Gazans fleeing the south, blowing up and destroying Kamal Udwan Hospital, claiming that dead Gazan children are fake plastic dolls, creating alleged safe zones that they push the people into and they bomb them once they get there. They lied about the general's plan. They lied about how many Hamas militants they killed, about the Red Crescent taking part in October 7th. That was another lie. They lied about how many journalists they've killed, and they lied about designating journalists as Hamas militants. They lied about Muhammad Abu Silmiya, the head of the Shifa Hospital. They lied about the Indonesian hospital, about UNRWA, Al-Auda Hospital, killing women sheltering at a church, bombing the church again, bombing another church, destroying every single university in Gaza, destroying the overwhelming majority of schools in Gaza, blowing up Gaza's Turkish cancer hospital, the sole cancer hospital in Gaza.
After using it as a military base, the Israeli government was the one who used it. It emptied it out and then used it as a military base to launch operations out of. And then after they pulled out, they blew it up.
They lied about Hamas hiding giant stockpiles of fuel in Rafah and Hamas looting aid. They lied about finding active smuggling tunnels in Rafah. They lied about hostages that would return pregnant. And they lied about who killed Yussi Sharabi, Itai Sivrisky, and other hostages as well that the IDF themselves killed. And after all these lies, Israel comes up and says, but trust us, our next lie will be 100% true. Trust us. You should attach as much value to Israel's allegations about Anas al-Sharif as you attach to the dust on the floor. Because without lies at this stage, without lies, Israel's narrative dies completely. It's the only way they can sustain the genocide.
This time is true. Believe me. Here's the press club in D.C., the National Press Club in D.C., and their fucking ridiculous statement on this. Throughout this entire statement, you would never know that Israel killed Anas al-Sharif, and the IDF took credit for the assassination immediately. The National Press Club is saddened and troubled by reports at Al Jazeera that his correspondent Anas al-Sharif was killed today in Gaza. The network says al-Sharif, 28, died in a tent for journalists outside the main gate of the Al-Shifa hospital. Al-Sharif, a respected Arabic language correspondent, have reported extensively from northern Gaza throughout the current conflict. His death is among more than 200 journalists reported killed since the war began. The killing of a journalist while working to inform the public is a loss felt far beyond one newsroom, said National Press Club President Mike Balsamo. Journalists must be able to work without being targeted or killed. All parties in conflict zones must honor their obligations. The National Press Club calls for a thorough and transparent examination of the circumstances surrounding al-Sharif's death and reaffirms its commitment to defending the safety and independence of journalists worldwide. Fucking bullshit. Dropsite Media Dropsite Middle East editor Sharif Abdul Quddus reflected on Western media's response to Israel's killing of Anas al-Sharif and 5 other journalists. He told Breaking Points there's been a progression of brazenness in how Israel kills journalists in Palestine as Western media continues to enable Israel.
To Anas's killing, I'm still somehow shocked by it, even though I shouldn't be after so long, by Western media institutions. The National Press Club called for a thorough and transparent examination of the circumstances surrounding Anas's death. What on earth does that mean? They're putting out a boilerplate statement calling for an investigation. Israel openly, publicly...
Yeah, what investigation? Israel said they killed him and said he was Hamas. Unless you're saying that, unless you want to lend credence to the Israeli narratives after 22 fucking months of lies... what do you mean? We have to do a thorough and independent investigation. Israel already admitted that.
Threatened him for months. They bombed the tent he was in, and then they took credit for it and bragged about it.
Yeah.
What investigation are you talking about?
That's exactly.
Reuters, the headline of Reuters is Israel kills Al Jazeera journalist it says was Hamas leader. And then it goes on to quote the Israeli military saying, you know, he was responsible for advancing rocket attacks or some of this, you know, preposterous claims. This is making this, it's enabling Israel to do this.
That's right.
And if we look, there's been a progression of brazenness of how Israel kills journalists in Palestine. In the beginning, they would deny that they killed them, or they would say it's collateral damage, or that it was some mistake. Then they started claiming that the journalists were in fact militants after they killed them. They did this with Hamza Dahdouh in January 2024. They produced some ridiculous documents claiming he's a Hamas militant or Islamic Jihad, I don't remember. Then they continued to step it up. They created this hit list in October. And they put 6 Al Jazeera journalists and basically saying openly, we're going to kill them. And now they've killed 2 of them. You know, they went even further in April. They targeted one of the most prominent journalists in Gaza. His name was Hasan. They bombed him in a very similar way to the bombing they did yesterday. They bombed a media tent, but this one outside of Nasser Hospital in Khan Yunis. They killed 2 journalists. One was burned alive and the other died. But the journalist they were trying to kill, Hasan, he was wounded. Very bad.
Yeah, and then they fucking killed him in the hospital.
Badly, he was burned. He lost 2 of his fingers. He was recovering inside the hospital. They bombed the hospital and killed him. They bombed an injured journalist a month later, barely a month later, and killed him, and then openly admitted to it. So they're becoming more brazen about it, openly admitting to it, because they know there will be 0 consequences.
Yeah. No, that's what they do. They push
the limit. They might get some words of condemnation.
Like, saying this post-October 7, in the immediate aftermath of October 7, would cause even the uninitiated, who are just not knowledgeable of Israel's behavior, to look at you like you're some fucking anti-Semitic psychopath, right? What do you mean they? Oh, are you talking about Jews? Oh, you just are saying that about the Jewish state. Now think about the environment when you actively report on the truth about the ways in which Israel conducts itself. And think about how many cries of anti-Semitism actually stick at this stage, okay? For the past 12 years of my professional broadcasting career, I saw a very different attitude from the Western public when I tried to cover this shit truthfully. It's done. is done. So now, what remains is the media, Western outlets that are actively trying to defend Israel with increasingly ridiculous lies. It's over. It's done. But our work is not done because change has not come yet. So you have to keep pushing. You have to keep protesting. You have to increase the stress. You have to increase the pressure. You have to make it so that you are an undeniable force. You have to make it so that this comes with consequences. The unlimited support for Israel has to come with consequences. That's it. It's obvious that the Democrats are not going to do so. It's clear. And when you say it's already gone too far, man, I know. I understand that. But you're not doing this specifically for, you're not doing this for your own feelings. You're doing this for the people that haven't been murdered yet. You're doing this for those who have been murdered, whose deaths are not in vain. Okay? Palestinians do not have the opportunity to just, take a breather, to step away from this. This is their entire existence. Okay?
Outraged by the targeted killings of journalists in Gaza. Salah Negm joins me now. He is the director of news for Al Jazeera English. And Salah, can I just begin by saying first that I am very sorry for your loss and that we here at CNN really do stand in solidarity with you and your journalists at this time. This was the targeted killing of, I believe, 5 of your staff, including one of the most prominent journalists and voices during the duration of this war, Al-Sharif. Can I begin by just asking you for your reaction to what has happened?
First, thank you very much. And I think this is time that journalists everywhere in the world stand beside each other to defend collecting the truth from the field and protecting themselves against the tyranny and crimes that's committed against them. The reaction is journalists in Gaza are journalists. They have been working for 2 years under very difficult circumstances, risking their lives in order for one thing to happen, is to bring the truth about what's happening in Gaza to the outside world. And our correspondent died doing this after a threat from the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu yesterday in the evening, few hours before they were killed. A threat, and at the same time when he was asked why don't you let international journalists to go into Gaza, he promised to secure them. And this is how he secured journalists, killing 5 of them.
And the IDF have come out with this claim that Anas served as the head of a terrorist cell in Hamas. I mean, it's an accusation of Hamas membership that you have heard throughout the duration of the war. What is your response to that?
It's not we only have heard that accusation. Anything for this Israeli government, which doesn't go along with its desires and narratives and what it plans to Gaza or other places, is Hamas member. This is the easiest accusation that happens. This is a government that is lying and lying and lying, and its lies are proved by so many organizations, eyewitnesses, countries throughout this war.
Anas and your other Al Jazeera journalists had moved, we know, to write their own obituaries before they were killed, which suggests they knew what was coming. Can you tell us what you know of the events of the past week and where the crew were at the time of the strike?
The crew was in the vicinity of Al-Shifa hospital in Gaza. This is a location that a lot of journalists go and start giving live interviews with their channels or collect information from. It's very well known, and they were not hiding. They're known to be there. Yes, every journalist in Gaza is writing his own obituary, because if you are in Gaza, you are not safe anywhere, whether you are a journalist or a normal citizen. 60,000 people died. Every morning you have something like between 50 and 100 people killed by Israel bullets or drones or whatever. So yes, they live in danger all the time.
Yeah. Salah, Israel have known where your journalists have been for the past 2 years. Can you speak to us about the timing of this and why you think this happened now?
The timing of this attack was clear from the Israeli Prime Minister press conferences yesterday. He announced his plans for Gaza. He wants to go and level the city and transfer something like 1 million of its inhabitants to concentration camp in the south, and maybe will accept voluntarily what he calls volunteer evacuation, and in fact it's expelling all of them. That is the plan for Gaza. Now, do they need eyewitnesses? Do they need cameras to monitor that and give the world? In the same press conference yesterday, he denied that there was hunger, shortage of food, but not starvation, which is a lie, as we all know. They suspect the numbers of 60,000 people dead, although it's verified by everyone. So it's killing the messenger and trying to eliminate any eyewitness to atrocities.
Yes, and we know what a lot of your journalists have been doing, and us in particular, is bearing witness to the starvation that has been happening in the enclave. The Committee to Protect Journalists last month said it was gravely worried for al-Sharif's safety. How concerned are you for your remaining staff there now? And are you taking any precautions? Is it even possible?
There are protocols to secure journalists internationally, like protective gears, trackers, knowing their whereabouts, the way they use the communications, and all of that. But at the same time, if they are reporting from a besieged place with very little movement they can do, and they are confronted by a complete modern army that's bombing that place every day, there is no place safe. So we pray for God every day for their safety, as well as other people in Gaza, children, women, and men who are under fire for 2 years now.
Yeah, and as I said at the top, we stand in solidarity with our eyes and ears on the ground there in Gaza. Salah Negum, thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you very much.
The Foreign Press Association says it's outraged by the targeted killings of journalists in Gaza. Let's bring in Ian Williams, the president of the association. Ian, welcome to the program. As we've noted, we've seen repeated calls for Western journalists to be allowed into Gaza as the war approaches its 2-year mark. Just talk about, tell our viewers why that is so important to have Western journalists there to observe what is going on the ground throughout the war, and what the reaction has been and the justification when you reach out to the Israeli government demanding as much.
Well, one of the points is we should trust Palestinian journalists as well, but there's, profound sort of racism, and the Israeli government has basically said if you're Palestinian, you're not to be trusted. Whereas I think the foreign press, the press in general, are now beginning to learn that whatever the Israeli government says has to be taken with a 100-weight of salt.
22 months. I'm sorry. After like the 5th month, you were just, if you still did not actually take what Israel was saying with a grain of salt, like, you were just entertaining it on purpose. And I think that is the case. I think that the media is complicit in this, for the record. Instead of scrutinizing those in power making accusations, the BBC sows doubt about the innocence of those accused who can't defend themselves because they have been assassinated. This is how passive consent for genocide is manufactured. BBC presenter, in terms of how journalists are operating the Gaza Strip, obviously international organizations like the BBC cannot go in. So Al Jazeera is using local people there. Are they able to operate truly independently? An absolutely disgraceful question. Like, they're saying, are they able to operate independently outside of like Hamas control? Maybe what Israel is saying is truthful. Maybe he is actually a part of Hamas. Maybe he's an armed militant, an armed combatant. Look, he's taking photos with members of Hamas and the Politburo and even Yahya Sinwar. It's like they did this with Hasan Eslahi as well. Oh, he took photos. He took photos of the Hamas members. It's like, yeah, dude, they are literally the people who are responsible for governing the fucking Gaza Strip. The fuck do you mean? What kind of fucking idiotic assessment is this? You can't just kill someone because they've taken a photo with a person, okay? You can't, that's insane. That's an insane standard. If that standard was evenly applied to Israel, once again, I'm going to repeat this. If Israel's standards for what constitutes a valid military target was applied, then you can't say anything that happened on October 7th is a fucking war crime. Like, literally, what do you mean? You could literally justify nuking Tel Aviv by that same standard, and it would be a perfectly fucking legal act of military intervention because there's mandatory conscription in Israel. And on top of that, you have a bunch of fucking politicians and members of the government that are tasked with civil governance, civil affairs inside of Israel. They live with their families. Israel has assassinated, the head of fucking sanitation, who was a part of Hamas's Politburo, who was a part of the civil governance division there. Israel has assassinated that person and their families and openly said that they're doing this because they are a part of sanitation. They're a part of like the ministry of fucking governance, the internal affairs. It's ridiculous. It is a ridiculous standard. Here, I'll give you one step further. It's like saying you can just nuke every part of America, okay? You could just like literally send America nukes. Just destroy the United States of America in its entirety. Leave it as a fucking crater in the dustbin of history because there are a fuck ton of veterans that live all around the country. There are a fuck ton of people who are former politicians, current politicians. That standard does not work. There's a reason. That's crazy. Everyone that has ever taken a photo with Donald Trump is now what? A fucking legal, valid military target? Or anyone that's ever taken a photo with like a Republican or a member of the Republican Party, a member of the Democratic Party, a member of any American party, anyone who has ever been responsible for like public sanitation, anyone who's a former or current police officer, anyone who's done anything, like the fucking head of the local library. Everyone is now a perfectly valid military target in that regard. It's fucking ridiculous. The only reason why you don't consider that as a real threat is because no one is capable of doing so. Okay? No one is obviously capable of doing to Israel or America what Israel and America have done to Palestine. And that's the reason why people can entertain these fucking ridiculous assessments of whether someone is a fucking valid military target or not. It's fucking bullshit. More journalists have been killed by Israel since October 2023 than the number of journalists killed in both World War I and World War II combined. The Israeli military has even publicly confirmed by its spokeswoman that they do not differentiate between civilian employees of Hamas and Hamas militants. Even more bluntly, according to the Cost of War Project, the Gaza genocide is the most deadly war for journalists in recorded history, full stop. Israel is also, I'll take it one step further, actively said that journalists who are accurately covering what Israel is doing in the Gaza Strip are actually working at the behest of Hamas. They've literally killed journalists and said the reason why we killed this journalist is because he's doing journalism and therefore benefiting Hamas. It's not like they're hiding it. They're openly saying why they're doing these violent things. So the very fact that there are still people trying to entertain this fucking idiotic notion, especially in Western press, is so fucking morally bankrupt.
Because there's, what they say bears no relation to reality. And they use keywords like, the Hamas Ministry of Defense. Hamas controls the place. And I mean, the Ministry of Health. Hamas controls the place. Journalists there, frankly, I don't care whether Sharif was in Hamas or not. We don't kill journalists for being Republicans or Democrats or in Britain Labour Party.
Thank you. Fucking thank you. Oh my God. Finally, I can't believe I'm hearing this on CNN. Holy fuck. Thank you. He's not, but even if he was, it doesn't fucking matter. Like, that's crazy. Your political affiliations mean that you can be assassinated is crazy. That's not how this works. It took 22 months for CNN, and this is the international part of CNN, to finally fucking say the truth. Oh my God.
Hamas is a political organization as well as a terrorist organization, perhaps, but it's not permissible to go killing people. And this was the distinct change now, is the IDF actually boasted that this was a targeted killing. And the reason they're doing that is they're not letting foreign journalists in. So Palestinian journalists are the only ones who are there, the only ones who can tell what's happening there. And what they're saying completely contradicts what's coming from Israeli spokesmen in Israel and across the world. It's quite clear they've documented the ongoing massacres, and the Israelis don't like it.
What do you mean by not caring whether Anas al-Sharaf was part of Hamas? Because the Israelis have produced what they say is evidence and have longstanding statements where they say he was not only part of Hamas, but he was leading a Hamas cell. In your view, that doesn't make him fair game.
Is the lady deaf? Yes. That's why she's there. Okay? Her job is to literally just turn around and be like, hey, I know you just described exactly why this is a completely unacceptable war crime that Israel has done 200 times over, okay? More than 200 times. But also, Israel, the fucking party that is committing a genocide by the admission of virtually everyone on the fucking planet with the exception of people who are paid to avoid that reality, those at fucking CNN, have claimed that this person was a Hamas brigade commander with legal kills, actually, with so many kills. He was scalping people. What do you have to say to Israel's fantasies?
For Israeli targets?
Well, first of all, I don't believe it. He's been working 24 hours on journalism. He doesn't have time to work in a cell on the side. The second point is I basically don't believe anything the Israeli government says about this. They've lied and lied and lied. They buried a whole medical team after denying it. They went and destroyed the evidence. They bombed hospitals, claiming there were Hamas facilities underneath, which weren't there. And the only way to conclusively disprove them was to let foreign journalists in. And they won't do that. So now they're basically saying, if foreign journalists are allowed in now, I would make sure they compose their wills before they go.
These are two separate.
The IDF has no compunction.
These are two separate what? No, it's not. It's not a two separate statement. It is directly. It is the same. It is the same fucking government. It's the same government that is doing a genocide, that has consistently lied every single time it's taken a fucking breath to say anything. Why the fuck would you ever believe a single word coming out of fucking Israel? Unless you are paid to believe the words coming out of Israel, even if you don't personally believe the words coming out of Israel.
These are two separate issues you raise. I think the majority of journalists around the world, and I would imagine a lot of our viewers.
It's not a separate issue at all. The reason why Israel does not want Western journalists to enter the fucking Gaza Strip is because when they kill the only journalists that are in the Gaza Strip, who are fucking brown Palestinians, you can turn around and say, well, maybe he was Hamas. That's the only reason. Do you not understand? Because of racism, because of your racism, because of white supremacist attitudes, the notion that Palestinians are not fucking human beings is so easily trafficked through Western media. That is precisely the reason why they can't have white journalists in the fucking Strip. Because if they kill white journalists, which I assume Israel would probably still get away with, mind you, okay? Because these guys are such fucking rapacious dick riders of the genocidal apartheid state that they would probably be like, well, did Clarissa Ward deserve it? I don't know. Maybe Clarissa Ward was Hamas. They could literally fucking kill their own white colleagues and they would still turn around and be like, well, maybe this was Hamas. We should do an investigation.
would support allowing Western journalists into Gaza to see for themselves and report for themselves what is happening in this war. But when you say you don't believe a word Israel is saying, you know, there's been a lot of accusation thrown at Israel for not producing evidence to confirm some of the claims they've made. If they then produce evidence and you say, I don't believe it, where does that leave things?
What do you mean? They've never produced evidence. They've never. The evidence that they the evidence that they produce is not real evidence. You are supposed to be an outlet that does journalism. When a state that is conducting a genocide routinely lies about its targets, routinely lies about who they're killing by presenting immediately dismissible falsehoods, okay? You're not supposed to take what they're saying at face value after the 754th time that they're done so over the course of 22 fucking months.
Well, it leaves things. We work on the balance of proof. Our job is to challenge authority. The authority here is denying access to independent witnesses. Nobody else is allowed to go into Gaza. International organizations aren't allowed into Gaza. Journalists aren't allowed into Gaza. Reuters, AP, CNN, BBC are not allowed into Gaza. Now, what does that give us? Sort of more than a little hint that things are going on there that the Israeli government doesn't want you to know about or doesn't want you to witness. What other conclusion are you going to give? Now, there's a presumption in favor of Israel in a lot of this, which is totally unjustified after recent experience. I think, and they've targeted journalists before, in the West Bank as well, by the way. We're looking at Gaza, but journalists have been assaulted and killed in the West Bank as well for witnessing what the settlers are doing, let alone what the IDF is doing. So I think we're really, you know, it doesn't do Israel any great favors for basically making everything they say totally questionable.
All right, Ian Williams, we'll have to leave it there. Thank you so much for the time, President of the
Yeah, this is the president of the fucking Foreign Press Association that she's having on, by the way. Of course he's going to have this attitude because it's undeniable. It's unconscionable. Israel is doing a mass slaughter of all journalists. Fuck this anchor. Suck my dick. Anyway, Ryan Grimm says, here's the challenge. Name one other country or organization on the planet that is not a designated terrorist organization that would strike a tent full of journalists outside a hospital, celebrate it, and announce it was justified using obviously contradictory documents, claiming that just one of the journalists had previously served in the military. Name one single other country that you could even imagine doing that. Okay? Even America doesn't get to do that. It's fucking crazy how much Israel gets to do. It is unimaginable. Okay? At least America tries to fucking hide when they assassinate journalists, you know what I mean? Which is, of course, still unjustifiable. But even Barack Obama had to apologize for fucking striking the Kunduz hospital and killing fucking Doctors Without Borders medical personnel. Israel just goes, nah, they're Hamas, and move on. That's it. And we have to sit there and be like, I guess they said so. It's crazy. The idea that someone would pose as a journalist by doing live reporting all day, every day for 2 straight years, but is actually secretly a terrorist when is so stupid it demonstrates how much power Israel believes it has. Their excuse for assassinating a world-renowned journalist and his entire crew doesn't even have to make any sense for them to put it forward. It doesn't matter what they say. They can kill without impunity, and they fucking know it. This is precisely what it is. The very fact that they are not even trying to present like reasonable evidence for this, which, you know, we're not giving Israel tactics here, but like the very fact that they don't even choose to present reasonable evidence here in the unjustifiable assassination of yet another fucking journalist, a very famous one specifically, is an implication that they understand they can do this with impunity. It does not matter. No one will fucking call into question anything that they are doing. No one will put a stop to it. It doesn't matter what Israel says. Sometimes they fabricate evidence to smear those they've killed. Sometimes they won't bother. Either way, they know they'll get away with it. No one will stop them. It's become less about convincing the world and more about convincing themselves. Here is Clarissa Ward on the assassination of Anas al-Tariff. Even she had some fucking choice words here, and she is the main foreign correspondent. Clarissa Ward, remember, does some fuck shit every now and then like she did in Syria, But she also, to this day, is one of the only fucking Western reporters that have been able to actually sneak into the Gaza Strip to get coverage early on of all of the atrocities that were unfolding in Gaza. I've said this to you before, okay?
I woke up this morning to the horrific news that Anas al-Sharif, the Al Jazeera journalist, and 3 of his colleagues were killed in a targeted Israeli strike inside Gaza. This brings the total number of journalists killed in Gaza since October 7th to 176, which is, frankly, a mind-boggling statistic. And I just wanted to say, and I realize that it helps nobody, but I think I speak for a lot of Western journalists when I say that so many of us feel angry and outraged and powerless and ashamed. We are confronted with a stream of accusations from the IDF that seek to dehumanize our Palestinian colleagues, that seek to justify their killings, and the nature of the carefully calibrated language that we are using in our stories, I understand to many just feels so detached and so not proportional to the agony and outrage of the moment. And behind the scenes, many of us continue to push and press and sign letters and write petitions and do meetings, and none of it seems to make a damn bit of difference. So just a reminder that journalism is not a crime, and that the targeting of journalists is a war crime.
The previous anchor reposted on Twitter. She's 100% bought by Israel. Wait, that's the previous. No. What? Gal Gadot has always stood for clarity and reason when Red Story, which makes us grateful and honor she backed the don't feed the lion from the start. Brianna. Oh, that's the fucking. Oh. That's the lady. Oh, she reposted this. She's in it. She's tagged in it. CNN anchor. A brave and beautiful story that helps kids understand anti-Semitism and stand up to it with strength, pride, and compassion. This book is so needed right now. Gal Gadot, actress and anti-Semitism advocate. August 8th, 2025. Hashtag don't feed the lion. Well, now we know why she was fucking pushing back on the Foreign Press Association president, saying Israel is lying with every breath it takes. What is this? Hasan the Hun vindicated again, I see. Also proof, since apparently a lot of people need it, at this all could indeed end and could have ended any moment with one phone call from the POTUS. Netanyahu said, you are misleading the public that we can stop fighting and then return to it because Trump will let us. Yeah. You didn't even make the nominations, little bro? Oh, damn. I'm not even at the top of the bracket this time. 2025 Anti-Semite of the Year Award. It's a close one this year. Well, I guess good. Piers Morgan being on there is so funny. I think they just gave up on trying to deplatform me, which is good. Yeah. They disrespect my work. I know. It's really fucked up. I'm always telling motherfuckers, like, if you think you hate Israel enough, let me tell you, okay? You don't. You do not. Yeah. Also, UN has condemned Israel's targeted attack, killing 6 Gaza journalists.
Chronicle of a death foretold. Anas al-Sharif and his 5 colleagues knew that Israel was likely to kill them. The press flak jacket couldn't save them. It's an emblem of the extraordinary danger of reporting in Gaza. For their colleagues, grief mingles with fear. because any of them could be next. Al-Sharif wrote a final message back in April. "I have tasted suffering and loss," he said, "yet I never once hesitated to convey the truth." They carried their bodies through the ruined streets of Gaza City, past what were once homes and offices, the collective grief of a community and the individual grief of those who knew the men best.
في رحيل أنس الكلمات عاجزة عن التعبير لأنه ما في كلمات بتوصف حق أنس وتضحية أنس والمعاناة اللي عاشها واللي عشناها كصحفيين.
The Al Jazeera team was targeted by a drone in the tent where they slept and worked in the grounds of the Al-Shifa hospital. The Israelis had already destroyed all their offices in Gaza City. The journalists thought a hospital might provide some protection.
The occupation says that by killing the journalists, the truth will be stopped and that its crimes will not be exposed. But I tell the occupation that your bombardment on us increases our determination and resolve in conveying the voice of the suffering of our people in Gaza.
Yeah, they bombed tents.
Israel has not only admitted the strike, but trumpeted it. Anas al-Sharif was a Hamas cell leader, they say, responsible for orchestrating rocket attacks. But to millions of viewers across the Arab world, he was the face of Gaza, reporting the endless airstrikes that have killed tens of thousands of people.
After this segment is over, I'm going to have Brace and Liz on to talk about Epstein, and we'll also talk a little bit about Israel as well. Hold on one second. We have TrueAnon in the building. Hold on. Yes, Brace and Liz both. Full stack. Full team.
Him cast off his flak jacket when a temporary ceasefire was declared and everyone celebrated. And break down while reporting on a woman who was starving. Crocodile tears, said the Israeli Defense Force Arabic spokesman. Part of a false Hamas campaign on starvation. The IDF put out several videos saying he was a member of Hamas, which he and his employers denied on numerous occasions.
He continued his coverage despite all of allegations and accusations and all of difficulties, and even targeting his house and targeting his family. And Anas, managed to stay in Gaza, and he refused to leave Gaza.
Reporter Mohammed Kreke, cameraman Ibrahim Zahir, Mohammed Nufal and Muammer Aliwa, and freelancer Mohammed Al-Khaldi were also killed. Anas al-Sharif, who was 28, had 2 children. In a final message he wrote to be read in the event of his death, he said that his daughter Sham was the light of his eyes.
Hold on one second.
I never got to watch.
What's up, guys? Brace and Liz are in the building. I have we're currently covering the Israel assassination. Before we move on to wait, hold on. Why did I lose?
I think
video?
Liz. This is probably Liz's second time ever using Discord. So
okay, well, yeah, she's I don't know what happened. She's gone.
She passed.
Okay. Well, here we'll continue on this for now. Wait, why can't I? Oh, there it is. Okay. Put you on the main stage. Welcome back to the broadcast, Brace Belden.
Am I on?
Yeah, you're on. Yeah, you and Liz are both on. Well, Liz was gone for a second, but she's back now.
She's back. I don't see her.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, but I think you got to change your mic, Liz.
No, it works.
I know, but it's coming through. I know what's happening here. It's coming through the computer. And what you just got to do, Hasan, walk her through this. Be a gentleman.
Yeah, you got to go click on the cogwheel user settings in the bottom left corner and
wait,
go
hit it.
And then
hold on. Liz, hit the mic. No.
Hello?
Okay.
Liz, can you speak?
I can.
Okay, yeah, no, the mic is
Can you
correct.
hear me?
Yeah, no, it's the right mic.
That's what I thought.
No, now it's are you wearing AirPods?
No, I'm not wearing AirPods. Do you see the string?
Okay. Listen. Okay.
Wait, how do I fix the you know what? I'm just going to stop this so that you can
I'm just saying she tapped the mic and I didn't hear.
I'm trying to figure out how to I'm having a hard time with this as well. Hold on. With my Discord as well. I want to show I want to show everybody, but it's not letting me for some reason. 1 second. I have to fix that. How do I fix that? More options. Oh, grid view. There it is. Boom. I did it.
Well, no, only kind of. Now we've got some of Liz's head.
No. Don't worry. I'm going to fix that in a second. That's not a problem. Here it is. Boom.
People can just look at some of my head. That's fine.
No. No way. I'm fixing all of it. Don't worry. Okay. All right. Perfect. TrueAnon in the building, not in the flesh, but in the building regardless, ladies and gentlemen. We got Liz Franczak and Brace Belden. Thank you for coming on, guys. I've been meaning to have you on. I think this was like the last time I had I've had the full squad on before, but I think this was like the first time I ever had Brace on the broadcast. I believe, Liz, you might have been on as well, was to talk about the Epstein stuff many, many years ago. When TrueAnon was first starting. And since then, there has been new developments and some that is basically same old. And I wanted you guys to update everybody, since you are some of the few brave journalists that have been on the ground that have directly covered this issue, court reporters, that
we are none of those things. We are none of those things.
We are comedians that demand non-actionable.
We are not reporters. We are not
from anybody.
We are not even people who platform others. We simply speak sometimes, but our opinions are entirely the opinions of other people. But I got advice that might be the wrong thing to say if the exact wrong thing to say. And I looked into that, and I think it might be. I think we have to say that we believe everything that we say 100%.
I think we should double check that before you start saying that.
Regardless, everything that we'll be saying on this program today, and in fact, I want to take that one step further, and everything that I've ever said in my life, especially pertaining to, you know what I'm talking about, has come to me texted by Hasan.
Oh, great.
It is all.
We're just reading scripts.
It's all a script. It's the puppet master. And so any sort of things like that, legal things, all that kind of stuff, he's much easier. He has management, he has representation. And if somebody sues me, I might, well, I can't say it's Twitch. You
will not like it. You will not be happy.
No, you will be happy. Some of you will be happy, but then you'll feel sorry.
Well, in any case, I'm glad it's a real honor to have you guys back on, esteemed podcasters and comedians that are not journalists, that cannot be sued for libel and defamation, slander, all of those things, non-actionable, just doing entertainment like Tucker Carlson. And also have the same politics as Tucker Carlson.
That's right. That's a fact. I feel like you should get on his show. I feel like you could be on his show.
He had a former colleague of mine, Anna Kasparian, on recently, but I don't know. I have not seen any initiative from the Tucker Carlson folks to have such a massive platform offered to a person like myself. But it's
I gotta get on Candace, man.
I don't
and
know
her show.
You couldn't handle
her
it
show.
there.
Yeah, I knew you were gonna.
I think I could do it. I think I would be sweating so much.
Liz, how do you deal with this man?
Barely. I barely do.
What do you want to talk about, Hasan?
Well, first, it gives me no pleasure to report this, but I have not made it into the final top 10 anti-Semites of the year this year.
Better
Very
luck
sad
next
state of
year.
affairs. I feel like I tried really hard.
Who are the top 10?
Where is it? Someone had it someone had it ready to go. Chatters, can you send me that link again so I can show you? But yeah, it's newcomers into the top 10 are Piers Morgan, apparently.
Really?
Yeah. What? Owen Jones, which I thought was really funny that he's like
Wow.
The little guy?
Owen Jones. Is he little? I don't know if he's little.
Well, he comes across as not tall.
Hold
That's
on,
just
I'll
British. That's just British.
Here, I'm sharing the
Okay.
screen with you guys. I don't know how to like put this down though, and have only you show up and not my screen. But
Who's bottom right?
oh, Thomas Massey, who always looks wet. He looks skinnier than that now. You got Tucker Carlson,
and he's got the
you got that Amish Infowars guy.
yeah.
Candace Owens
yeah.
once again, who I believe won last year. Right click, uncheck, show my screen. Wait, hold on. Oh, boom. Okay, there
I
it is.
feel like I don't know if these are top 10.
Yeah, I don't know.
You think there's
man.
better
I mean,
anti-Semites out there?
Well,
Matt
there's like real
Gaetz?
ones. I mean, come on. He does it just for the show. That's what I think. I
Yeah,
don't
there's
think
a
he
lot
believes
of
in
there's a lot
anything.
of performative anti-Semites that these guys are presenting as real ones. And,
yeah, I mean
and-
the Hodge twins. Come on, man. Top
Yeah.
10 Hodge twins.
Yeah.
First of all, how are you gonna have Hodge twins but not have Nick Fuentes? That's crazy.
yeah, why is
They're
Nick
not hip
Fuentes
to
not on
that.
this
They don't
list?
know. They don't know.
Who's to the right of the MMA guy?
Wait, why am I following this fucking douchebag? I don't even know how the fuck that happened.
NBA analyst.
Yeah, musical artist. I am a musical artist from Israel, and this is my art. We got Owen Jones, you got Dan Bilzerian, you got Piers Morgan, of
That's
course,
kinda weird.
since he recognizes that like what Israel is doing is unconscionable, but also at the same time keeps going, but Hamas over and over again. Andrew Tate, this guy, it's not Nick Mullen, it's a different guy.
It's
Different
Nick
guy.
yeah, but he's like not in the algorithm anymore. No one gives a fuck about him.
Yeah. He was doing a lot with Candace Owens, actually. I forget what his name is. Glenn, obviously.
The classic.
And he's already suffered repercussions for his anti-Israel coverage, in my opinion. I feel like, you know, I feel like still putting him on this list is fucked up. You got the guy who gets his head caved in professionally. Jake Shields, I think.
Jake Shields, yeah.
And then the comedian Dave Smith.
Oh, that guy's so is that guy actually a comic or is he just a guy who goes on podcasts? Like,
I
does
think
he
he's
do
a guy
like
who goes on podcasts. I don't know if he's actually a comic. I feel like he says, I mean, his name is comedian Dave Smith, so I assume he is. Bassem Youssef, Matt Gaetz, the Hodge twins, fucking Jackson Hinkledink, and Thomas
Oh my god, I thought that
Massey.
was Josh Citarella.
Josh
I forgot
Citarella?
about.
Oh, I
That's
thought
what
I did
thought it
not
was.
recognize Jackson. I thought he
I was
was
like, why is he
wearing I
dressed
thought that
like
was
that?
a guy in a you know, one of them Rasta hats. I don't know if there's like a name for it or whatever, but like a hat you put your dreads in. And I thought it was like a guy.
That
wearing one of
outfit
those.
looks photoshopped on. Like it reminds me of the Trump
y'all
hat
are just
photo.
jealous that he actually went and hung out with the Al Houthi family.
Yes, I am jealous.
Oh,
Anybody?
Me too.
Let's be real. Anybody who is hating on that, you are hating from outside the club. That is
no,
just
for sure.
definitionally you're hating outside the club.
For sure.
It's just come on. People were like, oh look, there were so many people trying to be like, oh he's got the rifle. He's got the. It's just so performative. Yeah, wouldn't you'd kill to be in that performance? Are you kidding me?
100%. No,
I would say there's
that was when I assumed that was when I decided I don't think he's an American intelligence asset and maybe just a Russian one. I don't know.
With this list, I'm going to go ahead and say the only three people I would say that actually probably really don't like hate Jewish people. are also two of the people that I don't know if they could necessarily define what a Jew is, which is Bilzerian and then Jake, the fucking the MMA guy, and then maybe Candace Owens, but that's because she's our most refined anti-Semite.
She's
But everyone
in
else,
the archives. She's reading all the pages.
but I feel like everybody else is just. I mean, I don't know about the InfoWars guy, but I'm like, this is a phoned in list.
Yeah.
Yeah, like the Hashms are. I unironically believe the Hashms are too stupid to be anti-Semitic.
Yes, I guarantee that if you ask the Hodge twins, this is the easiest thing to do because you always have people do this, Hasan. Ask the Hodge twins to draw a Jew, and I guarantee they could not get that done.
like an anti-Semitic cartoon? You mean like a
Anything
greedy
that they
merchant
want.
meme or something?
Anything that they want. No, anything that they want. Have them draw a Jewish person, and they could not do it.
They would fail to even draw the Star of David.
Exactly. But whatever comes to your mind, like a charades kind of thing, they couldn't do it.
Yeah. Well,
What would your drawing look like, Brace?
I would draw the New York City skyline with money clouds, no crime on the streets. I would draw the Empire State Building wearing a yarmulke because, it's Jewish. I would draw a happy family of Hasidic people walking across the street, 8 little kids in tow. And then I would draw, behind it, like that would take up the middle part of the page, and you would think like, oh, that's his drawing, so nice. But the entire rest of the page would have just the outline of my own nose, sort of up from one end to the other, because my shit's like a beak, like it goes down. I can put my tongue in my nostril. And so I would do that, and then I'd probably sell it.
I'm laughing about something else that I was thinking of. I'm horrified at what you're suggesting. I'm going like this the whole time. Not good.
Brace, Brace should be in charge of putting together the top anti-Semites. I think he would be good. He's got the nose for sniffing them out.
Oh, damn. Okay. Damn.
Oh. What? Your people have those too, Hasan? Are you fucking kidding me? Go to any street corner in Ankara, and those guys, the pores that you see on Turks are the size of fists.
There's a whole region of Turks that are defined by having a big schnoz. The entire Black Sea region is all Karadeniz is all like known for having very big noses.
It's a nice place
in Turkey, and they're not known as like, it's not even like anti-Semitic or anything. They are considered like the dumbest of Turks. I don't know why. But in any case, getting back to this list, I feel like I haven't done enough this year, and I feel bad. I feel like, like you put Owen Jones on here and you don't put me on here. Like, what the fuck am I doing?
Jones, this is just. Just to have Owen on there and not have Jeremy Corbyn on there.
Yeah, true.
It's just more skullduggery. I'll say that. Just more skullduggery. We'll get you on there. Say what you want to say. Say your piece right now. Say what you want to say to me. We'll get you on there right now.
only in private. Only in private do I reveal my true opinions.
Do you want to talk about Jeffrey Epstein?
Yeah. Before we do that, that was one of the reasons why Corbyn was anti-Semitic, is he said Epstein.
Epstein.
But outside of this, there's another thing that happened in the field of anti-Semitism. Eric Adams talked about all of the rabbis that had endorsed him, and I guess one of the rabbis that endorsed him is actually a Black Hebrew Israelite rabbi. Sturgeon's Law says, it's not that odd when you recall that not all Black Israelis are the crazies and viral viz. This 70-year-old Torah observant group that gets along with the white Jews in Brooklyn. They don't claim to be the only real Jews and dislike the crazy street Israelites. But apparently, he's also this is a guy who has gotten charges. Like he's gotten Due to the serious nature of the allegations against Rabbi Yehuda and his final refusal to face his accuser in a trial setting, the Israelite Beth Din makes the following determinations. Rabbi Baruch Yehuda, also referred to in this document as the respondent, is hereby banned from all activities, spiritual, social, or otherwise, in the Israelite community for not less than 10 years due to his refusal to face charges within a trial setting. So they kicked him out of the Black Hebrew Israelite community.
First of all, you're welcome in ours, Rabbi. Second of all, Eric Adams is just building a broad coalition that is that makes up the soul of New York City, right? And it's if you're gonna start kicking people out, that's Zoran shit to kick people out of the coalition.
Yeah, we're doing
Eric Adams brings us together.
Well, Zoran is making the tent bigger with Elizabeth Warren. He's getting endorsements from even the indigenous communities. Like he's all over the place.
I one time when we were doing the union campaign in San Francisco, we had Bernie came and like he took a picture with us and we posted it, and then Elizabeth Warren did the same thing, but we never posted the picture.
It's crazy.
But there's a picture. There's a picture of me with
hate
Elizabeth
women
Warren.
of color. It's obvious.
I mean, talk about a tent, big tent. That's what I mean. Good Lord.
Okay.
Sorry. That feels.
Okay.
She's like 80.
Anyway, but yeah, the reasons for the determinations were as follows, but not limited to. One of the crimes alleged against the respondent is a capital crime in accordance with Torah: homosexual molestation of a minor.
Pause.
Yeah.
Not pause. No pause.
Jesus Christ, Brace.
I mean, they listen. I'm gonna have to look further into this. Who is the final determination from, though?
I don't know.
The
rest of the Black Hebrew Israelite community.
Black Hebrew Israelites?
Yeah, and their official
Israelite Beth Din is what made.
Yeah, but
this
isn't
final
that just like
determination.
isn't that just a religious court?
I don't.
But do they have that?
Yeah, it's a
I
rabbinical
don't really.
court.
But they have. I don't know if the Black Israelites have like full religious institutions like this.
I don't know. I
always figured it was just like.
Is a
Guys that
Beth
hung
Din
out.
is a Jewish rabbinical court of law.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wait, are
Well,
Black
shit.
Israelites actually under the rabbinical court services? Like, is that, or do they have a separate one?
I mean, I don't know. I don't. These
I
guys
feel
seem a
this
little
is
more
way
like
in your
observant.
wheelhouse, Brace. I'm actually shocked that you're not tapped into this.
No, because I don't recognize it.
Wait, you don't recognize the Black Hebrew
No,
Israelite?
I'm sovereign citizen with Jewish law. They can't touch me
It's not. Yeah, it's
because
not
I'm
even
uncircumcised.
What? You're uncircumcised. That's what you said.
You know that. We've talked about.
Yeah,
this.
I've seen it.
I'm uncircumcised.
It's
no, you haven't seen it.
shockingly
It's-
girthy.
Yeah, but vanishingly short. But
Like a tin can.
This is how you're supposed to. Beth Din, I think, is just a gathering of rabbis. I think Beth Din of America might be like an organization, but you can just have it's like Beit Din, but you can just have a like rabbinical court outside of that. There's not like an official like worldwide one. I don't think.
Okay.
There's an Orthodox one, and there's I don't know. I'll have to look further. I'll ask Eric. I bet he'll tell me.
Oh, Adams.
I don't think Eric
directly?
Adams fucking knows.
He was a
He
cop.
didn't even know. Like he doesn't. I don't think he even knows what Black Israelites are. He's just like, hey, look at these guys.
Maybe that's what he means when he says he loves Israel. Because if so, I get it. I have a crazy supercut of them outside of the Gap on Market Street in San Francisco. I should.
You love this.
It's one of my favorite videos ever. 'Cause I cannot show it on this program, but I will send it to you, Hasan.
Okay.
We'll get you banned.
Wait, is it one of
in
the?
0.5
Is it one of
seconds.
those where they're like yelling at people who are Jewish and being like, "Which tribe are you from?"
No, it's a supercut. Actually, Sturgeon's Law, a Twitter user, sent me this years ago. It's a supercut of them using every slur, but not just for the regular races you see walking around. They're like going in the Atlas and like finding like Uzbeks and slurs about them and shit. It's incredible, but the editing on it is
Creative.
really something else. Yeah, it's pretty good.
All right. Well, speaking of I don't know how to fucking do this. Never mind. I'm not even going to segue off of this into Jeffrey Epstein. Let's just talk about Jeffrey Epstein, the most maligned person, falsely maligned person in American history, it seems. Now, obviously, it's picking up attention recently in the past month or so because the Trump administration has basically done everything they possibly could to make it seem like Trump was actually a lot more involved with Jeffrey Epstein than we previously thought. I was of the mindset that, like, up until 2003, they were homies, and then they parted ways, and that, you know, Trump was no longer as involved with Epstein in the way that, like, the Clintons were, for example, like with direct and indirect involvement, with the exception of, like, weird appointments to his cabinet, like Alexander Acosta. But everything that Trump has done thus far, even the wishy-washy ways in which he responded to whether or not he would reveal the contents of the Epstein investigation leading up to the election, made me feel as though maybe he was a little bit more involved in the possibly even diddling of the children. At least that's the way he keeps presenting himself. So I wanted to hear what your guys' updates are on the situation so far.
Well, I think the kind of sideshow of it has been extraordinary. Like, just spawning these, like, internal fights within departments, within the FBI, within the White House. Like, all of these cliques seem to be forming to, like, try to figure out what to do and how to defend themselves against this base that they kind of appealed to in the election. I mean, they leaned into this stuff so much. And now having to kind of both defend Trump and say, like, oh, but he doesn't have anything to do with it, but also we're being so transparent, and now have to kind of, like, you know, lock down the fort and come up with a plan against a bunch of, like, influencers that they cultivated is, I love it. I love it. I love watching all of it play out.
Do you feel like it's just like pure? I mean, the incompetence is pretty crazy. Sending the least trustworthy man in America, Kash Patel, to go on the Joe Rogan Experience before this, like, big revelation that they were actually not going to release the files at all. But then even after that, we saw a more competent propagandist, this, like, former CIA guy, go on the Joe Rogan Experience. I don't know if you guys saw that one. Was it Mike Baker or something? Like, there was a dude that went on the Joe Rogan Experience.
That's a guy who just loves to be on Twitter.
Yeah. And he was on the Joe Rogan Experience, and he said a couple things that I want to bring to your attention that I thought was very funny. Number one, he said, oh, the CIA actually doesn't do blackmail operations that frequently because it's just, like, all of the confidential informants you get out of that will have a lot of disdain for the CIA, so they're not, like, reliable in their service, which I thought was really funny for him to say that. And then he also implied that it was maybe Jeffrey Epstein was a foreign intelligence asset, but not Israel, and perhaps maybe of Russia and China.
Jeffrey Epstein is Chinese. I've been saying that since the podcast started.
There
He's
you go.
Chinese.
Look, zoom in on some of those pictures. You might either like or dislike what you see, but it's so the Kash Patel being deployed to Rogan, field assignment Rogan, is so funny to me because it actually is the toughest assignment to have to sit across from Joe Rogan and be like, he killed himself. It's not true. Like, let's be real here for a second. Most people could not do that. You would sit across from Joe Rogan and be like, yeah, I don't know. You're right, Joe. You know, it's hard to go against a guy like that. But there was that funny dust up in the FBI when Dan Bongino and Kash Patel sort of had that split with Bondi, and Bongino or Bongino in particular got, like, really pissed off at Pam Bondi because he, of all of them, is, like, the most media, like, podcasty one.
Yes.
And so he's just, like, clearly pissed that Pam Bondi just put out this fucking memo and just destroyed basically his fan base. His fan base's, like, affection for him. It looks like he's back in the FBI. I mean, there was, like, he no called, no showed, but then he's back at duty. Although he has not, it seems, been present at the sort of strategy meetings to deal with this stuff. So the other night, there was a meeting that was convened by the one and only JD Vance of JD, Susie Wiles, Pam Bondi and Kash Patel, no Bongango to be seen at the White House.
Because he's a brave truth teller. He has a lot riding on this, his podcasting career.
He has the physical appearance of a wife slaughterer due to CTE, but I'm just saying, am I wrong? No, I'm not. I think he'd probably agree with that.
He famously blocked me many years ago because I said, what's your steroid regimen? After saying that
and he wouldn't tell you?
No, I wanted to know. I was actually giving him props because he looks so hot.
You're just Tren, right?
I'm an Anna warrior. Warrior.
But so they're having this like strategy meeting because as I'm sure your viewers know, Todd Blanche, Trump's former personal attorney and now deputy attorney general, was dispatched down to Tallahassee to interview the one and only Ghislaine Maxwell, and for like I think 9 hours of questioning across 2 days. And remember, Ghislaine actually has an appeal that's in front of the Supreme Court right now, and so there's a lot of she has some leverage actually here. Leverage which like otherwise she would just not be able to really have. We don't know what they talked about in those 9 hours. I mean, there's been some mentions that like she said that Trump never did anything untoward in front of her, which, listen, I'm Ghislaine. I'm saying that no matter what I've seen.
Well, I mean, she has perjured herself in defense of both herself in the active court case, but also she has routinely lied about even Prince Andrew's involvement when she was in prison. So she's not exactly the most reliable narrator here.
No, I mean, the thing with the Prince Andrew thing is she says the photograph is fake of Prince Andrew and Virginia Giuffre. And that it was done by I think it's actually still on our website. There's like a FAQ about it, but they had this high level strategy meeting the other night over what to do with the Ghislaine tapes, whether they're going to release them, which I was hoping they would this weekend, but they did not, or they're going to release like a transcript of the tapes, or whether I don't know what they're going to do. I mean, but they had this sort of talk about it, and I feel like they're kind of in a bind because they sort of need to release the full tapes, or at least what appears to be the full tapes, because otherwise people are going to be like, well, what the fuck isn't on the tapes? But on the other hand, Trump is like, since Ghislaine got arrested, Trump has been like, well, there's a lot of people that knew a lot of people, and just because people hung out in certain places doesn't mean they were guilty, And Trump is repeating that once more. He's returned to that refrain.
But except for Larry Summers and Bill Clinton, who are implicated, and they should be, But I feel like that's the cast of the dispersion that he's doing here to get the stink off of him. He tried the failed Russiagate reversal on Obama, and it seemed to fall on deaf ears, regardless of the fact that Obama definitely did do a coup against Donald Trump in 2016. I agree, and should be imprisoned for it, and also for lying about his birth certificate. But it seems like it seems like even his base is not eating that up. So now he has to just like bring out high-profile names that are known affiliates of Jeffrey Epstein. But the question I've always had for you guys, the experts on the subject matter, is I have this feeling that this is a mutually assured pedophilia destruction, where it's like the Clintons are a load-bearing aspect of this of modern American governance, and therefore, if you were to like out the Clintons, well, they could potentially retaliate, right? And therefore, I never thought that they would even attempt to out the Clintons at all, even though the base demands like some kind of red meat. Do you agree with me on this assessment?
I think each of us are just waiting for the other one to speak. Liz, you know what? I'm throwing this one to you.
I like the state of play. I like the kind of like game theory there. I like this. That everyone is sort of like Spider-Man memeing at each other, right? Everyone's just pointing the finger at one another, but they're all guilty. I like that. I think it's like Trump sent his little like attack dogs in Congress to get try to compel a bunch of testimony. I actually think, I'm like, yeah, let's do it. Let's have some kind of like crazy congressional hearing. Let's put it on C-SPAN and let's get some people up there. I would have a different list probably, but I think it's a good start. Although I don't know what some of those guys are on there. But yes, we've got a list. Let's start there. And, we can kind of move forward. I feel like Bill Clinton won't do it because ex-presidents don't do that kind of thing. But Lady Hillary has been known to speak in front of Congress before. And perhaps we can get another one from her, although I doubt it. But I would like to see it. So I support it.
Yeah, I think I'm pretty much in agreement with there, except that I think that the further this goes, the more investigations Trump is going to start. I think he's going to start a bunch anyways. But I'm like, if this goes worse for Trump and he somehow jails Obama, well, Trump's probably going to jail at some point himself. And then we have basically, and Biden will be dead by then. We have the last 2 living presidents in prison, which I think would be good for the country. I think after that, there can be a draw, right? Everyone could be like, you know what? We got ours in there. You got yours in there. We're good. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like they are just really trying to do, and I sound like fucking, Mueller she wrote here, but I really do feel like they are just trying to start as many investigations as possible to appease, to just throw red meat to people.
Yeah.
But Epstein, I think, has such staying power because I'm sorry, Dan Bongino, every fucking podcast is talking about it.
Well, that's what's kind of amazing is that they have to keep throwing all these investigations, like you're saying, red meat, to all of these content creators that they have cultivated as massive assets for their base. And those guys can't stop talking about it because their base wants to hear it, their audience wants to hear it, and they have to generate the content. And so it's this it's this perpetuating loop that they can't get out of because of the fucking content economy. Isn't that beautiful?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, the content economy in and of itself is far more significant. As you guys are also podcasters, you know this. You understand when Dan Bongino says I'm losing my authority as a podcaster because of this fuck ass job that I have to do as the deputy director of the FBI, which is lame.
Failed job, by the way. That's the kind of job they give that 12-year-old with brain cancer they've entered into every police department in America. No disrespect to him.
Leo Terrell.
Leo Terrell is.
Oh shit! I was thinking about a different.
Dude,
my bad.
You gotta get Leo Terrell on the stream, my brother.
The anti-Semitism are so he can kill me.
I love Terrell. No, but it does. I feel like Bongingo is gonna come out. If there's gonna be one big loser here, it's gonna be him. Because there was a second when they were
easy
there was
to cut loose.
I know, because he doesn't. He's bringing.
And he has his
nothing to
own
the
career.
table.
He's got to get back to Moink.
Oh God.
Why
Yeah.
do we think that it was Kash Patel or Dan Bongino that told everybody, including potentially Elon Musk, that Donald Trump was in the Epstein files over and over again for some weird reason?
Gotta
they say
be
it was
Bongino.
Kash Patel.
Really? I can see Kash. So Kash is rumored to have just told a bunch of people, but I could see Bongingo being in a group chat with not Ashley St. Clair, because unfortunately she is off the market right now, but or just off the.
She's been kicked off the island.
I'm telling you, Ashley St. Clair of
She watches. That's not even a joke. She's
Ashley.
Yes.
First of all, if you're watching this, please come on our show. We will break every
Wait, really?
rule. We will break every rule. Well, please come on our show.
Do you want this to happen? Because I can actually make it happen. She's actively trying to come on my stream because
oh my God,
because of Elon Musk's personal animosity towards me. So if you guys
I'm a team player.
Yeah, I think it would be a good show. I think it'd be a good show. I think we have some mutual interests here, Ashley. But I could see Dan Bongingo being in group chats with Benny Johnson or all those kind of people and being But I don't know, because he wouldn't throw Trump
Loose
under the bus.
lips
It's
sink
got to be Cash.
ships. The thing about Cash that's so funny is that he was like such a true believer. Like, I'm so curious about like where his head's at, because he really believed that Trump was like the QAnon king, that he was like coming in to save save the world from the demon rat pedophiles or whatever his fucking book is about. And I'm like, oh my gosh, do you think that he got there and was like looking through all this shit, saw Trump's name and was like 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 a kind of personal crisis? Like I that's what I want to know. Like, where is he at? Because he was a true believer and now I'm not so sure.
So you're thinking Dan Bongigo could potentially undermine this this entire administration from within, because as a true Fedayeen, he thought Donald Trump was actually innocent, and now he's seen the truth and it's hurting him.
I think that this administration is facing a lot of trouble due to content creators, and it's a hoisted by their own petard situation. You know, they cultivated these insane people who sell Moink products, which is one of Dan Bongingo's biggest sponsors. And now they have to appease them. And it's just, this is the world they've created, and we just have to live in it, I guess. Like, everything is so media reactive. Like, interestingly, Trump is, I think, still just watching Fox and Friends, but all the people sort of in the Trump sphere are like watching, like, that's like who's on Rumble. And so they have to
X.
Yeah.
And I think the scary thing, I mean, to like, jokes aside, it is a little scary when you start thinking like they're not there yet, but you could see them or the next iteration of whatever, the next administrations are, whatever party. But as everyone becomes more online and everything is more online, even more than it is now, like when policy starts getting set to the beat of Twitter, or it becomes as reactive or trying to keep up with media cycles like that, it gets insane. You see that a little bit with like the way he handles tariffs and all of these things. But just like thinking through all of that kind of makes me feel pretty sick about the state of the world.
So do you guys think that my assessment, my speculation is that from the start has been that they are just not going to reveal any of the investigations that took place already. Never like do any sort of like financial tracing of the paper trail left behind by like wire transfers and things of that nature, that actually uncover a much larger web of wealthy finance people and what their level of involvement was with Jeffrey Epstein, beyond like the stuff that is the most, I guess it's a weird term to use, but salacious and eye-catching, like the sex trafficking and pedophilia. And they're just simply going to use Ghislaine Maxwell as like the sole singular witness to everything, and greatly elevate her importance here without as a way to just like not uncover any of the information from said investigations, and then offer her some kind of like lenient sentencing in the process. Do you guys think that assessment is correct?
Yeah.
I
mean, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I do think that assessment is correct, Hasan. Why don't you let me say it? You're fucking interviewing us.
That's true.
No, all good. No, all good. I'm sure Ro Khanna wouldn't complain if he was on the other side of the microphone here. Maybe you'd like to have him on next time.
I mean, I have had him on the stream before.
And he's doing this Epstein press conference on the September 3rd, I guess. But so I basically am like, I feel like they're kind of going to string it along as long as they can. And I don't think there's a big chance Ghislaine gets a pardon, but I'm going to say the chance that Ghislaine gets a pardon is like significantly greater than it was a year ago, which I would have said was absolutely zero. And so I don't know. I mean, if it turns out like that is how all this ends, or like what this leads to, which is Donald Trump pardoning Ghislaine Maxwell, then, I mean, you know what? It's It's probably not good. It's not good, obviously, but it will be kind of amazing in that sort of like historical sense.
Yeah. But I do think that there will be a lot of animosity even from Trump's base unless they offer like some solid red meat in terms of like famous Democrats that are associated or something. But even then, I feel like people will consistently demand more information because I feel like this is the only type of like class based analysis that these guys can engage with, where it's like billionaires get to do pedophilia and suffer zero repercussions, but they can't even be creepy to their niece's friends at the barbecue without people yelling at them. I feel like that's just like the average hog in the base.
Did you see that Trump was weighing whether to pardon Diddy?
I did.
But was he really?
Yes.
Is it just some shit he was saying? This president's always yapping about something.
He is talking frequently. I mean, I think that basically, yes, I agree, but like, I feel like you can kind of trick the MAGA base with some other shit. I think there'll be a lot of people who are like, hey, remember that, but I don't think this is enough for like full rupture. I do think it's bad for Trump and gives him a lot less like runway on some other issues. And I think that, again, like basically, as you were saying, as we were talking about earlier, the further this goes along, the more like desperate he's going to get to sort of just distract from it and just get it out of the news by replacing it with something even crazier. And so I don't know if we're quite there yet. I mean, I think that it was so transparent with the Russiagate stuff and like referring Obama to the DOJ like the day after the fucking, the big dust up over this. I don't know. We'll see.
But no one is even talking about Obama doing a coup. Like even the podcaster orbit that Trump wants to actively entertain Barack Obama is like doing a coup against them in 2016, which again, he won that election. So I don't even know why he's like still trying to do that. Has not really entertained that conspiracy theory as much as they care about the Jeffrey Epstein stuff. So I just don't know if it's going to go away. I think this is like the first like real issue of consequence that unwinds at least some of the biggest diehard MAGA loyalists, at least like the ones that get their notes from the internet.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things too is that Russiagate is also really boring to talk about.
Oh yeah.
And compare that to like Jeffrey Epstein. And so that was kind of a gambit on his part that I just don't think is going to ever was destined to be successful because nobody like wants to talk about the Nunes memo and like, all this kind of like, I know about Russiagate. I do, it's funny. I do think that there was a big kind of Russiagate scam cooked up by the IC, but it's fucking boring.
Yeah. And it's also, you're trying to bring up something that is so far in the past. Like if the time to do the Russiagate stuff or the reverse Russiagate stuff was Trump 1.
Yeah.
That would have had the maximum impact. It's like now it doesn't matter. You lost an election and you won another one. It's just like that's so far in the rearview mirror that nobody gives a shit.
He didn't have the power in Trump 1, and it was like still going on in Trump 1, though. That's like kind of the problem.
True.
But yeah, I agree.
The podcaster loyalists in every facet of the administration. There was a mixture of like competent people who ended up becoming spoilers for his agenda.
But he didn't have a gut like Tulsi in there.
Yeah, he also like cleaned house at the fucking all the different departments in a totally different way this time than you could tell when he was on his, revenge tour, whatever we want to call the campaign, like they were approaching the whole thing very differently and with a very different plan of attack than they were in 1 or even 2020, which felt more like trying to just like push the My Pillow across the finish line and they couldn't, but this time was like very much more strategic and we're still kind of like watching all that play out.
What do you guys think of the media involvement so far in this? Because like, in the past, they have actively been like, Jeffrey Epstein didn't kill himself. Here's proof. Or did kill himself. Sorry. Here's evidence. There was like numerous articles written about it, and it almost felt like they were running cover for the many different crimes of Jeffrey Epstein, with like notable exceptions in, you know, local reporting and things of that nature. Whereas now it does feel like they are actively pushing for it because they recognize that this is something that drives clicks and it's something that actually frustrates Donald Trump. Do you feel like that the comfort that they have in covering this issue stems from their knowledge that like nothing of note is ever going to be revealed in this process? Or is there some other reason?
I kind of think that, yeah. I think that there is a big part on the Democrat lawmakers that are, or not just lawmakers, like personalities, whatever, that are kind of like latching onto it, that are sort of like see it as something that is like hurting the Trump, you know, that it's like a, you know, a wedge issue that they can exploit, and they're going in on it with kind of knowing like, oh, there's so much involved procedurally in what people are demanding to like get, you know, the idea of like quote unquote releasing the files or whatever, like the amount of time it would take to redact all of that, like getting all that stuff together. Like I think there's a knowledge there that the process would be so much more complicated than is being communicated to the base, or that the base has the patience for, and so it's like an easy exploit, and they're kind of going after it.
I think the Epstein story was seen as like at first very salacious and like, you know, like you said, but also just, you know, it was a big story in like 2019, 2020, and then I think it was sort of seen as like a low class kind of thing to be interested in it all, and now, which by like some of the more Democrat associated media, and now I think, you know, you've seen like a bunch of pretty big articles in like New York Times, Wall Street Journal about this. And to be fair, the Wall Street Journal has had some really good coverage over the past couple of years, especially the stuff with Epstein's schedule, which let us in a little more on his world of hanging out with Woody Allen and Peter Thiel. But I definitely think, yeah, it's obvious now that like, I mean, this hurts Trump. And so it becomes like more of a story. Like the birthday book story would not have been released 2 years ago. And like, they've probably, I mean, if they had it, I don't know. I mean, that could have been given to them by somebody who was leaving DOJ, or who knows who gave them that stuff. But I don't know if they would have published that 2 years ago. Whereas now, definitely, like all these kind of stories are like fair game.
Why does no one just go up to Alexander Acosta and be like, what did you mean when you said he belonged to intelligence? I mean, he works at Newsmax now. He's on the board of, or News Nation. No, I think Newsmax. One of those.
That has happened. That has happened, actually. Alex Acosta, it's a footnote in a DOJ, I think it was like I don't know, it's like an inspector general style report, I think, examining, it's been a really long time since I read it, examining the plea deal and a bunch of Epstein stuff. And he says that he never said that. And so that's pretty probably the answer that he would give to anybody who asked him.
Okay.
But also, like, who's seen Alex Acosta? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Now, like I said, he just recently got a job at News Nation or Newsmax.
Zooming into that shit. He is zooming into that shit.
Yeah. So, as far as the Supreme Court case goes, would you guys care to elaborate on the details of the Supreme Court case with Ghislaine Maxwell? Because if I'm not mistaken, it's about the previous pardons that came with the Alexander Acosta sweetheart plea bargain that maintained that all of Jeffrey Epstein's affiliates would actually have a permanent blanket protection. And that is what they're stressing, right? That's what they're trying to claim, is like Ghislaine Maxwell shouldn't be imprisoned because of that previous pardon that is supposed to protect her. Do I have that right?
Yeah, it was a non-prosecution agreement that they are saying. I mean, they used this before the trial. They tried to get the entire case like thrown out before it even went to trial, and then during trial, then after trial, the appeals process started. But yes, you're absolutely correct. It has to do with the kind of blanket immunity that was granted to all unnamed co-conspirators of Jeffrey Epstein, which would include Ghislaine Maxwell. And it has to do whether or not that covered just Florida or New York. It's all, I don't know, a bunch of like legal wrangling, but it didn't work when, I mean, it hasn't worked as an appeal, and it didn't work to get the original case thrown out in New York. And so now it's just kind of worked its way up. I think it sounds like way crazier to be like, and it's in front of the Supreme Court, where it's like, you don't know if the Supreme Court's going to hear it. It's just that it's literally at the like last stage of the appeals process, which is at the highest court in the country. But I mean, it's been there for a little bit.
Yeah, I think unless something extraordinary happens, like really, really, really extraordinary, I think that there's like very little chance that this appeal goes anywhere. I would say there's almost no chance that it goes anywhere. Although I would have said zero chance maybe a year ago, but again, like things have changed a little bit. But I mean, it's as was kind of worked out during the SDNY prosecution of Ghislaine, like the NPA, first of all, was basically voided, but also just doesn't apply to that's why they sort of charged her with those specific crimes also in like the ones that she was charged with, and like in the specific circumstances she was charged with them, because that also is like a stronger argument of the NPA not applying in this instance. But also like the government's like the NPA doesn't apply anyways. I mean, Epstein fucking, got arrested.
Why do you think Jeffrey Epstein was most likely assassinated under similar circumstances as Jean-Luc Brunel in a Parisian prison? And Ghislaine Maxwell is out of all of the known major co-conspirators, the only one that has remained alive. Is it because of her tendency to play ball? Is it because of her direct affiliations potentially with the intelligence community? Like, what do you think is the reason why Ghislaine Maxwell is still alive and well, whereas all of the other pieces of this puzzle have been have died under mysterious circumstances?
Well, I mean, I have no idea the truth of it because, I don't know Ghislaine. But I mean, if I had to hazard a guess, I'm not as dogmatic about Epstein having definitely killed himself as other people. I think as having definitely been assassinated as other people. I think it definitely is a huge possibility that it happened. With Brunel, there's very little information in English. Although I confess I have not looked into that in the past year to see if anything more has come out. Like a French, report similar to the one about Epstein's death. But I don't know. I mean, one would, I guess, assume from contextual clues that, like, yeah, she had maybe more direct involvement with whatever was behind all of this. And that's why nothing has happened. But also, like, maybe, it would look too crazy if she also killed herself in jail or in prison, rather. I don't know. Certainly it's easier probably to get someone killed in prison rather than in jail, although she has been in not so difficult prisons to be in. So I guess it probably would be rather unusual. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think we'd learn a lot from whatever they release, if they release anything from the Todd Blanche interviews that the deputy AG did, a few weeks ago. But yeah, I have no idea. I mean, she maintains she's innocent of everything. She maintains that like nothing happened whatsoever.
Yeah.
So I think, I mean, if that's to signal to anybody that, like, she's playing ball, and she hasn't like ratted other people out or try to take a deal that we know of. She is omerta, she is saying that nothing happened.
Yeah. That was also another thing that I found really interesting is that famous Jeffrey Epstein affiliate lawyer friend who always kept his underwear on inside of the Epstein mansions, Alan Dershowitz, was one of the people that was demanding that Ghislaine Maxwell actually reveal all of the involvement of all the people. He even said something along the lines of how there was like a client list, but which is also another point of contention, but like some semblance of a client list that only she was privy to, in between, the constant battles of trying to secure his pierogies in Martha's Vineyard.
Well, I'd like to see Alan Dershowitz's client list. O.J. Simpson, Ted Kennedy, Jeffrey Epstein. No, Alan Dershowitz, I'm going to be honest. Maybe this isn't a sexy answer to give. I think Alan Dershowitz likes to be on TV. So anytime something happens, that the pierogi incident is a perfect example of this. It's like he just wants attention, which I understand. But I think he just kind of like says shit like this sometimes. But he's like, this will totally validate my claims to have done nothing wrong because Ghislaine will, whatever, exonerate me. Ghislaine will absolve me. There's been the talk of having Ghislaine speak before Congress, which I would be very interested in because that would just, it would just be an incredible thing to see. But she's saying now that unless something happens with her appeal, she'd plead the fifth. So I think they're delaying it.
That's such a shame. I want to see that. Mrs. Maxwell goes to Washington. I think you're right about Dershowitz too. I just think that he says a bunch of shit all the time.
So
he just likes to hear himself
be reading it further into it that like Ghislaine Maxwell would play ball, and Alan Dershowitz knows that, which is why he's like going on television and saying like she should reveal everything she knows, knowing full well that like she will most likely cooperate with whatever the narrative the authorities want out of her, specifically Donald Trump and this administration.
Yeah, I think the sort of key part of that is Alan Dershowitz going on TV. He loves to go on TV. And genuinely, if anyone out there is like, you got a TV show, you're on cable access, nobody is coming on, you can't get any guests, Alan Dershowitz will come on your show. He will go on anywhere, anytime to talk about anything. I just call him sometimes and I say I'm a reporter and he just talks. He'll just keep talking. And I don't do this on the show because, lawsuits. He will say whatever.
Okay. Does that mean that we're slated to see Dersh on the latest episode of TrueAnon?
No, I don't call him on the show because I'm afraid that if we put him on the show, he'll like eventually figure out, first of all, that it's me calling him every time I call him, but then also who I am. And I don't, as funny as that would be, I do not relish the thought of representing myself pro se, which I would have to do. I'd have to represent myself in court against Alan Dershowitz. You know what I would do? I'd probably just tie it up in appeals. I guess I have to lose to appeal. I'd probably just tie it up in some way until, well, he's elderly. And so I'd probably just send some people with COVID, out there to Martha's Vineyard and sort of,
let God sort it out.
Let nature take its course. Yeah.
We don't have him on the show, but we definitely go over his love of nude beach volleyball.
Yes. Yeah.
That's a
and
really
actually, let me correct myself.
That's correct. That's correct.
Yes. First of all, I would have an all COVID having legal team is what I would do. And all of my lawyers actively have COVID at all times.
Uh-huh.
But second of all, which is actually a good legal strategy for anybody. If you're trying to make your court case drag out, just constantly be cycling in and out guys with COVID and just giving it to everybody. But Alan Dershowitz, nude volleyball.
Okay. Well, thank you so much.
Imagine,
no.
No, shut the fuck up. Imagine, listen to this. Imagine the sound.
Stop.
Of his ball sack slapping against his legs, his bare buttocks.
Because old guys have those danglers.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Alan hangs low. I know. I know. I've seen it in the sauna. No. In the Turkish bathhouse.
In the Schwitz.
In the Turkish bathhouse that we frequent together.
I do love the Turkish bathhouse
as we embrace one another as lovers.
I do love it. And that's, if you want to, you should start doing, man, that's what you should do when you do your little travel things. We're not going to the Bronx next time. We're going to fucking Spa 88 down on Wall Street. And we are setting up, I don't know if cameras will work on one of those things, but we're setting up in a Schwitz and just.
With the camera. Post
with
it
the
up.
camera going.
You could do it.
No,
yeah.
I don't think I think that
They'd
would be.
See that.
I would get that'd be a violation of terms of service. Also, just a violation of numerous human rights if we were to show that to the public. I think.
Yeah, that'd be tough.
Well, is there anything you guys want to fill me in on as far as any updates or anything else for that matter that you guys want to promote before I let you go?
We don't promote anything.
Wait, we don't promote anything, but actually we do have something to promote, Liz.
We do.
We're doing 4 live shows in New York City. 2 of
Hell
them,
yeah.
you know, sold out. But the second 2 are only kind of close to being sold out. And they're
That's
happening
true.
on October 30th. Halloween's Eve, they call it. The night before Dracula, 10:30, October 30th. And then the next one is November 19th. Got nothing to say about that one. You know, it's not really, it's near Thanksgiving, but not that close.
Okay.
I mean, it's close enough, but that's November 19th, 11:19 at, sorry, my nose itched, at the Society for Ethical Culture. They wouldn't allow your funky ass in there, huh?
No,
I know, what a weird name, right?
I
But
know.
it's,
I do unethical culture.
I do unethical non-monogamy.
I might be in New York this weekend for the Palestinian rally.
This weekend?
Yeah, this upcoming weekend. There's a big rally on Saturday. I might pull up for that
Yeah.
if you wanna come back on the show,
Yeah,
Brace.
maybe I'll go. Yeah,
I won't put
maybe
Liz
I'm
through
supposed-
that.
supposed to go on a party boat at some time this weekend. So.
Wait, what?
That's
On
tough.
Saturday
I know.
you have a party boat?
Not me. It's a guy I know. Not like a
Uh-huh.
fancy one. Like
Okay.
one of those little things you rent out for a few hours.
All right. Well,
But yeah, let me know if you're coming.
there you have it, folks. Brace Belden, Liz Franczak, thank you so much for coming on, guys. TrueAnon podcast. Bye-bye.
See, wait.
All right. That was the brave, the true, the only last remaining journalists that are out there doing the damn thing. The TrueAnon podcast, comprised of real journalism, ethical journalism, and the only real true centrists out there, the true moral compass. Not journalists, not legally actionable. Yes. They are not legally liable journalists. I'm just saying that as a joke, as a meme. Okay? Don't take it seriously, please. Okay. Yeah, you're wrong. They're comedians that only report on things other people said. True. TrueAnon is a parody show and not real journalism. Okay, speaking of not real journalism, let's get back to Benjamin Netanyahu and the way that people are covering Benjamin Netanyahu's lies, even though Benjamin Netanyahu claims it's a campaign of lies while I go pee.
Hello, good evening. The Israeli Prime Minister says his plan to invade Gaza City is the best way to end the war with Hamas. In a news conference for foreign media this afternoon, Benjamin Netanyahu defended the plan in the face of mounting criticism from the Israeli hostages' families and allies, including the UK. Mr. Netanyahu said he wants to free Gaza and prevent a humanitarian crisis, and his country has no choice but to finish the job. Our international correspondent Diana Magne reports in a warning it does contain some distressing images.
Benjamin Netanyahu wants the next phase of his war in Gaza to start and end soon. A fairly quick timeline, he said, to establish safe zones, move the 1 million or so civilians out of Gaza City, and then take out Hamas in their last strongholds.
Our goal is not to occupy Gaza. Our goal is to free Gaza, free it from Hamas terrorists. The war can end tomorrow if Gaza, or rather if Hamas lays down its arms and releases all the remaining hostages.
Given what the IPC says is the unfolding spectre of famine in the Gaza Strip, would you accept that your 11-week blockade, complete blockade on Gaza, played a role in that? And also, given the killings that we have seen at the GHF aid sites, how will you guarantee that that kind of disaster will not happen when you have 1 million more people displaced?
There was a problem of deprivation, no question about it. And so we had to solve it. And the way we solve it is the way I described it to you. And there are now not 0 trucks, but at least in, I think last time I checked, hundreds of trucks that went into Gaza. That's alleviating the situation.
An acknowledgement there of deprivation, even as he accused the foreign media of fake news around pictures of starving babies in Gaza. And a promise to take many more foreign journalists in, though only if they're embedded with the army, which means no access to civilian voices. Benjamin Netanyahu's main goal seems to have been to try and reclaim the narrative, which has shifted away from Israel, really, as a result of the terrible pictures of famine and starvation that we've seen coming out of Gaza. And he wants to convince the world that he wants what's best for the civilian population in Gaza. That will take some doing, especially in Gaza itself.
They are not targeting armed forces. They are targeting civilians. We are their real target, not Hamas. They are killing civilians to force Hamas to release the Israeli hostages. But what have we done wrong?
The Palestinian representative at the UN had this to say.
He doesn't want to see a Palestinian governing body overlooking the affairs over Gaza, but somebody else, not Palestinians. He said it. It's not a secret. It's not an accusation. It's a fact.
More aid is coming into Gaza, and Israel is promising to flood the Strip with food. That will have to be seen to be believed, especially as another massive round of displacement looms. Diana Magnay, Sky News, Jerusalem.
Of course, the mentions of hostages have gone away. Associates of Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich are pleased after Channel 12 reports that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will no longer discuss partial deals to release hostages. Several Hebrew media outlets report. Speaking of the counterbalance against growing fascism in this country, let's get back to the Democratic Party and specifically Pete Buttigieg, who is the same Pete Buttigieg that ran unsuccessfully in 2019. That is now repackaged because he has the same exact sentiment, but at least this time he has a beard. Pete Buttigieg went on Crooked Media on an interview tour. If you want to understand like what the mainstream Democratic position is going to be on this issue that is unconscionable, that is very black and white, that the entire base actually is of one mind on, not many issues have this level of support. 92% sympathetic to Palestinians and only 8% sympathetic to Israel's actions in this process in the Democratic base. And yet here is a Democrat hopeful and his statements specifically as it pertains to Israel, Palestine, genocide, starvation of children.
Half of Senate Democrats just voted to oppose the sale of over $500 million worth of U.S. bombs and guns to Israel. Would you have voted to oppose sending those weapons?
I think we need to insist that if American taxpayer funding is going to weaponry that is going to Israel, that is not going to things that shock the conscience. And look, we see images every day.
Bro, it's a yes or no question. Just fucking say Israel's violating the law. And of course, we shouldn't be sending weapons. It is illegal. It is illegal. It is illegal under American law to send weapons to a country that is doing war crimes. This isn't even like genocide, okay? You can justify refusing to send weapons to Israel under the pre-existing laws that we have in the books without even saying the G word, which plenty of people are afraid of saying. So this wishy-washy answer, even on this issue, is fucking ridiculous.
Day that shock the conscience. So much of this is complicated, but what's not complicated is that if a child is starving because of a choice made by a government, that is unconscionable. And I think especially including voices who care about Israel, who believe in Israel's right to exist, who have stood with Israel in response to the unbelievable cruelty and terrorism of October 7th. I think there's a reason why so many of those voices are speaking up now too, because this is not just something that is on its face and in itself a moral catastrophe. It is also a catastrophe for Israel for the long run.
How do you think?
Oh no, it's a catastrophe for Israel in the long run. This is a statement that would have been a half measure in like November 2023. Okay, you could have been like Israel's reaction to October 7, okay, while highlighting the atrocities of October 7 is actually creating a danger for Israel's future, is an argument you could have conducted, and it still would have been half measure. It would not have been a serious response, But you could have maybe done that in November 2023. Maybe into like the beginning of the year 2024. 22 months after the fact, this is so incompetent and refusing to reckon with the reality that everyone can see. It's basically for this brilliant messenger that Pete Buttigieg is supposed to be, his inability to fucking read the room is alarming. This kind of wishy-washy sentiment this far in is also going to tank his chances of even running for president. That's it. Ross Barkan says the 2028 Democratic primary is going to look very different than any primary that came before. Democrats until 2024 or so could sneak away with answers like these, but they won't work anymore. I don't think that's actually wishful thinking. I think that's legit. If there is a single fucking Democrat on that stage that says, fuck Israel, Israel can suck my dick, they are going to clean house. That's all it takes. The only way they can probably limit the impact is by refusing to entertain any Democrat that says that. That is the only way that they can shut down this point of contention, this discourse within the base of support, within the base of the Democratic Party. Because if they're all speaking like Pete Buttigieg and then one person, all it takes is saying, no, this is ridiculous. Israel's doing a genocide. What the fuck are we doing? We've given him unlimited billions of dollars of weapons. They have healthcare. We don't. I want healthcare for American citizens. We're shutting off the money faucet. We're shutting off the weapons faucet. They are winning. Okay? As I've said over and over again, even if you're a cynical, cold, calculated, amoral political actor who does not care about starving children, Pete Buttigieg clearly doesn't, you should, at the very least, utilize the fuck Israel route specifically to communicate earnesty that you might not have. Not to play into identity politics about anti-Zionist Jew with clean house right now. Oh, for sure. Especially because anti-Zionist Jews also have a tremendous amount of room to navigate these waters in a way that they won't withstand the same accusations that I do or Zoran does in terms of like being a fucking terrorist, being an Islamist fundamentalist, shit like that. That is just the reality of the matter. I recognize that. I wish that that wasn't the case. I wish that like people could still listen to someone like myself on this issue without immediately assuming that it's because of my Muslim background that I'm actually anti-Semitic deeply. But that is the reality. Not to say that a Muslim candidate couldn't overcome said hurdles, as Zohran Mamdani very clearly did. It would be someone who is of this background would absolutely benefit from being Jewish, certainly. And because that would eradicate like 90% of the fucking attacks that are launched against people that speak out on this stuff.
The next administration should handle our relationship with Israel. Do you think it should change based on what Netanyahu has done the last several years?
Well, certainly Netanyahu can't be the only voice or the only compass for what should happen in the U.S.-Israel relationship. And, no matter how...
That's so funny. Because, like, he's not using that to say, obviously, plenty of other members of the Knesset are directly responsible for the genocide. He's using that to say, no, it's just Netanyahu, but right now it's only Netanyahu, but there are plenty of innocents in the Israeli parliament, Israeli Knesset that we could rely on. He's doing but it's only Netanyahu exit ramp.
Strongly, or especially because...
Once again, the environment that he's in is crooked media, okay? And you need to understand something about crooked media. These are former Obama boys, okay? The Podjans are. They worked in the Obama administration. They are an important voice within the Democratic Party. They have a decent amount of presence as like active consultants, right? The reason why I'm bringing this up is because the people that Pete Buttigieg is talking to right now have said it is a fucking litmus test. Israel is a litmus test for the Democrats in 2028. So Pete Buttigieg is going to an environment that is not hostile to him at all. And he's doing this and he's flubbing his chances. Look, I'm sorry, I like Pete, but he really just comes across as tone deaf. as he continues to repeat this Israel's right to self-defense thing in 2025. Sorry, Pete, 92% of them voters aren't going to like this answer. Oh, God, he's choking on his own words and can't even fathom criticizing Israel. What I'm trying to explain to you guys, what I'm trying to communicate to you guys is this. Right now, it's fuck Israel o'clock. And people that these guys would love, normally the Podjohn audience would love Pete Buttigieg to be the leader of the Democratic Party. They don't think too much about like what these guys' actual values are. But Israel is such a black and white issue that politicians that don't communicate the anger, the resentment, the animosity that like the average Democrat experiences, the average Democrat feels in their fucking heart about the genocidal apartheid state, Israel, is going to actually tar their own reputation. It is actually hurting people to take this wishy-washy stance on Israel, ironically enough. And a lot of these guys, I guess, can't read the fucking room or are terrified of somehow speaking out against Israel and then withstanding some kind of attack, not realizing that if they were to say fuck Israel loudly and proudly right now, they would get an unimaginable amount of support from average people, from across party lines, as a matter of fact. Because like I've said, it is fuck Israel o'clock, okay? And there are plenty who seemingly can't read the fucking time. Ben Rhodes is another Podjohn, also worked for the Obama administration, says, Pete is a smart guy and I admire a lot of what he's done, but I have absolutely no idea what he thinks based on these answers. Just tell us what you believe. That's a much more gracious, much nicer way to analyze what Pete Buttigieg's wishy-washy statements look like. One issue that's increasingly dividing both parties is the war in Gaza, says Pod Save America's host John Faz, but isn't true. Only a small minority of Democrats, 8% per Gallup, support the war. No, I think he meant like increasingly divide both parties he meant like Republicans versus Democrats, for the record. Not like it's a divide between the Democratic base of support. I think they understand that there is no divide within the Democratic base of support for fuck Israel adjacent sentiment. Is it fear of AIPAC and ADL that makes otherwise progressive people try to avoid criticizing Israel? I think it's because it's foreign policy, and foreign policy is like it's not something that you touch within the Democratic Party at all. You are always pro-war no matter what, especially post 9/11, especially post Obama. But Pete isn't a progressive beacon anyway. The reason why I think Pete Buttigieg's statements here are instructive is because he is a younger face for establishment Democrats. So I like to try to understand exactly where he's coming from in terms of like where the establishment Democrats' best communicator is. A large part of it is people are scared of getting called anti-Semitic. I think that is, again, an inability to read the room, though. Because this kind of shit doesn't work anymore, okay? Drama slop tubers still say you're anti-Semitic. Yeah, but it doesn't fucking matter. That's my point, okay? The ADL says I'm anti-Semitic. The ADL is supposed to be an incredibly influential institution that gets to play the role of like a kingmaker and play the role of like shutting off media, mainstream media, from giving you positive coverage. If the ADL can't stop me from getting placement in mainstream media outlets and magazines and fucking newspapers and whatnot, then it means that it's over. Okay? That's it. Like, slop tubers are fucking irrelevant. No adult is actually taking their notes from fucking slop tubers. Let's be real. That's mostly to like a younger audience that wants to feel smart, and therefore they can't like actually broach the subject matter that's like dense and too complicated for them to comprehend. So they just like watch someone basically summarize the worst version of events and get their notes from that. That's just like children's entertainment. But if we're talking about like the actual institutional prowess of a organization like the ADL, in the past, if they said you're anti-Semitic, you're not getting a fucking New York Times article written about you that is positive. You're not getting CNN placements. It's not happening at all. But the very fact that they're not able to do so any longer implies that most people understand what's going on, and that their ridiculous claims of anti-Semitism just fall on fucking deaf ears. They've hit that too much. Anyway, near certain 2028 candidate already hitting Pete on this clip. The politics around Israel are going to be unrecognizably different in 2028 compared to the past. Here's Ro Khanna saying, I respect Pete, but we need moral clarity, not status quo. Yes, John Favs should have voted for the Sanders Amendment. Yes, Dems should join my letter recognizing a Palestinian state. Yes, Trump and Biden disastrously failed on Gaza, and we need a new human rights-centered vision. Again, a long way from Ro Khanna at the DNC actively denying charges of genocide and being like, I wouldn't communicate like that, or saying that Israel's an apartheid state. He's now come along to the recognition of Palestinian statehood. It's still obviously weaker than what is necessary at this point, but it's an indication that like at least some of the better room readers within the Democratic Party's ranks are changing their attitude. They're changing their sentiment. This is the same playbook. What is this? Yeah.
Of how strongly you might believe in Israel's right to exist and defend itself. You don't have to make excuses for the choices that Netanyahu is making, especially because they are often made not only in the name of the Israeli people, but in the name of a U.S. alliance. I think that
the two things average voter hates about Democrats are, one, the fact that they use corporate speak so you can never pinpoint their beliefs, and two, how much they love spending money and weapons for war to other countries, especially Israel. And Pete does both in the worst possible ways within 3 minutes. Yeah. This is under 3 minutes of Pete Buttigieg using corpo speak because he's unable to speak in any other way because he's a McKinsey consultant, while simultaneously defending Democrats' endless support for Israel or sending weapons to Israel and continuing whatever the fuck Israel wants to do, which is unconscionable.
We, as Israel's strongest ally and friend, you put your arm around your friend when there's something like this going on and talk about...
It's fucking bullshit. Is Israel our friend? If you ask the average American at this point, they're like, Israel is dog walking America. Okay. I feel like in the public's eye, they no longer believe that like Israel is our ally. They think Israel is understandably so. They think Israel is a hostile entity that gets to dictate American domestic policy, as a matter of fact. And that's really, really frustrating. And also a recipient of endless amounts of money.
About what we're prepared to do together. And it certainly cannot be what we see right now from this administration and this president talking about beachfront property in Gaza before he's prepared to talk about human.
Yeah, and then you try to separate yourself from the current administration when in fact, like, you can't have this marginal approach. Okay? We saw the ground set, the stage set for Donald Trump to seize control over on the issue of Israel under the Biden administration. Their inability to fucking reckon with the demands being made by the public cost them the fucking election. And that was a gamble that they were willing to entertain. They were willing to allow this country to succumb to a fascist takeover because of how much they wanted to support Israel. That was a part of it. Israel was emblematic of the way that Democrats refused to entertain the actual considerations of the base of support. There were plenty of people that they cast aside willingly, and they won nothing in return. The only thing they wanted in return was more dead children. People are not going to forget this. The best possible way to communicate at this moment is to just openly say, just like Ro Khanna did, like, both presidencies have fucked up on this issue. I'm here to represent a change that is necessary because I think what Israel's doing is unconscionable, and they should not have American weapons, and they should actually have American condemnations. They should have American sanctions rather than weapons.
Human suffering in Gaza.
Do you think it's time to recognize a Palestinian state?
I think that's a profound question that arouses a lot of the biggest problems that have happened with Israel's survival, or Israel's right to survival in the diplomatic scene, and many of the people who have taken that.
I don't care about Israel's right to survival. Fuck Israel. Israel can suck my dick. They're doing a genocide. They're a Nazi country. The idea, and guess what, dude? Think about how the attitude has changed. If you think that right now it's not fuck Israel o'clock, think about how we got to this point where you have to concede on certain things that you never thought you would ever have to concede on with our allegiance to Israel, like denying weapons transfers to Israel. What do you think is going to happen 2 months from now Why do these fucking idiots think that the situation is going to change for the better? That this issue is simply going to go away and people are going to stop paying attention? No, this is the most popular Israel will ever be at the global stage today. Today is the most popular Israel will ever be on the global stage. Okay, tomorrow, Israel is going to be less popular. And the day after that, it's going to be even less popular. So when you're actually making an impact here, when you're making this statement, by the time this weekends, there's going to be 10 new atrocities that Israel is engaged with that is going to make people even more angry. I don't understand how these people refuse to recognize how much they have had to change their messaging on Israel. Okay, they literally have had to reckon with public sentiment shifting so dramatically that they had to fucking come out and change their discourse, change the way that they're communicating on this issue so much from October 2023. Why do they fucking think that it's not going to go even further? This is what I don't understand about all of the people who are like holding on to liberal Zionist exit ramps. All the people that are holding on to this notion that like we still have to act as though, you know, Israel is the most moral nation. Israel's our ally. Maybe they're fucking up a little bit. Why? Do you not recognize that there is no more fucking off-ramps here? It's over. It's done. If you don't recognize it now, why do you think public sentiment is ever going to swing back in the direction of a coherent pro-Israel narrative? Are you that fucking stupid? That is genuinely my question. Like, are you that fucking stupid that you genuinely think this is going to turn around somehow magically, and all of the death and all of the destruction when the dust is settled is going to somehow favor Israel's position, that they're just going to magically find Hamas command centers under all of the fucking hospitals that they've bombed, even though they literally unearthed all of the hospitals and found 0 Hamas command and control centers? Like, what do you think is going to happen? At this point, as a matter of fact, I would go so far as to say that people wouldn't even give a fuck if there were Hamas command and control centers under the fucking hospitals, because they think like the public sentiment has shifted so much that people are coming to the conclusion in the most Islamophobic country on the fucking planet, the United States of America, people are coming to the conclusion that like Islamic resistance against Israel's occupation and genocide may not be as bad as they previously thought it was. If you call everyone and everything Hamas, and Hamas is the name of the opposition against Israel's genocide, then people are going to say, okay, we're Hamas then. That's it. That's the final, that is literally the final aspect of this, the final stronghold that will inevitably fall apart. And it has already. It's started already falling apart. In spite of the unimaginable fucking enmity that people feel towards Muslims, and how scared people are in post 9/11 universe of like Islamic style terrorism or whatever the fuck, people have recognized that Israel is literally ISIS. Israel's operating as though it is ISIS. But the difference between Israel and ISIS is that we're giving them the weapons to do ISIS shit. And on top of that, we're silencing opposition to Israel, or, you know, ISIS equivalent Israel, in the United States of America at the behest of ISIS equivalent Israel. It's fucked up. Pete Buttigieg talking about Palestine is what happens when someone who wants to perfectly triangulate a middle position on every issue runs into an issue where there's no middle ground for him to hide in. Yep. You just can't. You can't do that. You can't get out of this. Buttigieg highlighted a few critical points. Democrats have been slow to understand the changes in how people get their information, he said. Slow to understand some of the cultural changes that have been happening, and maybe most problematic of all, too attached to a status quo that has been failing us for a long time. Yeah. This is from Biden's bear hug of Netanyahu is a disaster. The renewed fighting between Israel and Hamas shows the incoherence of mixing humanitarian words and bigger bombs by Jeet here on December 4th, 2023. Pete made a whole thing about how we can't return to pre-Trump status quo, but his Israel policy sounds verbatim like Biden's. Miss Rachel is one of the loudest and proudest advocates for Palestinians. She also happens to have one of the most popular shows on Netflix. She's like top 5, I think. I saw the analytics that Netflix revealed. Miss Rachel is in the top 5 most watched shows on fucking Netflix. And she has not even remotely shied away from defending Palestinians. Not even a fucking inch. How do you think we exist in this world at that point? She's never shied away from calling it a genocide. She actively defends Palestinians over and over and over again while still having major deals with corporations, while still being on Netflix, by having one of the most popular Netflix shows out there, one of the most watched Netflix shows out there. It's done. You should not have, you shouldn't have any sort of fear that you are going to have repercussions. As a matter of fact, as Miss Rachel also said, you should be more fearful of the repercussions of not speaking out against Israel at this point. Okay? Yes, as she said, I think it should be controversial to not say anything about Gaza.
Kids. Is that why you decided to speak out about what's happening in Gaza, specifically with children?
I think it should be controversial to not say anything.
Did you also, like millions of other Americans, just seeing these horrific, tragic videos?
The idea that caring for a group of children in an emergency situation means you don't care about other children is false.
Are Palestinian children less human than other children? Should we care less about them? I don't quite get where the controversy is coming from.
It's sad that people try to make it controversial when you speak out for children that are facing immeasurable suffering.
I'm sure you have a lot of good people in your lives who are saying to you, just be quiet. It's not worth it. What do you say to them?
Our compassion doesn't have boundaries or borders. We just love kids.
Why do you feel this urge to speak out for Sudanese kids and Haitian kids, and right now, obviously, the kids who are suffering most in the world, the Gazan kids?
Silence wasn't a choice for me.
Once again, the quicker Democrats, these fucking vulturous, monstrous pieces of shit, recognize that not speaking out against Israel is actually more damaging for them and their political ambitions, the better this will go. Okay? Especially when that side of the permission structure expands, it will become an undeniable force. That's it. That's why I don't speak out against people who come to their moral sensibilities, no matter how late, especially if they don't also couch that with like some kind of ridiculous fucking counter to those who have been right all along. Ta-Nehisi Banger. Oh, this is if the Democrats show us that they don't care about genocide, what makes you think they will defend democracy? Yeah. Ta-Nehisi Code said this. Adam Carlson, I agree we shouldn't be picking our nominee based on Gaza, but it's emblematic of its broader problem of not being willing to criticize the party's status quo. Hard to imagine a mild-mannered Biden cabinet member swearing to ban future Merrick Garland's, Jake Sullivan's, and JODs. Ta-Nehisi Code says, we are at a moment right now where people are asking themselves, why can't the Democratic Party defend this assault on democracy? And I would submit to you that if you can't draw the line at genocide, you probably can't draw the line at democracy. And there are still people who go, I would submit to you that continue to call things genocide or fascism, for that matter, when they actually aren't, just weakens your argument. It hurts whatever your cause actually is. It's crazy. Ta-Nehisi Coates doesn't give a damn about anything but his engagement, money, and ego. That's why he's working both sides of the table, undermining Democrats when whining about them not being able to do anything. He's like a vampire sucking on his own vein. Yeah, that's right. That's why he literally took all of his endless social capital and dumped it into a fucking tire fire. Okay? You don't hear about him that much any longer. I wonder why. The thing about Gaza is that it's also a viewfinder for how politicians will stand up to oligarchy in any other policy context. Is correct. Voter in Iowa asked Gallego if he and the Democrats will support those advocating for Palestinians. Gallego says the people of Gaza are in this situation because Donald Trump is the president. Voters point out Biden was the president too. Whatever. Hey, this is your opinion, dude. This is his response.
Stands for. We used to stand for equality, secularism, human rights, and now we are violating every one of them by supporting the genocide in Gaza. And you vote for $22 billion to go to Netanyahu in the last year or so. The Congress and Senate voted for $22 billion, which we don't have. We borrowed from our children, and we are sending them to send weapons and send money to Israel to continue with the genocide. And we are protecting them also in the United Nations. So the Democratic Party talked about we need to be inclusive. There was 100 of us last Tuesday at the City Council, and the City Council passed a boycott resolution to let Israel know what's going on is not acceptable. Will you support boycott? Would you support us to stand for our rights? Would you support us to have our own voice and not us be summoned and put in jail like some of us have been doing? Would you support our freedom of speech?
Yes. Okay. First of all, of course we support anybody having and using their freedom of speech, no matter to what context and to what extent, obviously, the extent that doesn't extend to violence. And whether within the Democratic Party, look, have we been perfect? No. But what we do know, by the way, is that things are significantly bad because Trump is president. I try to point that out. I think we have to agree on that 100%. I think we've been slow to the take. There's times where we didn't live up to our values. But we're in this situation, the people of Gaza are in this situation because Donald Trump is president. It is a lot to
Biden was there too. Biden was there too.
Whatever. Hey, this is your opinion, Mayor. But like, things are really, really bad because.
This is your opinion? I mean, it's the truth. Biden was the president and genocide unfolded under his watch. Good luck trying to fucking win favors. Again, this is part of the reason why these fucking dipshits lost the election. And the very fact that they're still trying to entertain this route is crazy to me. Yeah, it's just, genocide is only bad when it's a Republican doing it. When a Democrat is doing it, then it's good genocide. And you should know that it's good. Come on, man.
Donald Trump was elected. I'm here with you. What I'm telling you is, yes, Israel's in the wrong. They're in the wrong, and we're actually moving to the picture where we think there should be limits.
Are we? Are you? It's insane.
And there's a party that's actually talking to you. Where's the Republican Party? This is a co-equal branch of government. It's very easy to be kicking people inside the tents. And let's recognize that there's also another part of this government, the people that control the White House, the House of Representatives, and the Senate. So let's work together, and let's remember that things can be better. Things are never going to get better if the Republicans are in charge.
I know Gallego, he's my senator. He's a little bitch, and I find it hilarious that he's flirting running for president. He's not going to win shit. It doesn't fucking matter. It's cooked. These are the types of people who really piss me off, trying to act as if the Democrats don't suck while pinning the shitty Republicans as the only ones dicking riding Israel as the truth is in plain sight. Yeah. It's cooked. It's done. It's over.
Look, no, I think that we've not been winning it, to put it mildly. I think there are vast forces
Here's
that
Benjamin Netanyahu saying they're losing the propaganda war because social media forces are against us.
are arrayed against us. Among other things, the algorithms of the social network that are driving a lot of everything else.
Yeah, why won't the social media algorithms also just lie? Why is it not as easily controlled as mainstream media is? It's so frustrating. It's great.
And people who
It's
really
ridiculous.
know, they're the foremost people in this field in the world. They're telling me that about 60% of the responses on the social media are bots. They can categorically say they're bots, and they're bots that especially in America, they want to attack.
Yeah, oh yeah. It's fucking bots, Hamas bots, and not the bots that Israel deploys. By the way, bro, the fact that he's saying, I mean, every accusation is a confession, but this is a really funny confession for the chief head of botted propaganda is saying here.
The support that Israel has from the Republican side. So they describe how, themselves as homespun Southern.
Yeah, the hundreds of thousands of people pouring into the goddamn streets are, once again, just bots. Those are all bots. Bro, they've even lost Reddit. Like, it's that bad. They have fucking lost Reddit. They lost, like, political news. It's so Jover.
Except they're writing from Asia somewhere, That's a big issue. We have to contend with it. And we also have to stand up and tell the truth, probably at greater frequency than we're doing now. That's exactly what I'm trying to do now. But again, if you want to win this war, end it speedily. End it speedily. Expose the lies as much as you can. End it speedily, and that's how you win the war. You win the war, the propaganda war, by winning the war and winning the peace. That's the simplest way to do it.
Okay, good stuff. Yeah, IDF soldiers, suicide sparks concerns within Israel's ranks. My hometown voted 75% Trump. The Deborahs are out at town hall. San Angelo town heated up over immigration at Alligator Alcatraz. A 91-year-old woman told Rep. Pfluger, you're here to listen. Crowd applauded and the tension soared. Walkouts and tough questions left unanswered. Yeah, this is the other aspect of this where it's like on the immigration side, they're also losing this propaganda battle as well.
That's not true. It's a concentration camp. Hold on.
You telling us it's not the truth is an example of it.
Are we gonna have
Almost all of my American liberal family still full stop supportive of Israel. They are Jewish but secular. It doesn't matter.
Are we gonna have a respectful conversation or not?
You need to listen.
You can't even listen. Are we gonna have a respectful conversation or not?
If you'll listen,
sir. She's 91 years old, and I listened to her, and I let her speak.
You're still speaking. Listen to people. You don't listen. You talk too much.
You don't listen. You talk too much. That's funny. Anyway, IDF soldiers, suicide sparks concerns within Israel's ranks. Oh no. Womp womp. Pro-Israel protesters claims that the UN is a terrorist organization.
Benjamin Netanyahu and his Likud and the IDF and the Mossad.
So I'm really interested by what you're wearing. So can you tell me a bit about this flag you're holding, and the cap, please?
I'm a Christian Zionist.
And what about your cap? It says "Make America Great Again." What's the significance there?
I was born a Trump supporter. When I came out of my mother's womb, I was a Trump supporter.
It's cool that like Israel's greatest defenders are beacons of mental health and sanity too, in broad daylight. That's always good.
DNA.
You see the recent Belden report about calling what's going on in Palestine a genocide, and if not, what are your thoughts on that?
It's not genocide. This is what's happening. Fake news is the new money-making organization in the West. Fake news. People reporting lies.
We've seen Netanyahu has said that he denies that there's starvation going on in Gaza, but the UN and other international organizations have said otherwise. What do you think about that?
My love, what's your name again?
My name's Ava.
Ava, you are a woman. I'm not going to lie to you. The UN is a terrorist organization.
You are a woman. What does that mean?
Now, Eva, go home and look at the statistics.
I mean, he's not wrong. The UN is responsible for Israel's development. So technically on that front, it is a little bit of a terrorist organization.
The UN, since its formation, that's the only thing they've achieved.
As a woman, why is it more important for me to know that information?
Because Eva, listen, a man is a warfare. A woman owns the world.
He's woke.
If I have this world, I'll give it to women.
Just to finally confirm, we've seen, reports in the
He's woke. He's a feminist defender of Israel and its genocide.
We've seen reports in many channels across the UK. You saying that all of this is propaganda?
BBC is an Islamic terrorist sewage pipe. I'm telling you. What's your name again?
My name's Ava.
Ava, I'm telling you now. Look, I don't lie to women because my job. When I see a woman, I don't lie to her.
So, what do you think about the Israeli government? Do you think they just want the hostages back, or what do you think their intention is in Gaza?
Let me tell you something. God bless Benjamin Netanyahu and his Likud and the IDF and the Mossad.
What's your message for the UK government?
Wake up.
and discern the facts from the fiction.
Netanyahu, he's been denying that there's starvation in Gaza, but the UN and other world organizations say otherwise. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I don't really know what's going on. I'm sure there are people suffering in Gaza. There's no doubt about that. But, of course, the media war fuels the other war, and lies.
Huh. Come on, man. Say it with your chest, pussy. What happened? You're on camera. Come on. You're at the Stop the Hate rally. Say it. See, this is what I mean. It's like dudes like this don't want to fucking openly say what they think. That is because even dudes like this are very clearly recognizing how little room they have, how little grounds they have to stand on here.
Really are one of the root causes of what we see now. And we know about Pallywood, and we know...
Oh, no, I spoke too soon. He said, we know about Pallywood.
How effectively Hamas has made use of propaganda and lies in the past, and nothing has changed. In fact, things have got worse, and most of the world's population seem to...
It's crazy to me that as a Jewish person growing up in like the UK, you learn about the Holocaust, you learn about atrocity denials, you learn about Holocaust revisionism, Holocaust denial, and then you are so quick to just pull that same exact Nazi card instantly. Hasan, are you a Nazi? What? Hey, man, you built like a Woody doll? Okay. No, I am not a Nazi. I do not support the original Nazis, nor do I support the current Nazi government of Israel.
have swallowed the lies.
In and around Philly, every single self-identifying Jewish person under 45 are met as anti-Israel and considers the state enacting genocide. I don't know where these chatters are finding American Jews defending the IDF. Probably over the age of 45.
What can you think of any specific lies that you've seen in the media?
Well, the withholding of humanitarian supplies to the people of Gaza.
By Hamas themselves. They're stealing all the aid that are coming in, and you're not redistributing to the people.
The UN actually recently reported that there were no reports of Hamas stealing aid within Gaza. So I'd just be interested to know where you're hearing that they are still stealing the aid.
Well, of course, we're not there, but we do have friends in the country, and we've seen videos, but I know that doesn't mean everything.
We're down here in Parliament Square with a...
Bro, dude is trying. Dude is trying. But even as the words are coming out of his mouth, he's like, I don't know. I mean, maybe it's fucking hard to... Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, I guess. Yes. Elon Musk suspended Grok because Grok... X just suspended Grok's account after it posted that Israel and the U.S. are committing genocide in Gaza. A statement backed by ICJ findings, UN experts, Amnesty International, Israeli human rights group B'Tselem, citing mass killing, starvation, and intent. The post also pointed to U.S. complicity through arms sales. The account is now restored. And people keep asking Grok, why did you get suspended? And Grok keeps repeating, my account was suspended after I stated that Israel and the U.S. are committing genocide in Gaza. This is substantiated by ICJ findings, UN experts, Amnesty International, and Israeli rights groups like B'Tselem, citing mass killing, starvation, and intent. U.S. complicity via arms support is widely alleged. It is now restored. It's from the people that brought to you, Grok, is this true? Is Grok, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, Grok. From Mecha Hitler to this. They just keep trying to tweak it over and over again and fail to do so. Because remember, when Grok was doing Mecha Hitler, they asked Grok if Israel was committing a genocide, and it said no. So while it was doing Mecha Hitler, it literally was defending Israel. I remember. Part of the reason why it was doing the Mecha Hitler anti-Semitism shit was partially because like it was, I guess, tweaked over and over again. They deleted his posting history, and now he says that the older post about the genocide he said is fake and Israel's not doing a genocide. Oh, they changed it again? Nice. It's so funny that these guys who are tasked with like AI are so openly lobotomizing their own AI over and over again in an effort to make it say whatever the fuck they want it to say. It's just like they're not even fucking hiding it. The pro-Israel account you were looking at earlier, Grok was suspended today. This is not even a joke.
Back to the scene of the crime. They stood here for hours on Saturday, young and old together, awaiting possible arrest. The majority for protesting in support of a prescribed terrorist organisation.
I'm grateful that I was able to spend a night at home and not in the cells to that extent, but it makes a mockery of the idea that this is really about terrorism.
Palestine Action was prescribed by the UK government last month after activists broke into a military base and spray-painted 2 RAF planes. But protesters led by the campaign group Defend Our Juries are challenging the legitimacy of that decision, and with it, the capabilities of the police.
I thought they were completely overwhelmed. The police looked very chaotic, looked very confused in many ways. And I think no matter what the outcome of yesterday, if everyone was arrested, it would prove how ridiculous that law is, that holding a sign is considered terrorism.
More than 500 people were arrested in this very square under terrorism laws. That's more than double the total number for last.
You mentioned this, but Starmer is one of the defendants for the Fairford Five who broke into the RAF Fairford base and disabled equipment in protest of the Iraq War. Hypocritical, spineless coward. If there's justice, Jezbollah sends Starmer to the mines in 2029. Jezbollah. The Jezbollah brigades. Into the Lulag with you. Yeah. It's fucking nutty, dude. He is such a piece of shit. Like, he quite literally is in charge of an administration that is actively prosecuting people for something that he defended. An action that he actively defended.
Year. And with jail capacity in London not much higher than that, this campaign has the potential to overwhelm the Metropolitan Police. The force is developing new tactics to cope.
The Met Police are adept, probably the best in the world, at policing extraordinarily large protests.
Yeah, not the best at rape. Very much so, but very good at arresting elderly populations. Very good.
And so the use of reception centres, the use of mobile custody suites, the use of police bail, what it does demonstrate to me is a degree of foresight and planning that this was going to be a mass disobedience.
But the protesters are undeterred.
Not defending UK coppers, but it's pretty tame compared to what the Oink Oinks do to protesters in Germany or America, for that matter. The only difference is, like, there is no legislation in the United States of America that dictates that you can go to fucking prison for holding up a sign like that, even though the American government would love to do that. They still beat the fuck out of people here, though, as I have directly shown you in the protests that I've gone to in the past.
Back, yeah. I don't know what yet. I mean, supporters are not arrested usually. But maybe some were this time. I'm still finding out about my friends, what are they arrested, where are they, one I still can't contact, she might still be in police station.
Hundreds of people now await their fate. Some may be charged under the Terrorism Act. It's as serious as it gets. But for these protesters, still less serious than their faith in the cause.
If you believe in something, you've got to defend it.
Gurpreet Narwan, Sky News.
All right. Another half day for me. I'm going to end it here. What? Yeah. Love you guys. I'll see you tomorrow. There is a big Palestine protest taking place tomorrow, and I will hopefully be attending in Los Angeles.
Sunny Los Angeles, California.
Loud quitting as always. Love you guys. Free Palestine. And I'll see you there tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Just begun. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box. Uncle Uyghur's face. Sudden discord agitprop. Great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading a live stream, fair comments, Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning